peaceful time. And I'm going to close the door quietly there. Also, if you get sick, there's actually an EMT standing by. This is my new friend Stavros. Stavros, tell me, what's the importance of you being here today?
Well, once the wind conditions and weather and everything gets too severe, EMS service actually can't operate. The truck might just go rolling. So they told us that we come down. If it gets too bad, we're basically on an island. And we treat anybody who needs anything to the best of our ability.
And so have you treated anyone today?
Yeah, actually, just minor stuff. Some kids fell, some ibuprofen, things like that, which is good. You know, you want the action, it's more fun, but in the end, everybody's healthy, so it's better that way.
In Citrus County, but still, hurricane warnings remain in effect. We will see if these start to be discontinued at the 11 o'clock hour. I think probably they'll linger at 11, but then tomorrow morning at 5 is when they'll be dropped to probably tropical storm warning. Here are the latest wind gusts over the last hour. Again, 60 in Apollo Beach, 60 in Sarasota, 78 in Bradenton, 56 in St. Pete. These are gusts, all right? 33 in Clearwater. Newport Richey, I think there was a couple hours ago, because I don't think they've had another 64-mile-an-hour gust, but Spring Hill did. So you see anywhere from 50 to 70, and these are numbers, as we've been saying for a while, kind of reminiscent of Irma. We had that same kind of wind field. So overnight tonight, expect winds between maybe 50 and 65 miles an hour. This takes you through tomorrow morning. Gusts a little bit higher, and then things begin to improve in the afternoon. Big improvements by later on into the weekend. Power outages, well, obviously, there's a lot of power outages. I think Wendy and Jamison said those numbers were, what, close to 2 million people?
It's, yeah, 1.9 million in the whole state of Florida, and so many in our viewing area, Dennis.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense. Anywhere from Sarasota and Manatee County and down south, again, into the Naples area. We're going to wake up tomorrow to see, unfortunately, just devastation in Fort Myers. And it's one of those situations where, much like Charlie, they really weren't expected to see much of this at all until last night at 11 o'clock. Well, no, I guess it would have been 2 nights ago, or was it last night? No, it was last night. Yeah. It's all a blur. What is today, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last night at 11 o'clock, we saw the new Hurricane Center track, and all of a sudden, it went from what was in the morning off Pinellas County to Sarasota County to the border of Charlotte and Lee County down around Punta Gorda. And at that point, it went even further south in terms of the surge. So you've got to figure the folks in Fort Myers just weren't prepared for it. I mean, it's not anybody's fault. The storm changed. But you would think after Charlie, of course, where there was a dramatic change, which went to Punta Gorda, you got to hope and pray that folks in the Fort Myers area, damage, again, stuff can be replaced. People can't, so we are really hoping that most people that had all that water had a chance to get out safely. Speaking of water and rain, let's go on over to Jason with an update on what's popping right now. Jason?
Yeah, and I just checked the numbers. It's 1.958 million, so basically we're at 2 million, and we're up to 90 to 100% out in DeSoto County and Hardee County, and then we're about 70% out in Sarasota County. That's, of course, where that northern edge of the eye wall stayed on shore, and it just stalled in the same area over and over again. And not only did it produce those winds over 100 miles per hour in Venice, we had winds pushing 85 to 87 in Sarasota, and then we had, of course, a foot to a foot and a half of rain that has fallen in these areas as well. And a lot of people are saying, when's the power going to come back on? Well, they can't get out there and do anything yet because the storm hasn't left. So we've got to wait until we get this out of here when conditions can be safe for those utility workers to go out and take care of business. But a lot of them can't get to these zones even after the storm exits because of the flooding that will be ongoing here, not just for today, not just for tomorrow. This is going to be a problem through the weekend in Sarasota and Manatee counties, and also into Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands County, especially the northern part of Highlands County, and now southern Polk County, where the new flash flood warning has been issued. So in Sarasota, like I had mentioned a second ago, and Dennis said too, we are looking at a gust just within the last 20 minutes of 87 miles per hour. So even though the center is moving away, these these bands that are still overhead. The wind that's stronger aloft is being pulled down by some of the heavier rain bands, and they're making it to the surface. That's what typically happens with our hurricane situations. So that's what we're looking at here in Sarasota. And we are looking at finally the western edge of the rain. It's basically lined up just offshore here, the beaches from Inglewood all the way north to Anna Maria Island. So hopefully soon we can get this far enough east to start cutting down on the rain, because I'll show you the rain totals here in just a second. They're pretty remarkable, even for a hurricane, even for Florida, because our hurricane situations, they typically give us a foot to a foot and a half of rain. There will be spots over 2 feet of rain in Florida, and we typically don't see that with our hurricanes here in our part of the world because they move. We're not used to them being so slow moving, and thankfully this isn't a setup like Harvey, but of course we know what happened with that over in Houston, where they had 5 feet of rain. We're seeing not that, but over 2 feet of rain, a good bet for a lot of areas. So let's talk about where the worst is right now. Wauchula, Avon Park, Sebring, these are the locations that are under what's left of that powerful eye wall. It's no longer an eye wall anymore, but of course we are looking at the northern edge of it, still serving as a focal point for very, very heavy rain. And where you see the red, yellow, and orange colors, especially here in northwestern sections of Highlands County, this is where we're looking at rain 4 to 5 inches per hour is a possibility. A, it's not moving, and B, we're just seeing it same place over and over again for the last 3 to 4 hour period, and we'll hold it here for another 3 to 4 hours, and that's why we have that extreme flooding concern here with those warnings that were also issued for the flash flood emergency back to the west. This also extends here into DeSoto County and Hardee County too. So in DeSoto County, we're looking at the rainfall just on the northwestern edge here in Arcadia Northwest. So we are seeing some relief in the southeastern part, but here in Hardee County, the entire county has been covered up with this leftover eye wall for about 4 hours now. This is where we've also seen most of the power out in the entire county. Of course, this is one of our less populated counties here in the Bay Area, but we are looking at nearly 100% without power right now here in places in and around Wauchula. You head north now into southern Polk County, the eastern section, especially here, Frostproof, Fort Meade, along 27, and then in the more rural areas as you head over to Osceola and Okeechobee counties. These are where we're looking at more of the rain, that band now beginning to move in, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued the new flash flood warning. It's not an emergency yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into one, though, just like we saw to the southwest, because rainfall totals in this area 4 to 10 inches, and we're adding another 3 to 8 just through 11 to 12 o'clock tonight into tomorrow morning. And that, of course, gives us a half a foot to a foot to a foot and a half of rain probabilities in these areas. And we were telling you the last couple of days that the rain amounts would be huge in some spots. It just depends on where exactly it sets up with the hurricane. And this is where it's setting up, unfortunately, from southeastern Polk County back west into Sarasota County. By the way, when you see the rainfall totals here in Northport coming up in a second, Northport was devastated by a foot to about 14 inches of rain from Hurricane Elsa last summer. And I remember it was weeks that we were covering the recovery down there because it took so long for the water levels to recede from a foot of rainfall. We've gotten almost 20 inches of rain in Northport right now. This could double what we saw back in Hurricane Elsa, and that was such a disaster back then. This is going to be an even worse disaster for our friends here in southern sections of Sarasota County, right along I-75 before it makes the turn down toward Port Charlotte. So up to 18 inches of rain in the middle part of the county. Notice the big drop off, but still a huge amount once you get back up towards Sarasota, where we're closer to the 10-inch mark. But notice now that yellow tongue kind of extending east, where we're seeing double-digit rainfalls here in northwestern DeSoto and Hardee counties, up to 15 inches of rain in DeSoto County showing up here just to the northwest of Arcadia. We're at 13 inches of rain in areas east of Wauchula and Hardee County, and we're now seeing over 10 inches of rain in those spots I was just showing you with the radar here in southern sections of Polk County. So that's what we're going to be looking at here as this band of rain continues to set up. Where that yellow area is, this is the zone that could see up to 2 feet of rain by the time we're done with this system. Ileana, what were you saying one more time? Gotcha. So speaking of the flooding, this was the storm surge flooding that happened earlier today in Naples. New video coming into the newsroom tonight. It looks like emergency workers out there helping somebody stranded in a car that got potentially caught in the storm surge. Thankfully, it sounds like these people were rescued and they are okay, but this is waist deep water, and that, I guarantee you, is salt water, because the surge in Naples easily up to about 10 feet. We saw single floor homes, the ranch style homes on the beach that had water up to their roofs. So you know that rooftop is about 9 to 10 feet up, and that's if you don't have the higher ceilings in that home. So this is about half of that at this time, and thankfully those emergency workers there were able to get out and help. In Sarasota County earlier today, we got a notification that they were not going to send anybody out to help because it was getting so bad in Sarasota County. So at least after the storm probably moved by and rescue workers could get back out there, this was the scene. And not just in Naples. Again, like Dennis was saying, Fort Myers. And when we wake up tomorrow morning and we start to get the aerial views from the helicopters, this is what we're going to be looking at here tomorrow, unfortunately.
Jason, why don't we pop my mic up real quick?
Pop up Mike, Dennis.
Yeah, talk a little bit about, we're showing flooding. And, you know, the surge factor, that concerns us more than anything because it happens in the middle of the night in Tampa Bay. I mean, we're not expecting any kind of a dramatic surge, but it's a possibility, again, because as that storm moves north of the bay, the winds slowly come around, and high tide is one of the highest tides of the month at about 2.7 feet between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. So
right. And you
that's a concern.
You did a really good job explaining, too, about how the latitude and where the center of the storm is kind of the focal point to when we start to see our surge concerns picking up here in Tampa. So if we come back off of that video, I'll show you what Dennis was saying. And if you missed this, I'll just recap it for you. So here's the center. The circulation around it, of course, as we know, spins like this. So right now, we still have northeast winds that is helping to draw water out of Tampa Bay. And earlier today, just like with Irma, we had that negative surge happening where the surge was pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, once we get this center up here, our winds around the circulation start to come back on shore again, and that coincides with the high tide that Dennis was talking about. And while the surge potential is not the 10-foot risk like we were looking at with the center coming up our way with the forecast over the last 2 days, we do have to watch to see if maybe we get up to the Eta levels back 2 years ago. Remember Tropical Storm Eta? Did it get to a hurricane? Was Eta a hurricane?
It was a tropical storm.
Yeah, so that one, just a tropical storm, that's it. And it produced a 4.5-foot surge because it also came at a normally high tide, one that was already 2 feet above. And then we added to the surge threat, and that gave us 4.5 feet of water in places like Gulfport, especially southern Pinellas County. We were really stuck with those high surge values there. But even in Tampa, we had 3.7 at Port Tampa. Bayshore Boulevard got covered up by the storm surge in that scenario. So that's what we're looking at as the center continues to slide off to the north and east. Like Dennis said, we'll get the onshore flow back, and that onshore flow is what could potentially lead us to see some higher surge concerns as we go after the midnight time frame around 2:30 in the morning. And we're still going to be here at that time, and we're going to watch closely those numbers to see if we are starting to see some of those higher values. So if you are stuck under one of these bands, it's going to be quite some time before this rain sets up and moves off to the east, and that's why the flood concern is really, really high at this point. Dennis?
Jason, and we've talked about this. I'll be totally honest. Surge is probably one of the most difficult things to predict because you're literally looking at what exact angle the wind comes in relationship to the land. I mean, think about it. If you have something in this direction right here, that's the only way you're going to get that perfect area of wind coming in for surge. If it's coming in like this, it's not going to happen. So that's why surge is never always the same. And in spite of the fact that there's still hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings, I mean, no, I don't think it's going to reach the levels even predicted up to 6 feet because by 4 a.m., this is going to be pushing away. But the thing is, Jason brought up the exact reason. Eta was not a big storm, but it had a pretty big reach. Well, so does this. As it's moving away, it'll be weaker, but the winds are still coming around. And the fact that Sarasota just had an 87-mile-an-hour wind along the coast on the backside of this goes to show just how strong that reach is. So my suggestion to folks who live on the water around Tampa Bay itself, probably around the bay more than anything, I would set my alarm for about 3 or 3:30. High tide varies on the exact spot, but it's between about 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. Because I remember getting messages like it was yesterday with Eta, and people were frantic because they didn't expect the water to rise the way that it did. And as Jason said, if that tide is at 2.7 feet, you're already 1.5 feet higher than you should be on any normal day anyway. So you're already at 1.5 feet. If you get a surge of a couple of feet, you're now up to 4 feet, 4.5 feet, and that puts you up toward Eta. And there were plenty of spots in Johns Pass that had water. But that is my reason. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the same places. It probably won't be. It all depends on the angle. And as I said, I'm the first to admit it is to me, the toughest thing to predict with a tropical system. As a matter of fact, in the Hurricane Center's page, they have a storm surge thing. It says experimental because we're still trying to get it down. So better safe than sorry. I would set an alarm if you live on the water, on the bay, or even offshore, although my gut is I don't think we're going to see it as much there. I think we would probably see it more there, but still, set your alarm just to make sure and take a glance at that water isn't coming up, or for that matter, watch us, whether it's on the streaming app, and if you don't have power, if you do have power, you can watch us on TV, but I just think it's something you should do because I just can't get out of my mind how frantic people were when they were reaching. And by the way, that was a 4 or 4.5 foot surge. And that kind of puts into perspective what happened today in Naples and in Fort Myers that had a 16-foot surge with 20-foot waves on top of it. So that is the bullet that we dodged here in the Bay Area when we were looking at a forecast of 6 to 10-foot surge. And that was when it was a Cat 3. It just became borderline Cat 5 last night and today. So the number that was in Naples would have been our number 2 because a stronger hurricane will produce more of a surge. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the folks down south. But at the end of the day, for the Bay Area, we clearly dodged another one because it could have been every bit as bad for our area. Still, though, we're tracking the rain and the storms. Well, not so much the storms, but the rain and the wind through the overnight. But the worst certainly over, and I would expect improvements as we go on through the next several hours. Guys?
And Dennis, I just want to reiterate, you talked about Ada, and I have to admit again that I lost my car in Ada, and it was because it was an area of Bayshore that does not flood. I mean, one part of Bayshore near Rome and those folks who live in that area near Howard, it always floods. But the other direction near MacDill Air Force Base, Gandy, Bay to Bay, that area further towards the bay south, that doesn't flood. And when I lost my car, again, high tide, 2 in the morning, the storm hadn't stopped. And by the way, the officers who didn't know how bad it was thought that the street was clear, and me along with several others, I think with at least a dozen cars, flooded in that storm. And because we simply didn't know, and like you talked about, Dennis, you can't see when it's dark, you can't see how bad the flooding is. And so I continued to drive, and by the time I realized the flooding was so bad, my car shut off and I was stuck, and then I had to be rescued through the window 2 hours later. Thank goodness for the Tampa Police Department, who had rescue folks out there, first responders, to help those of us who didn't know. But you talk about surge, and you're right. There was no way to know, and it was one of the scariest things I've ever been through. But it's another reason, like you said, Dennis, to stay off the roads, especially in the dark, because you just don't know what's out there.
Well, when the power's out, that makes it even more difficult, right? Because, I mean, you normally have street lights to at least give you an idea. I mean, if you're driving in relatively dark conditions and you know the area like the back of your hand, so, you don't really think much about it. And that possibility does exist, again, between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then the tide thereafter, 12 hours later. There's even a chance, if the reach is broad enough, there could be a bit of surge for the following tide. But I really think if we're going to get surge, and we knew today, this afternoon, in spite of what a lot of folks had been saying, we knew this was not going to be a surge event because the winds were drying out the bay. I mean, it happened again. It happened with Irma, and it happened today. So today was never an issue. But tomorrow, now I will tell you, if that high tide was 6 hours later, I would be really concerned because by then the winds absolutely would be more of a southwest or westerly direction. 4 a.m., they're going to be around northwest, so it's a close call. So hopefully it won't be quite enough of a turnaround where it can go in, but it's at least worth setting your alarm if you live there and checking it out. And as Wendy mentioned, driving around, make sure you're extra careful. I kind of doubt there's going to be a lot of people driving around at 4 a.m. tomorrow, but you never know.
Yeah, Dennis, as I'm looking at that radar there behind you, it's kind of like you see it moving, across Paul County into Orlando, and you think, okay, we're getting a little bit better here, but so many folks are hearing so much stuff there. But we're looking at video
This is
right
Winter
now.
Haven,
yeah,
right?
Winter Haven.
Yeah, it is. And that's just the area, as we were looking at that video, they're seeing the same kind of wind at about 60. It looks like, is that a transformer that blew?
Yeah.
It looks like it is.
Yeah,
Unless
it
it's a
looks like
power
it.
line going down with it, too, because you're seeing a lot
Yeah,
of
there's the
flashes
arcing.
with it. Yep.
Yeah, so and when you get 60 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts, and you get torrential downpours, this kind of stuff can happen. And this will continue to happen overnight, especially in those inland spots, especially in eastern Hillsborough County, especially in Hardee, DeSoto, and in Polk County and northern Highlands County. But at least in looking at this right now, there is not an extreme wind advisory or an extreme wind warning. So that's important. That's a big step for us, because we have seen that was issued, the first one, just before landfall at about 1 o'clock. And ever since then, we have had one in effect the entire time. So the fact that we are no longer looking, and by the way, well, no, I guess, Jason, do we still have the flash flood warning, or did that expire? Because it looked like it wasn't showing up on my map as well. But regardless, we're headed in the right direction. We're getting there, down to 100 now. We lost another 5 miles an hour. So with another 5 miles an hour after this, we'll be down to a Category 1 hurricane. So it is clearly collapsing quickly. The rain is still heavy. The winds are gusty. But the threat of any significant weather, significant wind, damaging wind, is pretty much winding down. Still could see some trees down, but you are not going to get structural damage with this. And honestly, the only areas that will get structural damage is what was going on down south, unless, of course, the tree comes down and falls on your home. But typically, strong Cat 3s, 4s, and 5s are when the foundation of a home actually can be damaged. And that happened today, but not in our area. That was mostly Charlotte and even Lee County, from Naples up to Fort Myers. Guys?
All right, thanks, Dennis. We now want to go to Adam Walser, is just north of Sarasota County, where, of course, the storm has been moving through right now, continuing to get those outer bands as we've seen.
He's been in Bradenton for us today, where you've seen a lot of wind. You saw a lot of rain earlier today. Things starting to wind down there, but still, whistling there behind you, Adam.
It sure is. These boats are still rocking up and down, not quite as much as they were a few hours ago. We went onto the county's website, and it said that in Manatee County that it was a steady 40-mile-an-hour wind with gusts up to 60 miles an hour. That's at the airport. Of course, we're right here on the water, so we're getting occasionally some of those higher gusts. Right now, about 165,000 customers out of power here, so this is one of the few places in Manatee County where there is any power. That's because it's close to the critical infrastructure, including Manatee Memorial Hospital and the police department and City Hall and some of those facilities that are right here in downtown Bradenton. But more of Manatee County and those more rural areas, they're completely out of power right now, and because of this heavy rainfall and the heavy winds throughout the night, those power crews haven't been able to get out there and restore any of the power. And in fact, all the emergency crews have been kept in their stations. They're not responding to any emergencies because of this high level of wind and the rain. We haven't seen a lot of water piling up on the roads here in Bradenton. We haven't been out and about because of the conditions, so we don't know exactly what some of those rural areas look like. Occasionally we will see a car or two. We've seen 2 or 3 cars here in the last hour. People are starting to venture out more than they were at the height of the storm 3 or 4 hours ago, but it's still a long way to go before things are completely cleared out here in Bradenton. Back to you guys.
All right, Adam, thank you. And as things are starting to wind down just a little bit there in Bradenton, we want to move our coverage now to Lakeland. We know the storm is heading that way. Rebecca Petit joins us live from there. Rebecca, we know the storm is heading through Polk County. How are the conditions there behind you?
The wind is howling and the rain has been relentless. And as it has gotten dark, you can just see how hard the rain is falling. I'm here off of US 98 North. There are no traffic lights working right now. There have been reports of down power lines, down trees, and thousands of people without power right now. And US Highway 98 is usually a highly trafficked area. No one's out on the streets. Everyone is hunkered down, sheltered in place, waiting for the storm to pass. I'm told that disaster relief crews have already arrived from up north to help out with cleanup once the storm passes. For now, I'm live in Lakeland. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Thank you. We want to go to our Paul Lagrone. He's been riding out the storm in Polk County, also in Lakeland, and he's seen quite a bit of intense rain and wind over the last several hours.
Yeah, and Paul, the good news is, as Dennis was just saying, this storm is starting to kind of die in strength here, but unfortunately it's still pretty high up there, and unfortunately it's heading in your direction. How are things looking there?
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting the next 2 hours, even 3 hours to be kind of the strongest part for us guys. I mean, right now we're seeing just the consistency, really, when it comes down to it, of the volume of rain, the intensity of the rain, and then now the intensity of the wind itself, right around that 70, 74 mile an hour tops for the gusts, but sort of at a more consistent rate. And the streets here in downtown Lakeland, this is overlooking Massachusetts Avenue here, right at the corner of Main Street, and it's almost funneling the wind and the rain and the water off the street and sort of in a tunnel-like fashion blowing it all around. And so you're seeing it come from a lot of different directions. That's Lake Mirror in the background there, and it's dark because a transformer blew up a few hours ago, so he saw the power go out, and there's another gust of wind coming through as I'm speaking here. And it's sort of being funneled through the downtown streets. It's sort of dispersed and distributed throughout this sort of heart of the city here in Lakeland. The good news is the power structure seems to be maintaining. You see the lights, the street lights are still on, the traffic lights are still working for thankfully no one to use them, finally. We saw a lot of people driving around. We don't see that now. The only people that are driving are police officers patrolling the streets, making sure people are safe. You see the winds. I mean, it's really packing a punch right now here in Lakeland. And in the greater parts of Polk County beyond the city of Lakeland, we're talking Polk City, Four Corners, south of Lake Hancock, Peace River Basin. Those are the real trouble spots because of the flooding and in the low-lying areas, and depending on what kind of structures people are riding this storm out in. I can tell you where we are. Here in the hotel, people came from all over Tampa Bay to ride it out. What is a Cat 1, essentially going to be a Cat 1 hurricane by the time the heart of it reaches here, it looks like, as it's dropping in pressure. So the story, and the headline is, as Dennis had said, at least for Tampa Bay, that we sort of dodged another one. All things relative, right? It could have been worse. And the story that a lot of people had to make these last-minute switcheroo plans to come from Clearwater, St. Pete, perhaps Sarasota, inland here to Lakeland, and then they end up riding out maybe in some ways more of a severe weather situation than what they might have had before when 48 hours ago Ian was presenting itself in a different way than it is now. As this thing is now going to move north into Orlando, my wife is actually on air and covering all the Florida stations in Orlando, and it'll get bad there at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I think another transformer blew, guys. As we were just speaking, I heard a rumble, and there seems to be some lights went out, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to monitor that. Yeah, it looks like we got something happened. So the power outages are going to be the problem, and in Polk County, they've been dealing with power outages since this afternoon. And it steadily grew from there. And obviously that makes all the difference in the world when you're trying to ride out a storm, no matter what the category is. So, it's the consistency of the wind and the power of the rain is picking up. But, and not to compare, because everyone's situation is different, but, all thoughts, of course, with those folks in Southwest Florida who really found themselves, I would imagine, unfortunately, some folks fighting for their lives, really, to survive this storm. So we think about them, but we think about everyone who's in a vulnerable situation tonight, and just ride it out here in Lakeland and Polk County. 3, 4, 5 hours, we're on the better side of this thing. So stay strong. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, very true, Paul. And you mentioned about that transformer we just saw live on the air in Winter Haven. We saw another transformer go out. And then earlier today, we saw Naples had a huge transformer that literally caught on fire. It was quite an explosion. And I know Michael Paluska, who's been in Venice, has heard several explosions similarly, because there have been, and as we know, so many power outages across the state, 1.9 million folks without power as we speak. And, unfortunately, they just can't restore that power until it's safe. and with until those mile-per-hour winds get below 45 miles an hour, which probably is not going to happen until tomorrow or even later tomorrow afternoon. It's just not safe for anyone to be out there.
Yeah, it would be great if everybody wakes up tomorrow and their power is back on right away. Some people unbelievably have kept their power through this thing who have gotten a good portion of this storm. But, at this point, we're over 2 million people in the state of Florida without power right now. Close to half of them right now are in our viewing area.
Absolutely.
So we know what you guys are going through there. We lost power here at the station.
We did.
Earlier tonight, and then all sorts of things started kind of going haywire.
Our internet went down,
Yeah.
our power went down, and then flickers in and out a couple times over the last several hours since we've been covering this storm. And it can be a little jarring, too, because you don't know if they're going to come back on. I mean, we lost internet, we lost everything. So, so if you are just listening to us, whether it be on the app or on a radio station, you are certainly not alone. We will be here through this storm. We're not going anywhere. So if you're sitting in the dark right now and all you have is your phone or your computer or, or all you have is the radio, trust me that we will be holding your hand through this, and our whole team is not going anywhere. We will be here guiding you through this storm until it's out of our state, which hopefully will be sometime, as Dennis says, Thursday afternoon.
By the way, great job by our engineers getting us back on the air here so
fantastic.
We can still talk to you. So Dennis and Jason and Shay and Greg can all, continue to give you the forecast here, because for a second there, we were a little bit nervous, but they did a great job. And here we are still talking to you folks tonight as you're getting through the storm.
Absolutely. Next, we want to go to our Rochelle Aline. She's live for us in Dunedin in Pinellas County. And I just want to say Dunedin is one of the most favorite spots for so many folks who come into town. It's such a quaint town, and so many tourists love it. It's a beautiful area. So I'm curious as to how things look now for you, Rochelle. How's the storm? How's the wind? How's the rain?
Yeah, we actually ended up having to move on, you guys. So we're in Tarpon Springs right now, and you see me holding on to my hood because the rain has been, touch and go, but the wind down here, we've been seeing wind gusts that have blown my hood off. We've had to kind of refocus ourselves because they've almost knocked us down. They're coming in these bands, and they're pretty strong at times. We're in Tarpon Springs again, and we're near the intersection of Spring Boulevard and MLK, near the Whitcomb Bayou. This is an area that historically floods even in regular thunderstorms, and surprisingly right now, it's pretty clear out here. That said, homeowners out here, they're not taking any chances. You can see there's a house across the street. It's a little bit dark, but this homeowner here, he says his house floods all the time. He's actually made kind of like a sand barrier with some tarp and sands and sandbags and some bricks to try to keep water from the front of his home. He tells me he's inside, he's hunkering down, and really people out here are waiting to see what the rain throughout the night and the tide in the morning will bring them. And they said, again, they're not taking any chances when it comes to flooding because it floods here so often. For now, in Tarpon Springs, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
All right, Rochelle, thank you. And we want to go to South Tampa now to our reporter, Kylie McGivern. She's been there for us, not too far off of Bayshore all day long, but you moved into safety just a little while ago. Just things were a little bit dicey there for a while.
Yeah, and Kylie, as we know, South Tampa often floods, even during a normal summertime downpour. And that whole area off of Bayshore and beyond has been under a mandatory evacuation because it is flood zone A, since you are right off the water. What are conditions like now?
It has gotten a lot more windy out, and I guess I'm just drawn to areas near the water. You just heard from Rochelle. I grew up in Tarpon Springs. My parents had to evacuate along the water. Now we're in South Tampa, both areas that even on just a typical day, typical rainstorm, you said it yourself, it floods. Now what we're seeing more of is just the wind. Earlier, when our photojournalist Matt McGlashan and I tried to get out of the car, get our gear in, thinking we can't be out on the roads anymore, especially with it now being dark, you cannot see the dangers ahead. We had to really push to even get out of our car, and this is in an area that's not even in the thick of it like some of our colleagues are seeing in other parts of our community in the state. So as we were out and about, there were some areas that this wind, even earlier today, brought down some serious trees. So take a look from earlier today. This is a bit further north from where we are. This was a massive tree that came down in the 300 block of West Francis Avenue. This is not far from downtown Tampa Heights area, to put that in perspective. And This, you can just see the power that this has between the rain and then seeing that the danger not only in that the tree came down, but it brought power lines down with it that you cannot always see easily. So these dangers we're talking about, all of that is just amplified when it's at night, and you may not realize it until you're basically right on top of it, already in a dangerous situation. We spoke with a neighbor right near there who said seeing that, they heard the tree crash and it made them think of their own tree in their backyard and the dangers.
That tree's big. We have about a 4-story tree in the backyard here that is over our roof and a garage in the house. And, as much as I love the trees, it's a danger.
And we want to bring you to a live look right now at Tampa Bay Boulevard, a bit further north. Just again, to give you an idea, if you're curious what some of the roads look like, this is what it looks like out there right now. And Tampa police, other law enforcement, first responders encouraging you not to let your curiosity, quite frankly, get the best of you and drive around in an area that could quickly become a danger, not realizing. I think earlier we showed some video of one of these street lights coming crashing down with the wind. You just don't know. Even when we were out, some of the tree branches kind of flying by, you think you're fine 1 minute, in a gust, it can create a whole different story. So we will continue to check in with you, but for now, we are live in South Tampa. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
Some good advice. Thank you, Kylie. Our Eric Waxler joins us live now in Hudson Beach. That's in Pasco County, and they've also seen some severe weather, some pretty heavy gusts of wind and rain. Eric, I'm curious as to the conditions now at almost 10:20 at night, what it's like out there.
Yeah, I think we're in one of those patches where it's sort of relaxing a little bit, but every few minutes the wind picks up, the rain picks up, and I think that's going to be the pattern here for the next few hours here in Pasco County, where people are feeling very fortunate that Hurricane Ian took a more southern course and avoided any kind of direct hit that would have really impacted Pasco County, an area where there's been so many flooding issues over the last decade from various storms, the rivers overflowing, whether it's the Anclote or the Cody River, so many neighborhoods that I've been in where, I mean, we're talking about needing boats to go rescue people from their homes, elderly people trapped, and that has happened multiple times in the decade plus that I've been here covering Pasco County. So I know people did not want to deal with that this time around, but they were very prepared to do just that because of the path that it looked like Hurricane Ian was taking. People boarded up their homes. People put up the hurricane shutters. They got the sandbags. They evacuated many of the low-lying areas, especially west of US 19, where we are here in Hudson Beach. So a lot of people have taken heed, but it looks like, thankfully for the people here, the conditions will not be that bad. But that remains to be seen. People are not taking anything for granted. A lot of people have been coming around here to Hudson Beach all night, especially before the sun went down, just to kind of get a look at the awe and the amazing sights, looking out at the Gulf and to see the storm coming in. And the Pasco Sheriff's Office has also been here telling them to go home, that this is not a place to come take a look right now, that they need to be home safe for the night. Now, earlier I told you about the Andre Vasilevsky jersey that someone hung on their door because who needs lumber? Vazzy can save everything, right? So we found out who this guy is. His name is Philip Marks, and I think we have some video to show you the jersey. So yeah, he took his Vasilevsky jersey that he wore proudly to the Lightning games, and he hung it on his door. And he felt like that was going to protect him. That was going to save his house from any storm, any hurricane. And hopefully, at last check, his house is standing tall, and he's a big Lightning fan. So we give credit to Philip Marks for coming up with a very creative idea, a lighthearted moment in what's been a difficult day for so many people. Back to you.
Yeah, it really has.
But I think we all need a little extra prayer, and if that's what helps him, I say why not, right?
Right. We want to head to Sarasota now.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell has been tracking the storm out there live for us near a shelter with the latest conditions. Mary, I'm also curious, is everybody still hunkering down in that shelter? Or have they come out to see the damage or anything else? Have you been able to keep them inside the shelter?
I think we're a little split at this point. There are folks who are definitely staying. They've got their blankets out. They've got their pillows. They're on their air mattresses. They are sleeping at this point and at this hour. But we've also had, families still kind of ready to leave and see what's out there. I will tell you, we're taking a look out here, and it seems like maybe the rain has died down a little bit. Maybe, as the storm passes, it comes and goes. But it's still pretty windy. I know that Dennis was talking about earlier, there was a gust in Sarasota upwards of 80 plus miles an hour. Of course, that's just one place in Sarasota, but these winds are still really gusty out here. I can step out for a second and see it. Of course, it's dark and you might not be able to see the rain, but man, is it windy. And I don't know if you can hear that, but it is really windy. I mean, you can really hear it howling and blowing right now. We did get an update from emergency services here in Sarasota County not too long ago, about 25 minutes ago, and they said they're actively monitoring weather conditions and reminded people that once winds have decreased under 45 miles an hour, the county's tactical first-in teams will begin clearing emergency routes, and then authorized county staff will start doing damage assessments. They also said they'll be evaluating things like the county's infrastructure and water and wastewater systems. They're really asking people to be patient with this process because they have no idea how long that will take. Until there's daylight, it's hard to tell just how much damage has been done countywide and in specific areas. I know we've had people asking us, what does it look like here? What does it look like here? But until that power, goes back on, because Sarasota County has been dealing with power outages, mass power outages, tens of thousands of people. And we've had a lot of people asking, well, can I go home? Can I go home? Everybody here is saying, no, stay put. Shelter in place. You don't know if you have power down. I know we saw a video in Ybor City in Tampa of a stoplight going down in the middle of the street. You don't know what you're going to deal with. It's so dark outside. It's still really windy, and if those rains pick up, you don't want to be caught on the roads with that. So for now, it is still mighty gusty here in Sarasota. We've been here, I think, hour 8. We'll send it back to you. We're going to continue to monitor it here in Sarasota.
Yeah, Mary, thank you. And you talked about the power outages. I know you were just pulling it up. We have heard that it's been over 2 million in the state of Florida, but in Sarasota County alone, what's the latest number?
255,000.
Yeah.
Just to the north, Manatee County is 135. That's according to Florida Power and Light. So, almost 400,000 just between those two counties alone, which we kind of expected here. Those were going to be the two counties here in our viewing area that were probably going to get hit the hardest right off the bat as soon as Ian came ashore further south down there by North Fort Myers. We knew Sarasota County was in for it, and we know they're going to wake up tomorrow and, as Mary said, doing some damage assessment, and that area is going to see it really well. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be destructive, but you're going to see a lot of property damage down there for sure.
And the power outages, I just want to mention, are continuing because I keep getting emails from folks in Hillsborough County. They're still without power. And Pinellas, we got a number of almost 150,000 earlier, and I'm sure it's possible that number is higher as well. So if you are listening to us on our app or on the radio, you are not alone. As we mentioned, about 2 million folks in the state of Florida still without power. And truly, the linemen just can't get out there to fix it and bring back the power to you because it's simply too dangerous. This is Daytona Beach. You can see that wind, how it's picked up. It's very strong at this point. And the rain, as we always talk about, literally coming down sideways and just simply too dangerous for those linemen to get up and try to get that power back on, or for that matter, first responders to rescue anyone in the rising waters and the floods or the surges that we've seen all across the state. So it's very, very important that you stay in your home, even if you don't have power. It is truly the safest place right now for you to be. Hunker down until at least the morning sunlight, where we can see what the streets look like, and you can go out and make sure that you're not stepping on a live power line. And of course, as we talked about the streets, we've had so many trees completely destroyed and over lanais and in the middle of the streets because, as Dennis has mentioned, the water has come down so much. We've had so much rain and the ground is so saturated that it doesn't take a whole lot of wind, Dennis, right, for a tree to knock over when you already have the ground, which is just so saturated.
Yeah, Wendy, actually, let's get my mic, if we can get my mic real quick. There we go. Yeah. It wasn't just this storm either. Think about the last 6 weeks. We've had an unusual amount of rain. even more so than normal for the rainy season. And then all of a sudden you throw in incredible rainfall totals, record-breaking rainfall totals, 16 to 20 inches of rain in this band right there from Sarasota County in through Hardee County and over towards southern Polk County. And there's just no place for it to go. And again, remember, at this point in time, you had what's known as an onshore flow. In other words, the wind was coming in from the Gulf, right, and pushing the water in. That's why the surge happened. That's why that devastating storm surge occurred, because when the eye of the storm went in, just to the right front quadrant of that, all that water got pushed in. And by the way, we're figuring that was about a 16-foot storm surge. And then you throw on top of that 10 to 20-foot waves. Just devastation. I mean, really, the stuff that I think we've never seen in Florida, at least on the west coast of Florida before. Maybe up in the Panhandle there have been times before with Opal back in '95 and then Michael a few years ago, but not on this side of the state. So what I was saying is, as that onshore flow was coming in, the rain falls. And we're not talking even an inch or two of rain. We're talking 16 inches of rain in about 6 hours. So the rain falls, and if things are going well, it drains out into the Gulf of Mexico. But when the winds are pushing it in, pushing the water in, there's no place for that rain to go except for up and flooding. And so we had some incredible rainfall totals. I have not had any reports of damage yet at this point in the area in red. And by the way, this is set to expire in about 15 minutes. So we'll see if that actually happens, or if the Weather Service, the local Weather Service, decides to let that expire. But outside of that, we're still looking at some solid wind, gusts of about 50 to 65 miles an hour across Polk County and in through Highlands County. But the red box from all of Hardee, the northern half of DeSoto and Charlotte, as well as Sarasota, the eastern third of that, that's where that flash flood warning. And again, when you see a word, the threat level, and the Weather Service released the word catastrophic, you see that word, that's the same word that was released for catastrophic storm surge. Now, what happened down south in Naples, in Fort Myers, that was catastrophic. And when you see the videos tomorrow morning, when we actually can really fully grasp what happened, that is an accurate word. We'll see if the flooding was catastrophic in this area. My guess is nowhere close to what happened, because this wasn't a storm surge event. This was merely rainfall. I mean, I'm looking at some pictures, and we're seeing boats going in, being pushed in to the shore, several boats just attached to each other because the surge was so strong this afternoon. But right now, still have flooding out there, but the extreme wind warning has expired and was not renewed. So that's great news, and I don't think it will be. I mean, the winds will continue to weaken, but the flash flood warning set to expire at 10:45, again for Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardee, Highlands, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. Heaviest rain right now in the eastern half of Polk County, the northwestern half of Highlands County, most of Hardee, most of DeSoto, and everything continues to blow counterclockwise. So you look at this and you think in the summer mindset, you're like, oh, okay, well, it's going to make it all the way back to the beach. No, no, no. This is different because there's spin. So this is going to come back and then spin right down here. So it's not going to make it all the way back to Pinellas County. There is definitely some winds out there, and decent winds at that. But compared to what we've had earlier, nothing. Winds of 100 miles an hour. The new track comes out in about 15 minutes. It's not going to be any different. At this point, the track doesn't matter. It is moving east. The only question we have is how quickly this will. I'm guessing it'll be a Cat 1 hurricane at 11 o'clock, and hopefully it'll be a tropical storm by tomorrow. That's the last the Hurricane Center was predicting, Cat 1 by 2 a.m. and tropical storm by 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. But even still, the winds are forecast to be pretty gusty across our area most of tomorrow. The rain chances drop down significantly. The wind, not damaging wind, but still kind of gusty throughout the day, maybe 40, 45 mile an hour wind gusts, which is still tropical storm force. New advisories, we'll see if any of these advisories are dropped at the 11 o'clock hour. I kind of think they won't be, but I do think by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, that's when we will start to see those warnings dropped. Here's a look at current wind gusts. Right now, 40-mile-an-hour winds in Clearwater. That's 64 in Newport Richey's been a while, as is Spring Hill, so I'm not so sure those are current. 61 in St. Pete, that's current. Bradenton 78, that was last hour. Sarasota at 59, 60 in Avon Park, Lake Placid 73, Plant City 47. So Haines City 60. So again, the wind gusts in the purple area right there have been on average about 60 to 65 miles an hour. Not the kind that does a lot of damage. I mean, we're talking maybe a fence might go down, maybe a small tree or some branches will go down, maybe a pool cage, some screens, but that's really about it. And as we go through the rest of the overnight hours, the winds are going to be about the same, from around 50 to 65 miles an hour. Well, think about it. Our afternoon thunderstorms. When you get a severe thunderstorm warning, those winds are 60 miles an hour. Now, granted, they last 10, 15 minutes in the summer. They don't last 10 to 15 hours like they have been late over the last 12 hours or so. But my point is, you're not normally going to see a lot of damage. Every now and again, you could see a tree down because, as Wendy mentioned, the ground is just so wet after the last several days of rain, and especially the last 12 hours. Power outages through 1 a.m., still some decent widespread coverage across the state. Last check, about 2 million people without power. But the weather is going to start to cooperate later tonight and into tomorrow morning as the winds start to subside. Speaking of winds, let's check out Jason over in the Weather Center. He'll have some pretty incredible wind gust numbers. Jason?
Yeah, so as we're seeing the storm beginning to move out, if we could pull my mic up, there we go. As we're seeing the storm moving out, we're still getting winds up to near 90 miles per hour in Sarasota. Now, these are the most recent wind gusts. We've all obviously been posting those peak wind gusts, and we've been posting them to social media as well. These are the ones within the last 2 hours. So we're still seeing hurricane force gusts here along the coast at Sarasota with that 87 mile per hour gust. Tampa, St. Pete, both at 66 miles per hour. And we're hearing some noises on our roof over here in the Weather Center. So I think that's still the wind persisting at that 60+ mile per hour gust parameter. 75 in Fort Meade. Of course, we've had the center very close to Fort Meade, as this hurricane, of course, is still a hurricane. We'll see if it's a Category 1 coming up in the next advisory. In Sebring, right over top of us, we have what's left of the western eye wall as the system is now overhead. Here in Avon Park, we're pushing 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and we've had multiple 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts here near Frostproof and also down throughout the 27 corridor here in Avon Park and also in Sebring. So there's the latest radar. You saw it with Dennis, but we definitely got to talk about the center of circulation right now because it's well removed away from the coast by a good 80 miles or so, and we're looking at winds still pushing 90 in Sarasota. But I also want to show you, too, the back edge of the rainfall finally starting to move a little more inland in places where we've seen up to 20 inches of rain here along I-41 or I-75 and Highway 41 from Venice and Inglewood up to Northport. This is where our radar is estimating up to 20 inches of rain as we've looked at this over the last 6 to 10 hour period, because remember earlier today, the western eye wall was actually stalled here across this part of Tampa Bay. So we're going to see significant flood concerns. And like Dennis said, when we wake up tomorrow, we'll likely see these rivers that are slow to rise really begin to have flood warnings along any of them here in and around Northport as we go through the next couple of days. And remember, just a year ago, we had Hurricane Elsa that had one band of rain that set up here from Northport up through eastern Manatee County. And that one also produced a foot of rain. We're doubling that amount potentially here in Northport with this go round. So it's going to be rough for us in the Northport area. We're going to watch this very closely for you guys, and we're going to send our reporters down there once it's safe for us to do so to make sure that we cover the story in these areas that are really, really hard hit. Now in Tampa, I mentioned a second ago, we have that 66 mile per hour gust within the last hour. Same deal in St. Pete, but notice the yellow colors are now confined to I-75 East, which is where the stronger winds are. Of course, where you see the red, yellow, and orange, that's over in eastern sections of Polk County and south central sections. That's where the eye wall, what's left of it, continues to shift east. But along the coast, we're seeing green indicating lighter rainfalls. We'll see if the winds start to taper down. I think it's going to take a little bit more of a push to this get out of in eastern Polk County, maybe over to Osceola and Orange counties for us to finally start to see these 60+ mile per hour gusts calm down, maybe down to the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. But in Lake Wales, this is where the center is currently, down just to your south in Avon Park and Sebring. But we have got a ton of rain that's setting up here. Remember, the new flash flood warning is in effect until midnight for areas from Fort Meade to Frostproof. So along 98 and 27, these are the locations that are picking up 4 to 10 inches of rain over the next 4 to 5 hour period, because same deal like we saw to the southwest, this is not moving. It's rotating and slowly moving east, but it seems to rotate that eye wall over the same spots for several hours before it finally gets nudged a little more to the east. Down south further, well, that's north. Also, we're starting to see the rain continuing here along the Nature Coast, but this is where we've seen the least amount of rain, believe it or not, in Citrus County. Some of you have not picked up even a quarter of an inch of rain, while in Sarasota County, we've had up to 20 inches of rain. Just remarkable to see this huge difference in rain areas. And this is where that new flash flood warning is in the southern sections here again, from Frostproof, Fort Meade, and then getting into Sebring and Avon Park. That garnet color here, that's that flash flood emergency that is set to expire coming up at 10:45 that Dennis was talking about. But we still have the ongoing flood concerns even beyond this flash flood emergency. Now, I do believe, let me go back to one other radar. I want to get you set up here for those of you in Avon Park and Sebring. These are the areas where what's left of the eye wall really hanging tough. It just does not want to relent with the rainfall. So we've already picked up a good 6 inches of rain at least in Sebring, and we're going to add another 4 or 5 inches on top of that. And that also includes areas in and around Avon Park as well. And you can see the bands are just kind of sitting here, not moving at all. And our summer thunderstorms, when they stall, can produce 4 to 8 inches of rain in a short amount of time as well. It's kind of that similar setup, but these are, of course, adding in those 80+ mile per hour wind gusts that are still happening here in the Sebring and Avon Park area. So we will start to see this finally tapering down, quieting down here as we go into the overnight hours, but probably not until a good 3 to 5 a.m. for those of you in our eastern zones. Shortly after midnight, hopefully we can start to see the winds taper down a little bit on the backside of this system. So here we are coming up on 10:30, 10:45. Notice as we put this in motion to go to midnight, not much change. So a slow moving system. It's moving at 8 miles per hour as of the last advisory from the Hurricane Center. Notice that our coastal areas in Sarasota and Manatee counties finally start to see the rain dropping down just a little bit in coverage. Fingers crossed that that is the case. Good news, I'll show you the 7-day coming up here in a second. And we're going to get rid of the rain for quite some time to allow us to dry out. We'll talk about that here shortly. This is 2 a.m. Finally, I think we'll see the center, which is stuck here in southeastern Polk and northern Highlands County, get pushed over into Osceola and Orange County, where they do have hurricane warnings up for Daytona. And also, of course, for Orlando, where they could see those gusts picking up like we've been seeing them here, 75 to 80 miles per hour. Still holding on to some light to moderate rain for the Nature Coast, but thankfully, again, the winds here well to the north of I-4 have not gusted much beyond 65 miles per hour. And this is where we have the minimum amount of power outages. By the way, I got the notice on my phone. Dennis and I were talking about my house. Power's out at my house now. I got the notification that it's gone. So we're seeing it become a little more problematic for us as the hours go on. But again, with the storm finally pulling away tomorrow morning, utility crews will be able to get out there and hopefully get these power situations taken care of pretty quickly. Of course, the biggest need will be in Manatee, Sarasota, Wauchula County, or Arcadia. These areas here, Hardy, DeSoto counties. These are the locations that have the most widespread power problems. So it'll take a little more time for these areas to get the power back. And remember, with Irma, we had power issues for up to 2.5 weeks where the center went through. And the center went through here, again, from Sarasota over to eastern Polk. So those areas could potentially be without power for the longest amount of time. So keep that in mind if you are lucky and you didn't lose your power. A lot of our friends and family members here across the Sunshine State, not the same go. And as we go to 6 o'clock into the morning, I think that's when we'll finally see the system going far enough east that those rains and the winds will really taper down. Now let's talk about some good news. It's in the 7-day forecast. By the way, there is another tropical depression in the Atlantic. This will not be one for us to worry about. It's out in the middle of the Atlantic near the Cape Verde Islands off of Africa. It's moving north and it will weaken, not coming to the Gulf of Mexico. So notice temperatures. That's the first bit of good news that we have to look forward to here over the next few days. The system's so strong, it's actually pulling a cold front. We haven't had an opportunity to even talk about it because we've been so focused on Ian for the last week. But there is a cold front sneaking down south and it's going to eliminate the humidity for us. Great news for the power issues that we have because you won't be completely sweat and soaked in your house because your house is 95 degrees and the humidity is 100%. We'll actually get a break from the humidity here over the next couple of days. You'll notice it more by the weekend, but look at temperatures too, struggling to get past 80 degrees. Nobody complaining about that when your AC is out. I remember when I was younger, we got by Hurricane Ivan up in the Panhandle and we were without power for 3.5, 4 days. Luckily, only that amount of time. But we had 100-degree temperatures behind Ivan. So that will not be the case for us, thankfully, behind Ian. And notice as we go into next week even, rain chances just aren't there. 10 to 20% max. The humidity's gone. We get rid of our rainy season pattern. I'm not expecting to see those widespread summer thunderstorms return. So if there's anything good about Ian, which there isn't, let's be honest, but at least the weather behind it is going to participate, allow us those without power to not have to worry about too much about 115-degree heat indices, but also finally a chance to dry out too, because we certainly need it in Sarasota County East. It's going to take quite some time for these areas that picked up that much rain, potentially even up to 2 feet by the time it's all said and done, for those river levels to get back to where they've been. So that's the latest from here. Again, the new advisory coming up here in about 18 minutes. Dennis will have that for you coming up in our 11 o'clock hour.
All right, Jason, thank you. And I just want to mention this because I had mentioned earlier that TECO, I'd been trying to get on their website for some time, and I know a lot of folks have been emailing and texting me who live in Hillsborough County who also haven't been able to get an update on what's going on there. But we just got an update. I'm on their site, TECO's site now. This is as of 10:30 this evening, so less than 15 minutes ago. 263,637 folks still without power. And on their website, it says that they will try to get to it first thing in the morning, obviously, if the weather permits. So if you're in Hillsborough County and you have TECO as your service agent, that, you just have to be patient, because definitely it'll be through the night till they can restore power for you.
And we just, got those TECO numbers here a short time ago. And as we're sitting there crunching the numbers, we know that 2 million are without power here in the entire state of Florida. And as I'm sitting here running the numbers, almost half of those are in the Bay Area, and our viewing area here from north to south and out to the east, almost 1 million.
Right, Pinellas, Pasco, Sarasota, Polk, all of it right here in the Bay Area, so you're not alone. Okay, we want to go down to our Paul LeGrone. He's been riding out the storm in Polk County, and of course that's in Lakeland.
Yeah, and Paul, the good news here is the storm is losing intensity, but it's still packing a punch as it comes through Polk County.
Yeah, it is, Jameson and Wendy. The wind is really howling right now, and it's in part where I'm at. It's almost this tunnel effect where it sort of channels through the buildings here in downtown Lakeland, and it's almost like a river of wind and rain, almost in a sleet-like fashion that comes. Look at that, right off the street here on Massachusetts Avenue in downtown. A couple of observations. You can see the lights are still on here in the city. The grid is held up nicely. There's a residential building behind me there that people live on right off of Lake Mirror, which is in the background there, and their lights are still on. I talked to a lot of folks that live there, and it's an older historical building, and it looks like their power is on. We have seen a couple of transformers blow in the Lake Mirror back there in that area, and darkness soon followed, obviously. So, the transformer situation is what it is. We expected that. And we expected this. I mean, these wind gusts right now probably topping out, as Dennis had said earlier, 70, 75. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, Ian. I said Ivan, sorry. But, this is the force of the storm, of the hurricane. And so we're still talking about a Cat 1 hurricane as it's swirling around and making its way up up the spine of Florida here. And as Jason was saying, and I wish I could show you this. I've been watching this sign just drop. The Main Street sign had been dangling by a thread for the last 8 hours. It had been blown and just hanging there, and it just fell to the ground. But it's at an angle where I can't show you, but I just heard it drop. And those things are a lot bigger when you see them in person. They're huge. So I'm keeping my eye on that thing so it doesn't fly up and become a projectile, but I'm pretty sure that it's too heavy to do that. But that's like the first big piece of damage that I've seen so far. We've been watching a couple of other things, like there's a couple of parking signs that could easily become projectiles if they get uprooted. We've seen a couple of huge tree branches fall, but other than that, the good part about being in downtown is that the buildings insulate some of that wind impact. I'm keeping my eye on that thing because I don't want that thing to come flying toward my way. But the wind is obviously a factor. There's no doubt about it. This is why you hunker down in this situation. This is why I'm really hoping people went into the shelters and took advantage of that warning that Polk County EMS had put out earlier today, especially in the Peace River Basin area. If you're in a mobile home, this is no place to ride it out, because these winds are pretty powerful and the gusts really do pack a punch. I think that when the light of day comes, guys, you're going to see in Polk County a lot of downed trees. I know in my family in Plant City, some of my family lives in Walden Lake, and they've had at least one big tree down that's blocked an entire residential neighborhood. I imagine that's the story throughout Polk County, a lot of downed trees, which is probably contributing to the power situation. These winds they're really picking up. And so you really feel it. And the wind's coming down pretty heavy, or rather the rain is coming down pretty heavy. So that is the measurement of Hurricane Ian at the moment. And, you know, if you stay safe, that is the definition of success. I said it that at the beginning of our journey, and as we make our way through tonight and tomorrow, if you made this thing out of this thing safe, uninjured, your family's safe, then you beat Hurricane Ian. Hands down, you won. We'll replace property. We'll figure that out another day. And I'll tell you something, I'm thinking too far ahead, but Tampa Bay will come together. They always do. These are the best people in the world. And we've seen it in full display here, how they behave, how they treat each other with kindness in this time. And that'll play out in the days and weeks ahead as well. And for us here, and then for the folks down in Southwest Florida as well, because they're going to need it. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Paul, the neighbor's going to need some neighbors over the course of the next day or two, if not more than that. And Paul was mentioning there in Lakeland being kind of insulated with some of the buildings there. Don't forget Polk County, such a huge area of rural area, I should say. So not so insulated. So we know as Ian is moving through Polk County right now, and as I was looking just here on Jason's map behind me, a lot of kind of yellow-red kind of turning in that area, so we know that this is going to be a little bit of a restless night for folks there.
Yeah, still several hours for this storm to pass through our state, so it's not going to be over, until the morning, probably into Thursday afternoon, until it's actually out of our state. But as you mentioned, a lot of folks, because locally we did think we were ground zero. Now they're saying, how can we help, since we have sort of dodged a bullet, and there are so many folks that will need our help. And of course, we will bring you every opportunity if you want to participate to help those in need. And of course, we'll keep in touch with ways that you can help. Of course, Salvation Army, Feeding Tampa Bay, Metropolitan Ministries. There's so many wonderful organizations that will help.
Yeah, and let's keep our coverage there in Lakeland if we can. We want to go to Rebecca Petit, who joins us live from there. Rebecca, we know the storm is heading through Polk County right now. Paul just showed that to us. How are the conditions? Well, it sounds like it's getting a little windy and loud over there where you are too, I guess you'd say.
I'm not too far from where Paul is. I'm in North Lakeland. The wind is still howling. It's become very powerful. The rain has been relentless. It's just coming down so hard. You can see it coming down at an angle just with the wind and the rain. People are staying inside. They have heed the warnings to not come outside. This area is usually pretty well traveled, but right now it is a dead zone. Everyone is hunkered down, sheltering in place. Polk County did have a flash flood warning, and you can start to see some of that water pooling up over here in North Lakeland. U.S. Highway 98, as I mentioned, is very busy and very highly traveled. You see cars in this parking lot. They have evacuated to this hotel where I'm at, and I'm told there are disaster workers also here in this hotel. They have come from up north, ready to help out with cleanup efforts once the storm passes. I'll have more on that on our next live hit. Live in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. We want to now bring it back to Hillsborough County. Our Sean Daly is live in Tampa with what's happening across the street near Raymond James Stadium. Sean, how's it look?
Yeah, guys, so we're kind of dancing to a weird beat right now in Tampa. It feels hopeful. There's a gust now. We got our sideways rain, but then what'll happen, there'll be a lull. There'll be a lull where it feels like nothing's going on at all. And so it feels hopeful. It feels like we're fortunate that we're at the tail end of things. But I wanted to say one thing. A lot of people who watch me on ABC Action News, I do the good news stories. And Wendy and Jameson, you said it so beautifully just a couple minutes ago. The stories I'm going to be doing for the next 2 weeks are going to be people helping people through this trying, awful time. you know? I love it that we have so many resources for you on abcxnews.com if you want to help financially, if you want to help with your time. So I love that, Wendy and James, that you were just talking about that we're going to see a lot of hard images tomorrow down south, but we're also going to see the helpers, right? It's the Mr. Rogers line. When you're feeling blue about something, you look for the helpers, you know? It sounds a little cheesy, but it's true, and you're going to see a lot of people helping, and I'm going to be doing those stories too. Getting back to the weather here in Tampa, we're getting this gust again, and in about 5 minutes it'll be a lull. So hopefully we're kind of coming out of it here. But again, guys, I just want to urge everybody, whether you're listening to us on our app or on the radio, or you still have power on TV, we have a lot of good resources for you if you need help or if you'd like to help. So make sure to go to abcxnews.com when you can. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sean, thank you. I want to check in now with ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern, who's in South Tampa.
Yeah, and Kylie, I understand that you're not far from Tampa General Hospital off of Bayshore, but you actually went over there earlier today. I'm wondering what you learned about how they prepared. Obviously, they're on the water, so I imagine they did a lot of things before the storm hit.
Absolutely, you guys. I mean, we're less than 10 minutes. Some of the lights behind me are from Tampa General Hospital. And the reason why we want to bring this up is there's a lot of folks that have loved ones at the hospital that just cannot evacuate, even though it is surrounded by an area that's in a mandatory evacuation zone. Of course, there are vulnerable patients where it's not that simple. And if we're thinking outside of the patients, I mean, there are thousands of employees who are over at Tampa General. So earlier today, we went out there and talked with folks about what goes into securing a massive, important building and resource in our community like this. And so what we really learned more about is what's called an aqua fence. This surrounds the whole perimeter of the hospital. To put this in perspective, this took about 30 employees 3 days to put up, but you know what? They said that it's worth every bit of effort for just even a little bit more peace of mind. Also, when you can't really get the perspective in our video, but what they told us is that this is meant to help prevent and protect against, I should say, a 15-foot storm surge. And at one point, we weren't sure if that would be the case here. I mean, now things have changed some, but they are so glad that they put in that effort. Also, when we talk about how many actual patients are over there, as of this afternoon, there were 858 patients. Here's what we learned.
We're too big and too critical to evacuate. Our patients are too sick, and there's so many that there's nowhere else for them to go in a lot of cases. So we defend in place, and this is just one piece of that.
And what Dustin, who you just heard from, was telling us about is when you consider kind of the downtown South Tampa area, that because of the resources they have in place, the generators, the aqua fence, moving some of those critical resources to those higher levels, in some ways, he says it's one of the safest places that you can be. We were speaking with someone in the building that we're in earlier tonight. She said, look, I'm still worried about my mom. My mom is in the hospital right now, and you probably can't hear it fully behind us. We are inside to protect ourselves because we're up on the 8th floor. We want to be safe, but the winds are howling. And even though we are not in the direct line of the storm, so to speak, again, it raises those concerns when you have loved ones in those situations. So we were sharing what we learned from TGH, again, about all the resources that they have in place. So we want to put that out to the community for anyone knowing. And again, how kind of incredible that aqua fence is as we were learning more about it. So we're going to send it back to you guys for now. We'll continue to check in.
Kylie, thank you. That's really amazing. I'd never seen that before, so I definitely learned from that. And I think a lot of medical facilities in the Bay Area and really around the state have generators because so many of those critical patients need electricity, whether it be, you know, for their heart monitors or what have you, especially when you're in the hospital. So it's wonderful that just in our own backyard, they have something so advanced as well with that whole thing that goes around the hospital. Really great.
And we know our state and our local counties have, you know, emergency operation centers. One thing that we can also tell you is that that is such a vital, important thing at TGH that they have going on there. That whole operation, they actually have their own command center to make sure that if they need to move some pieces around pretty quickly, they can do that. And they're monitoring the storm right now, sitting in there as if they were with county officials, kind of watching the whole thing. And we know, as a matter of fact, from some messages that they're watching us tonight. So if you're still watching us and listening, we'd certainly say hats off to you guys as you're kind of getting through this storm as well, and keeping all those patients and staff safe.
Right. All those folks. I mean, employees everywhere that still have to, like us, have to work through the storm. We thank you for doing a great job. All the first responders out there as well. We want to go now to our Rochelle Aline. She is live in Dunedin in Pinellas County. She's been riding out the storm there for several hours now, and it looks like the wind has dissipated just a bit, but I think I'm still hearing some rain. Rochelle, how is it?
Yeah, we're still in Tarpon Springs. We've been moving around all night. We're still in Tarpon Springs. The rain, again, as you said, is really touch and go. I think earlier in my last hit, you saw a little bit more rain. It has lightened up. It's coming in bands. The same thing with the wind, and it's actually making it a little bit chilly out here. It's a little bit cold out here every time we get a big gust of wind. We're at the corner of Spring Boulevard and MLK near the Whitcomb Bayou. This is an area, you heard Kylie say it earlier, that floods naturally, even with just regular thunderstorms. And so it's kind of surprising to see that right now, this intersection right here is pretty empty. Earlier this year in the spring, actually, some local leaders got together and they actually pitched some ideas as to how to prevent flooding. They were talking about raising the road here, putting up a wall here. So again, just really surprising to see that so far right now, the roadway here is empty. That said, homeowners out here, they're not taking any chances. We've seen sandbags in front of doors. We're seeing one homeowner here has kind of like a sand wall, if you will, blocking off the front of his house. We're seeing some plywood on homes out here. People are inside, they're hunkered down. They're not taking any chances. And again, they told us earlier that they're waiting to see what the rest of the night brings and the tide in the morning brings them. They're expecting a little bit of flooding. And so that's why everybody's pretty much inside for tonight. For now in Tarpon Springs, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Rochelle, thank you. We want to talk about Orlando for a moment. A lot of folks, including your family, I know a lot of folks made reservations in hotels in Orlando because, of course, we thought 24, 48 hours ago this storm was headed for the Bay Area. We thought we were going to be ground zero. So we dodged a bullet there. But, of course, our hearts go out to the folks south of us in Fort Myers that got hit very, very hard in Sarasota. But we do have our Katie LaGrone standing by in Orlando to give us an update of what the weather is like out there, since we do have so many locals out in Orlando riding out the storm. Katie?
Yeah, I've been listening to the other reporters as you've gone to them, and there's still very much the same sentiment here. It's been a very long day, of course, for our friends in Southwest Florida. In Tampa, it's going to be a long couple more hours. Here in Orlando, it's going to be a long night, just altogether a long night. Really, the brunt of this is really not going to come into at least the Orlando proper area, downtown Orlando, where we're at, until maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning is what at least is expected at this point. But right now you can see we're kind of in a little bit of a lighter rain, I guess. I was on, I guess about an hour or so ago, and there was just this sort of squall of rain that I got caught in, and now that's basically what it is. It's a bit of a break, and then it goes down, then it comes down, then there's a break. So at this point, things are pretty steady, but we also know that the night is going to be very long here in Orlando, and people are ready for it. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, the rain is going to continue, but the new track has just come out, and it just looks even better. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, no longer a hurricane, tropical storm force winds, 65 miles an hour, and then it moves back into the Atlantic and probably goes back and makes landfall again in the Carolinas. We are now looking at a Category 1 hurricane, winds of 90 miles an hour, and all of the observations that we're seeing, pretty much winds are about 50, gusting winds to about 50 to 60. I have not seen any sustained winds of hurricane force over the last couple of hours in looking at the obs. And what we often say is usually when you see this number, that's maximum sustained, and it's usually in a very small area. In fact, sometimes the Hurricane Center even says, you know what, we're just going to keep it at this, even though we can't find that kind of wind. The reason, and Jason and I were just talking about this, I think the reason they keep this as a hurricane, and it might very well be. But I still think we're looking at that one storm surge window of opportunity that the Hurricane Center wants to see go by. And from 4 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning, in 5 hours from now, I think at that point, you're probably going to see this move north of the Bay Area, north of the Bay itself, and the winds start to come around. But honestly, I'm not so sure at high tide it's going to be far enough north that those winds will really have a chance to come around. They might be more northeasterly or north, and that's still not going to create a surge issue. So by the time we see it far enough north, it's too far out, and it's a tropical storm. So for the second straight storm, because Irma did the exact same thing. Remember with Irma, we did not flood a lot because all of the wind was pushing out all of the water. So what happened is we had all that rain come down, but because the bay had drained, we did not see a lot of flooding. Now, today we did, because we did see an onshore flow in Hardee, DeSoto, and Highlands County, and that was why we had that flash flood warning. I mean, that emergency warning with what will end up being about 20 inches of rain, and it is still raining across those areas. But as we said, we are now quickly down. Just, 8 hours ago, we had a category, well, I guess more like 9 hours ago, we had a category borderline Cat 5 hurricane accelerating and barreling into the coast. And within 9 hours, it's now down to barely being a hurricane. And in a couple of hours, it will become a tropical storm. That, fortunately for the state of Florida, is what happens quite often, more often than not, when a storm goes inland. It loses its energy, which is the warm water of either the Atlantic or the Gulf. This time it was the Gulf. And the storm just can't keep itself going. Clearwater, just not a lot of wind right now at 26 miles an hour, yet 60 in St. Pete, 64. That was a few hours ago in Newport Richey and Spring Hill, not lately. 48 in Plant City. So Katie had mentioned the wind and the rain in Orlando. First of all, if you have family or friends in Orlando and you're worried about it, don't. It's not going to be that bad. The worst is over. The numbers are dropping quickly. There will be some gusts of about 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some spotty power outages like we had in Orlando, but there is nothing to worry about for that area if you have family or friends that are staying there who evacuated from our area. Certainly nothing like Charlie 1.0 back in 2004, when folks in Pinellas County and a lot of our coastal areas did evacuate to Orlando and evacuated to 130-mile-an-hour winds. The storm kept its strength from Punta Gorda, went right through Orlando. Clearly right now that is not the case. The European model, probably a little bullish on this, but at the end of the day tomorrow, winds probably 30 to 40. So tomorrow a very breezy day, but the squally weather should be over, and that will give us an opportunity to just see how much damage has occurred. And as Sean said a few minutes ago, it also gives us an opportunity to go lend a hand for the folks in need, and there will be a lot of them in southern Sarasota and in Charlotte County, as well as down around Naples as well. Let's go on over to Jason with an update on the radar and see what's going on, because there's still some heavy rain and some gusty winds out there, none of which, though, are really causing any kind of damage. But that flood warning, while it's not extreme, still remains in effect, right, Jason?
Yeah, that's right. And I love the way that you were talking about Charlie and how this is so much different compared to that, even though it had a similar track. And it just goes to show you that not every storm is the same, because it did come into the same area, a little stronger than Charlie, but the effects and impacts in Orlando will not be what we saw back in 2004. Again, that storm was racing across the peninsula. I kind of wish this one was moving a little faster, because, of course, that would lower our flood threat. But I also want to let you know that with the 11 o'clock advisory, there have been no changes to the warnings. We're still all under a hurricane warning from Tampa and St. Pete and also Lakeland South. We still have the tropical storm warning for those of you along the Nature Coast from Hernando and Citrus counties south to Pasco County. Locally, still the same. So in red, That's the hurricane warning. We'll likely see this potentially dropped by our 5 a.m. advisory if they don't do it a little sooner than that, with us now not seeing the sustained hurricane force winds anymore. But we'll still hold on to the gusts, and the storm surge warning is still in place for the entire coast. So like Dennis said, while we're not expecting those high values that we've been forecasting the last couple of days based on the National Hurricane Center forecast track, we are still potentially, as we're seeing our winds now coming back in more off of the Gulf of Mexico with this circulation center moving a bit further north and coming up on high tide in a couple of hours, we're still going to run the risk for a little bit of surge out there. So like Dennis said, the radar is still very active, especially east of I-75, where the eye wall, the western eye wall, has been a focal point for very, very heavy rain for the last several hours. And of course, we don't have that circular eye anymore like we did earlier in the day when it was moving onshore, but the western eye wall is still continuing to produce some very heavy rain. So earlier tonight, you saw it. We had that flash flood emergency from Venice and also in and around Northport all the way up through Wauchula. That has been dropped. It is now a flash flood warning. So we're still looking at the potential for rapidly rising waters as we're seeing the heavy rain slowly moving off to the east-northeast. This goes until 1 a.m. and the threat is considerable. The last threat with that flash flood emergency was catastrophic. That's when we were looking at the 15 to 20 inches of rain. And check this out, about a foot of that fell within a 4 to 6 hour period. That is an incredible rainfall rate, even for us in Florida, where we get 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour from our normal thunderstorms in the summertime. And even here in Florida, for a hurricane to produce that rainfall rate, that's something you don't hear about too often. You hear about 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour with the eye wall. This was potentially producing up to 6 inches of rain in less than an hour's time. Incredible rainfall rates, so no surprise we had that flash flood emergency issued. But I'm so happy to tell you that right now in Northport, Venice, Nokomis, Inglewood, and then areas that are moving off to the northeast, notice that we're finally seeing the back edge of the rain shifting a bit farther inland. So that will potentially cut down on any rainfall, excessive rainfall here for the rest of the night. Still some light showers, but as the center pulls farther and farther away from Sarasota County, we're going to get a break from the rain. The wind gusts are still up into the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, though. So we're now looking at tropical storm force conditions more than hurricane conditions here along the coast, but at least we're finally getting a chance to dry out and see the heaviest of the rain shift east. Now in Tampa, we've got some lighter rain until you get to the I-75, I-4 interchange through Plant City, Valrico, Brandon, Seffner. We've got the heavy rain continues, and where you see the yellow colors, that has a chance to still produce those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So like I was telling you a second ago, I live over on the east side and I now have no power at my house. I got the alert on my phone. So we're still seeing some of those stronger gusts, even though the storm is much weaker than what it was just a couple of hours ago. And of course, where we're still seeing the extremely heavy rain, that is here in southern Polk County. Now we're not looking at a flash flood or a flood emergency, but we do have that flash flood warning from Fort Meade to Frostproof, as we've seen 4 to 10 inches of rain fall in just about a 3-hour time. So the rainfall rate is lowering just a little bit, which is good news for our friends in Polk County. Bad news, though, 65 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts are still happening because, of course, we're at that center of circulation where we see the strongest winds and the lower pressure continuing. And for the Nature Coast, like I said, and we've been saying it all day, we love you. We're not forgetting you, but we're so thankful to talk about how this is not turning into a major system for you. We still have the rain, gusts over 40 miles per hour, but some spots haven't even picked up an inch of rain here. So the flood threat exponentially lower than what we're seeing for our inland locations and also for our spots a little farther south. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Again, no significant changes to any of the advisories. And then we'll have to wait now. The next thing that we're going to be looking for, aside from, of course, the flood threat that still continues inland, is what happens during high tide. Because now, as we go to midnight to 2 a.m., the circulation center is now here, so the winds around it are starting to come back in onshore versus them being offshore like they have been for the bulk of the day. And that onshore wind persists right through high tide, 2 to 4 a.m. The center of circulation continues to slide to the east. When do we finally get finished with the system? It looks like from 6 a.m. to noon, we're really going to start to quiet down. Of course, it'll still be breezy, but notice the rain coverage is almost out of here by 8 a.m. completely. And then by noon, we're really going to see the system go off the east coast. It could actually re-strengthen back into a hurricane, where they have hurricane watches now posted, believe it or not, for the South Carolina and Georgia coast. So we'll keep you posted. Again, the next thing that we're going to be looking for is, will we see a significant storm surge return to Tampa Bay? That we'll be watching for the next few hours. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Jason. And you see that storm moving away and you start to think, okay, it's moving away. Things are okay. But then Jason talks about the winds whipping back around again and you're like, okay.
Yeah, another area of the country going to face Hurricane Ian yet again.
Yeah, right? So here we go. Well, we're still not done yet, and we're going to be here for a while. Dennis is getting some Diet Dr. Peppers and gearing up and caffeinating up for the night, I guess. So.
Right. And I think, are we still going to Sean Daly again for another update? Yes, we are. He is. We are across the street from Raymond James Stadium, of course. The Bucks are supposed to play Sunday. We are. Everything we've heard, the game is still on. So, Sean, talk about maybe what you're seeing from across the street. How does the stadium look, and how's the weather out there?
Well, Wendy Ryan, you must have some magic power, because it was very calm, and then you started talking, and the gusts started swirling again. You know, Tampa, by and large, relatively got very, very lucky with this hurricane, right? The weather now is kind of this weird cha-cha where we'll get a little wind, like that. We'll get a little rain, it'll be calm again. It feels like this is the end of things, right? The weather now kind of feels like a welcome to Tampa starter pack, you know? So we got very, very, very lucky, and I think the best way that we can kind of show our thanks for being lucky is to help all those people that you guys have been so good about talking about, is that to really show compassion for all these people that did not have the luck that we had with Hurricane Ian, you know? I mean, Tampa we do get lucky, you know, and I know there was probably some flooding, and there's still some question marks out there, but we got pretty lucky. So, you know, I say we all give back. These next 2 weeks, some people are really going to need our help. Yeah. Guys, back to you.
And talking about getting lucky, 101 years since we've taken a direct hit in Tampa,
right.
and that record still stands. So.
And I remember I remember when Charlie was you know, out in the tropics, and we thought it was going to hit us, and then it took that sharp turn, and it's very similar. Hurricane Ian, same thing. It was the same thing, headed right for the Bay Area, and that took that turn. And of course, our hearts and prayers go to those south of us in Sarasota and Fort Myers. But it is strange that our area somehow seems to, you know, stay protected
like this
in
hedge
that
of protection
way.
around it all of a sudden, it seems like. And
but as Sean said, you know, there'll be opportunities for us to give back and you know, to give to those who are definitely going to need our help in the next several weeks, months. You know,
there's going to be a lot of volunteer groups out there. You know, and you mentioned some of the you know, the food pantries as well for some folks who are going to need that stuff too. And the cleanup efforts are going to start here when the sun comes up in the morning. Hopefully those winds die down enough and folks can kind of go out and do some damage assessment and see what's going on outside the front doors.
Right, but Sarasota, I think, is still probably experiencing some wind and rain as the night continues. At 11:14, our reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live from a shelter out there where hopefully folks are now staying in place. Mary, how's the weather holding up?
Actually, we were just checking to see what's going on with the rain and wind situation. We walked out just under the overhang here that we've been staying to stay safe under. And honestly, it seems like the rain has almost stopped, or it's very light at this point, but we're still dealing with, and you might be able to hear it, we're still dealing with some significant wind and some gusts here, but no rain. So at least for now, where we are, we have a little bit of a break. We still got folks who are hunkering down in these shelters here, who are taking their naps. They've got pillows and blankets, and they've got their mattresses out, and they're ready to stay for the night. For the folks who are here earlier tonight, we had a lot of people who were just packing up their stuff and leaving. But Sarasota County is still dealing with widespread power outages across the county. So you don't know if you go home, if you're going to have power, if you're going to run into a downed tree in the middle of the road, if you're going to deal with any low-lying areas that have any kind of flooding. So because it's so dark right now, emergency officials are asking people to stay where you're at, ride out the storm where you're at, and wait for the all clear. I might be able to step out of the way. I don't know if you're going to be able to see just how much this wind is still blowing. I will let you know, emergency officials here in Sarasota County about an hour ago, they said that they're still actively monitoring this weather. They said once winds have decreased to under 45 miles per hour, they will send the county's tactical first-in teams to begin clearing emergency routes and have their authorized staff start conducting damage assessments. And they're also going to be evaluating their county infrastructure, but they don't know how long that's going to last. So they're asking people to please be patient with them while that's happening. Again, wait for that all clear. You don't know what the roads look like right now, and they're going to need those roads clear for when they go out and do their damage assessments. But for now, at least it seems like the rain has slowed and it's not really picking up, so it'd be nice if that pushes out of our area. We are still dealing with wind at this point. I've lost my hat a couple times, but for now, the rain seems like it's tapered off, and hopefully it stays that way. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah,
All right,
people-
Mary. Thank you.
People could use some sleep there tonight. I'm for sure they could use a quiet night if they can just get that wind to die down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost through. Eric Waxler joining us live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County, where I think things have settled down out there. Eric? Or maybe not. Can you hear us, Eric? You're live. If you can hear us, go ahead.
Hey there, we are live, on Hudson Beach, and the weather is, it's holding up. One thing I just remarked is that we haven't seen much rain here tonight at all, which is obviously a fortunate thing for Pasco County. One of the things that people in Pasco County have to feel fortunate about, there just has not been a lot of rain, which bodes well when you talk about flooding possibilities in the next several hours to come. We also are fortunate here that there hasn't been any kind of major storm surge. In fact, you're seeing the opposite. You're seeing the reverse surge here at Hudson Beach, where the water is sucked out into the Gulf. And the interesting thing about Hudson Beach is, unlike some other places where you have to navigate your way to get out to the Gulf of Mexico, this is a straight shot. So you are looking straight out into the Gulf of Mexico here, and there is about 40 feet where there's no water, and people were here earlier today. We can take a look at some video we shot. They wanted to see it. This is just such a rare sight. I'm told during Hurricane Irma, this similar phenomenon happened, and people today were just coming out here taking pictures, bringing their families. It was an event. I think people have been cooped up inside, so they wanted to get a little feel for what Hurricane Ian is like while it was still safe. And while conditions by no means are perfect out here, they are not the violent kind of hurricane conditions that so many feared could be coming to Pasco County the way it looked just 24, 48 hours ago. So, as we are here tonight, I just talked with some officials in the county, and there really have been no flooding issues, no major power outages. There are some power lines down, but I'm told those are mostly in rural areas. So right now, the concern can, of course, be a lot of trees maybe down, some screens broken out, but that will be evaluated tomorrow. Really, the main thing the sheriff's office was busy doing tonight was just keeping people from hanging out here, because this is an evacuation zone and they want people to stay safe and stay indoors. And right now, we're about the only ones out here, so it seems like everyone is taking heed to that. For now, I'm Eric Waxler, live on Hudson Beach. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. And as you mentioned, the storm is moving east continuously, and it looked like from that last 11 o'clock update that it could be out of our state by tomorrow morning instead of afternoon, which is pretty amazing. Paul LaGrone has been standing by, riding out the storm in Polk County in Lakeland.
Yeah, and that's where he's live for us tonight. Paul, what are the conditions like you're seeing out there? Improving, or do you kind of still the same?
It's actually stronger, I would argue. Water everywhere, basically blowing down the streets here on Massachusetts Avenue. These gusts are at times as strong or stronger than they have been since we've been here today. Just now, and water just blowing off the street into the air up against the buildings when this gust hit north of 70 miles an hour. And the tree branches are starting to fall and come down. So still quite a punch here for Hurricane Ian here in Polk County. And, not to think too far ahead, but I was just, reading up before I got out of here. Their officials are wanting people to limit their water use. We're talking outdoor irrigation, even flushing toilets, using dishwashers in the days after Hurricane Ian, because apparently sewer backups were a big problem for Hurricane Irma in Polk County back in 2017, and so they're anticipating the same thing, and so they want people to limit their water use in order to prevent sewer backups from those lift stations in the days ahead. So just something to keep in mind. Even if you have power, they're asking that you limit that. So I know that's a story for another day, perhaps for tomorrow, but as we get through the night, I said earlier it's a 15-round fight. Maybe we're in round 13 right now. And the only way you define victory, of course, is if you are safe at home with your family and there you go. That's what I was talking about earlier. When that gust comes through the streets here, it really blows you back. And so these winds, imagine if you were in a structure that's not as solid as a concrete building, and you're having to deal with that. And that's the reality for a lot of folks throughout Polk County in the dead of night, is they're having to, no one's sleeping through this, I would imagine. They're waiting for it to pass through. But I've been telling family in Plant City and Lakeland, listen, just get through the next 90 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. And I think we're feeling a lot better. But I'm looking at sheets of water right now just spilling off the buildings. Some of this you can't see from my vantage point, but the rain is just coming from all different directions. And so, flooding is obviously part of this, as is the wind. So that's the story here, guys. Ian is not done yet. The wind is still going. Wow. Look at that. It's like one of those water slides where the water's always like pumping. It's basically pumping down the streets here. And flooding is going to be a concern along with those downed trees.
Yeah,
Send it back to you.
Definitely see it kicking up there. And Jason Adams, if you can see this, where Paul is in Lakeland, how long will these winds continue to kick up like this?
It's going to be several more hours if you can, guys. I know we're kind of hot punching and doing things off the cuff, but the radar shows that these bands are still associated with the western eye wall, what's left of it. And that moisture, of course, with the circulation around the center is pinwheeling some of this deeper moisture back in. And Dennis and I were talking about this earlier. And this actually is probably some moisture being pulled in back off of the Atlantic now. It's close enough over to the Atlantic side of the peninsula that some of this moisture continues. And of course, what we've been talking about, why we get these strong winds and hurricanes, is when we see the heavier rain bands, that heavier rain band tends to pull down some of the stronger winds aloft. So that's why when the bands come through, you see the winds really accelerate and pick up. And that's exactly what they're seeing right now here in Lakeland and also over through Auburndale, Dundee, over to the Poinciana area. All these locations here are close enough to the eye wall that these winds are going to continue roughly 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. We could see them a little higher. I haven't gotten any more reports from the National Weather Service here over the last couple of hours, or hour and a half or so, since I last posted, showing anything in excess of 75 miles per hour here in Polk County. But of course, the National Hurricane Center, that 11 o'clock advisory, had winds at 90 miles per hour, so that chance is still there that we can at least get some gusts up to hurricane force. And the flood threat, definitely highest right now in Polk County out of all of our counties in the area as the center continues to slide northeast.
Right, and as we stay in Lakeland, Rebecca Petit actually joining us live on the ground there as the storm continues to head through there. And as Jason just mentioned, Rebecca, you're probably going to see those winds for several more hours now. How is it right now?
Right, you all just caught me when the gusts of wind have become super, super powerful. You can just see the rain just going in circles as the night comes, and I'm just gonna step out of the shot and have you take a look at just how powerful the winds are. Trees are blowing in the wind, and you can hear the howling. The rain has just been relentless. I'm starting to see some of that water starting to pool over. It's supposed to be a potential flash flood here in Lakeland, and so I'm pretty sure once the day turns, we will start seeing some of that flooding and some of the impacts that all this rain is having in the area. Everyone is hunkered down. They are sheltered in place. Emergency crews here at this hotel have come as far as Colorado and Virginia and Maryland to help out with those recovery efforts tomorrow, with those cleanup efforts tomorrow. And we'll just see just how much impact this storm will have in Lakeland. Live in North Lakeland, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. When we want to stay along I-4, we head to Orlando now, where many folks locally evacuated too, where Ian is continuing to blow through there.
Yeah, it seemed like that was probably the best way to go just a few days ago. Everybody had to kind of figure out a way they were going to juke out this this hurricane, but this hurricane was as big as the state of Florida, so nobody was going to beat this thing unless they took a plane out of town at this point. So going down a little bit further onto I-4, we find our reporter Katie LaGrone joining us live for what she's experiencing there in Orlando. Katie.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned about people coming up here. We've actually met two families this evening who came from the Tampa Bay area up to Orlando thinking they were going to seek refuge. And certainly they're going to get a weaker storm up here, but they are certainly not getting away from all the effects of it. Take a look. We're giving you a little bit of a different vantage point. We actually decided to get up on the balcony of one of the hotel rooms here. You can see this is the cityscape of Orlando, really fainted by the rain. You can see the rain is coming down some of the trees. This palm tree right in front of this balcony. I mean, we have been watching this thing sway back and forth, back and forth. It almost looks like sort of like a rubber tree at times, like it's going to fall at any point. And fortunately, it hasn't. I know a big issue here in the Orlando area is basically that rain flood issue. We are looking at potentially historic flooding across the whole central Florida regions and including Orlando. They're expecting some 10, 15 inches in some parts, possibly even up to 2 feet in some parts. The other big issue is all of that flooding and of course the wind and what it's going to do to trees. I mean, this is sort of a tree city. A lot of streets, especially around downtown Orlando, are just covered. They're lined with these beautiful trees, some live oak trees that are, over 100 years old. There is concern about whether or not these trees are going to survive the night. It's going to be a very long night. That is what we're hearing. We know in Tampa, you guys have had a couple long hours. You've got a couple more hours ahead of you. Here in Orlando, it is really just getting started. These are some of the hardest falls of rain that we've seen throughout the evening. It's only going to get worse as the night wears on. We're looking at potentially the worst of hurricane conditions here, at least in the Orlando area, around that 2 a.m., 3 a.m. mark. We will see. But again, people are, hunkered down. Obviously, you can see nobody's on the streets. They are going to wait this thing out and see what the morning brings here in City Beautiful. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. And now we want to get you an update on power outages so far. Over 2 million people here in Florida are without power all across the state.
Yeah, and right now in our area, Florida Power and Light is reporting over 257,000 people without power in Sarasota. Sarasota. The last update here from this was at 11 p.m., so just about 28 minutes ago. Of course, we'll keep you updated as this number changes.
And that really tells you where we're going to probably see the most damage when the sun comes up tomorrow. Over 135,000 people in Manatee County are reported to be without power. Florida Power and Light last updated that number about a half an hour ago. We'll keep you updated as soon as that number changes.
And Duke Energy also reporting 186,000 are without power in Pinellas County. That's a big jump from what we had earlier. Again, this update just coming out at 11 p.m. as well.
And right now, TECO is reporting over 208,000 customers without power in Hillsborough County. The last update, again, about a half an hour ago. And we will continue to update those numbers for you as well.
And finally, Polk County reporting about 131,000 people still without electricity. Again, the number will change, I'm sure, but that last update came in 29 minutes ago. And now we want to head to, I believe, Daytona Beach, where we have some new video. Eliana, yes, live pictures from Daytona Beach. As we can see, the wind continuing to kick up there as well, and the rain still coming down.
Yeah, we've been seeing this this video. It's live video, but we've been seeing this now for the last several hours, and that's right around the area. If I'm pretty certain, Dennis, this is where the storm is eventually going to exit the state, head back out into the Atlantic, and then be somebody else's problem. And we'll gladly pass this off to somebody else, but. Yeah, Daytona is already seeing the effects of this wind. They've been dealing with this for the last couple of hours.
And Dennis, I think from the last update from 11 o'clock, it looked like this storm was exiting by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah. At that point, it's going to be a tropical storm. And that right there, you can see in the foreground the flags that are kind of tattered from all of the wind. But let's be really clear. The East Coast has not seen anything close to what the West Coast did. And as the storm has moved east, it is clearly weakened, and it'll continue to do so. So I understand a lot of folks locally very concerned about Orlando. I mean, I cannot tell you how many messages I saw on Facebook because people evacuated from Pinellas County, from Pasco County, from Hillsborough, and also Manatee and Sarasota into the Orlando area. You figure, all right, you're landlocked there, you're not as close. And for that matter, remember, when people were evacuating, our coastal areas had mandatory evacuation orders. A, B, and C flood zone areas were told to evacuate, as well as mobile homes. But clearly in the last 36 hours, and boy, this can happen a lot in Florida, and the European model never, ever moved from its original forecast, which was the west coast of Florida. The GFS, the American model, was all over the place. And remember, it seems like weeks ago, how the models could not decide amongst themselves where this was going to go. The Euro had it West Florida, the GFS had it Panhandle, had it New Orleans, had it Texas, and the Euro stuck to its guns and was absolutely right. Talked about a week ago the potential of a Charlie track only because it was so, I mean, again, weeks ago it seems like, but eventually, way back when, this was way south, like 10 degrees latitude, down near South America, remember? I mean, there was a chance it wasn't even going to make it through South America, but it moved into the Caribbean, and historically, that is not a place that we want to see a tropical system come in late September and October, because almost always it goes through what is often the warmest water on Earth, or one of the warmest places of water on Earth in the Northern Caribbean, and I mean, that's exactly what this did. It was pretty ragged until it moved into that warm water. Once it did, literally exploded. I've likened it to jet fuel for weeks and weeks. And once that really got cranking, the only question was, where was it going to go? We knew it was going to be powerful. Now, our hope was it was going to continue north and then run into some shear, which is pretty common because it's something we often talk about. So a storm that develops, right, in the Caribbean and makes it through the straits, whether it just misses Cuba or the Yucatan, these storms, the stronger they go, they want to go north. They're designed to go north toward the poles. And if you remember Hurricane Michael several years ago, that's exactly what it did. It wasn't all that impressive of a storm. It hit that same water, it accelerated, and it continued to intensify right up until landfall in the Mexico Beach area. And I remember Jason and I, as we are right now, we're sitting in the exact same spots talking about Michael as it got close. And Jason knew that area very, very well because he grew up in that area. So, again, When you had Michael, you had a storm that wanted to go north and was allowed to, in a sense, because there was nothing to push it toward Florida, right? Well, think about it. A storm that comes in from the south, 9 times out of 10, you'd think, it feels that way, goes north in July and August and September, or at least early September. Because what causes a storm to go into Florida? A front, all right? Or a trough of low pressure. Well, how many of those do we get in Florida in July and August and September? Not too many. So the odds are always higher for our, excuse me, for our area. Too much talking today. For our area in September into October, you're far more likely to get a front, right? So as it moved into our area, it ran into that trough and kicked it, excuse me, to the right. Jason, take over. I need a lozenge. Somebody get me a lozenge.
I was about to run over and get you your Diet Dr. Pepper and just hand it over to you.
Well, that cures everything. That's another story entirely. But no, I'm okay now. Okay. So anyway, my point is that's exactly what happened here. And it did so in the exact same path that Charlie did back in 2004. And my point was, so many people went over to Orlando, and in Charlie, that was the last place they wanted to be. I mean, who knew? You had a storm that was supposed to go to Tampa. I mean, if you remember back in 2004, Charlie we had a Cat 4, 6 hours before landfall. 6 hours, not a day and a half like this go around. 6 hours before landfall, we had a Category 4 hurricane supposed to go right into the mouth of Tampa Bay. Now, what happened today? We had a Category 4 hurricane, went right into the Fort Myers area, and we have already seen video. Now, by the way, we are getting some early reports from the Hurricane Center and from the National Weather Service, and I found this fascinating because, excuse me, because they are saying that Naples had a 6-foot surge and Fort Myers had a 7-foot surge. Now, the forecast was 12 to 16 feet, and I don't know if that's actually official yet, but if that was only the video that, again, we've been showing, if Fort Myers was only a 7-foot surge and the forecast was for 12 to 16 feet, I can't even fathom what a surge like that would have done to our area. Because remember, originally, we were supposed to have a surge of up to 10 feet based on the track of this storm. So we're still looking at heavy rain, but that's about it. And I don't want to minimize that because that green box right there, we have seen 20 inches of rain in this area since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That is almost, and by the end of tonight it will be, that'll be 1/2 our yearly rainfall average in about 12 hours. So, I mean, that shows you just how much rain we've seen. And I think with the winds that continue to blow, they're not excessively strong. I mean, I say 50, 60, 65 gusts. It's the kind of stuff we get with our afternoon storms, but they're persistent. So as you got all that water out there, the ground has got to be softened. And because of that, you have trees that are falling. But there's still, as we saw with Rebecca's live shot and with Katie's and with Paul's, there's still a lot of heavy rain out there. Is it severe? No, not by our definition in the summertime storms, but it's relentless. I mean, I think that's a good way to describe it. It is relentless. It has not stopped. The rain continues. And even into eastern Hillsborough County, the rain continues as well. Everything will continue to move east. So the ultimate question that I tried to answer after 5 minutes of talking was, is everybody in Orlando going to be okay? Is it going to be a problem? It's not going to be a problem. It's not. I mean, are they going to have some scattered power outages? Maybe, but so did we. And locally in our area, haven't had any reports of injuries, haven't had any reports of major damage. I will be interested to see that flooding that went on across Hardee and eastern Charlotte and eastern Sarasota County, what that actually ended up doing. But at the end of the day, as Paul said a few minutes ago, we dodged another one. And no, it isn't over, but the severe threat is over. The winds gusting of 60 to 75. Yes, we are still in a hurricane warning, but let's be honest. This part of it, we're okay. The only part that remains unresolved, and this is still something that we've been concerned about for a while, is whether or not the water rises in Tampa Bay at high tide between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock in about 4.5 hours from now. And I think the reason everybody's a little nervous about it is because of Ada, because that was just a tropical storm a couple of years ago and a late season one. Eta was when we got into the Greek alphabet. Remember? We had so many storms that we blew through the regular list and we had to go into the Greek alphabet. So it was that late in the season. Another system that comes into Florida late in the season because a trough kicked it this way. So that's kind of the recurring theme here. For the Bay Area to have this kind of rain, this kind of storm, an October hurricane is not unusual. Well, maybe it's unusual, but it's the time that we have to be most concerned about. The last major hurricane, and we can still say this, barely, but the last major hurricane to hit the Bay Area directly, 1921, and that was the Tarpon Springs hurricane. So over 100 years ago, and a lot of people say, so are we overdue? I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, statistically, maybe we're overdue, but maybe we're also just in an area that is not tremendously prone to be hit head on. And I honestly think that's one of the biggest things, because as we often say, when a storm comes in from the south, just a little change in track in one spot makes a much larger change in track down the road. And I use the steering wheel example that I have, because I mean, it makes sense. You're driving down the road, just like a storm is coming in from the south, and you turn your steering wheel just a little bit. Well, maybe 15 feet in front of you, you don't move much. But a half a mile, you'd be way off course, right? So all it takes is a subtle little wobble or a little change down near Cuba, and then it makes a big change in the angle. Heck, I mean, with Irma, we were going back and forth constantly with, is it going to be an East Coast or a West Coast storm? Literally, the models kept flip-flopping. And it wasn't that they were that far off base in the thinking, it's that there was just a little bit of a change down around Cuba, and then you make a little change here, it goes all the way here. You make a little change that way, it goes all the way over there. So I repeat, when we're forecasting these in September and October, it's very common for a storm to try to come into Florida, but for it to just make the right angle to impact the Bay Area at a worst case scenario, that is obviously exceptionally rare. You know, unfortunately for Fort Myers, and by the way, if you think about it, remember Wilma many years ago? Wilma came into Naples, a little farther south than Fort Myers. Naples was landfall, but that storm, before it made Naples, was actually one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded in history, with the barometric pressure down below 890 millibars. So at the end of the day, it was a very powerful storm that formed the W storm, Wilma, obviously, so very, very late in the season. Was that 2005 or no? That was well, yeah, that was the year we had Katrina and everything else. So yeah, that was 2005. And I'll never forget that storm because it made landfall in Naples, and the first storm report was in Miami. It was 125 mile an hour wind in Miami, not on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, and people were fighting over ice. I remember that too. I mean, because nobody expected that storm to come in at that angle so quickly. So the moral of my story is simply a hurricane moving into Florida late September and October is not incredibly rare, but one like today that was as powerful as it was. And by the way, there's still that flash flood warning going on in this green area right there. But again, one as powerful as it was today is exceptionally rare. I mean, think back of the number of ones that we've had over the years. We had Wilma, we had Charlie, and that was in August. We had Irma, that was in September. We don't get a lot of storms in the west coast of Florida. The Panhandle, we do. And I say it again, it's because they go north, they want to go north, and something's got to kick them right, and that would be a trough or a front. And we just don't see a lot of those until later September or into October. But after tonight into tomorrow, we're going to be looking at a lot of water damage. Too early to tell because I've not heard. By the way, we're down to 90 miles an hour now, as we said, so we're down to a Category 1 hurricane. But I have not really heard a lot about what kind of damage outside of the water damage was in Fort Myers and Naples. We'll hear that tomorrow. But Jason, I do find it fascinating that I'm getting the report that it was a 6-foot surge in Naples and a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers. And if that's true, that shocks me that that water is so high as it was and the damage that it was with a 7-foot surge, especially when we had a 5 to 10-foot surge predicted, and in some cases even higher than that. It seems low to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe because that was not at the barrier island. More so it was inland because, of course, you have the barrier islands out there, and then it goes into the bay and then up the Caloosahatchee River. That could have something to do with it. So maybe there was a little bit of a higher surge at the coast. But yeah, the National Hurricane Center, it'll take them months of doing surveys and going down here and doing research to figure out exactly the height of that. But what's astonishing, too, is that it was only a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers, but that's a record high surge, beating all other tropical systems for the city of Fort Myers, up to 7 feet high. Absolutely incredible. And again, you think about 7 feet high, it's just a couple of feet taller than we are. And well, not Dennis, he's a lot taller than I am. It's like half a foot. But yeah, I mean, that's what I think it is. I think it's incredible to think that we could potentially had a 10-foot surge here. That was when it was forecast to be a Category 3 as well, by the way. If it would have been at that Category 4, 155 miles per hour, we could have seen a surge maybe over 15 feet in Tampa. So it's something to really think about and use these examples of the what ifs, what ifs, what ifs, and it could potentially be us one day. And like I said, as grateful as we are that the forecast changed, this is just a massive disaster down south. And we're going to be talking about the recovery from this for several months. And by the way, this is one of the strongest landfalling tropical systems in the state of Florida. It is also one of the strongest landfalling tropical systems in the United States. So we're going to be talking about Ian for a long time.
Yeah, and Jason, I mean, going back to me, the one thing I do want to remind folks, because we've got some time, because fortunately things are actually winding down. I mean, there's still a lot of wind and rain, and I know if you're watching us in Polk County, you know, there's no warnings. You're good. There's gusts of 50 to 65 miles an hour. There's still a lot of people without power, but at least in terms of what's happening now, it's to the point, all right, the weather isn't making it that much worse, except for in Polk County. But I want to say it again, our only concern right now is the potential water rise, at least in terms of what could be a risk to life and limb if you're just not going to go out and do something. I mean, if you decide, I want to go out and drive around in all this, that's on you. I mean, it's just the way it is. There's no need to go out in the middle of the night and go try to see what it's like out there in Polk County with winds gusting 60, 65, 70 miles an hour. But in terms of water rise in and around the bay itself, that's one of those things that is so incredibly tricky to predict, because it's all about the way that the wind comes in after the center of this storm moved through. And some of our reporters, and I've been seeing it a lot, people say, oh, we were kind of surprised that the water went out as much as we did. No, we're not, because it did exactly what it's supposed to do. When you get an onshore flow, the water comes in. When you get an offshore flow, the water pushes out. And an offshore flow will always happen until the center of that storm passes that location. So as long as this was south of Tampa Bay, the body of water, there was an offshore flow, and that water was going to be pushed out. And not only that, that really helped us a lot in terms of flooding in Hillsborough County, because even with all that rain, we didn't have quite as much as we did in other areas, because all the water being pushed out allowed the rainfall to drain. If you have an onshore flow and you try to have all that water drain, it has no place to go. So that's probably one of the reasons, I believe, that we had all the flooding issues in the southern counties, because by then the winds had already changed and we had more of an onshore flow, and it made it very difficult to come in. I mean, it's kind of a close call either way. And of course, when you have 16 or 17 inches of rain in 4 hours, it really doesn't matter in many cases. It's going to flood. I mean, that is rainfall. Like I said, you're talking close to half a year's rain in 6 hours. So there's just not a lot to do. But there is the latest on still Hurricane Ian, with winds of 90 miles an hour, now down to Category 1. So yes, it is still raining very heavily. Yes, there are gusty winds. But honestly, if you're watching us in Polk County, there's no need to worry about evacuating. The winds aren't that strong. And at this point, you just ride it out. Now, are you going to lose power? Absolutely. Some have, which is why, we'll say it again before you do, you charge your phone so you can keep an eye on what's going on if there was a quick little tornado warning that popped up or something of that nature. And by the way, we didn't have nearly as many tornado warnings. We started the day with 3 right off the bat. But then after that, the track remained so far south. Remember, east of the center, that's where the majority, and the northeast side for that matter, is the majority of where the tornadoes were. And we were never in that side because the storm was so far south and so far east. That kept at least the tornado threat well to our east and to our south. So we'll continue with all of our warnings. We have hurricane warnings remain in effect. Pretty sure those will get dropped at 7 or at 5 a.m. Yeah, I think they should at 5. If not 5, definitely 11. But I really think the Weather Service, the Hurricane Center, is kind of waiting to see how that water plays out with the possible surge. And I'll say this again, if you're having a tough time sleeping and you want to finally go to bed, if you live on the water, I really would set your alarm. I mean, not to be alarming or whatever, but, you know, that water could rise. And we knew it wasn't going to this afternoon. We've been saying it all day. There's no surge issue. I don't care if it's high tide, nothing to worry about. But 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when the winds by then have come around a little bit, that's something a little different. I still think you're probably not going to see it, but there is at least a chance. So set your alarm, you know, if you're on the water, not obviously if you're nowhere around the water, don't worry about it, it won't impact you. But you go and look at it and see if you're getting a water rise, because high tide's at about 4 to 4:30. But obviously, the big issue right now is, and the heaviest rain is in Polk County, and I believe Wendy and Jameson are going to toss it to some of our Polk County reporters to see how things are popping out there right now.
Yeah, we're gonna check in with Paul Lagrone. He's been riding out there in Lakeland for us tonight.
In Polk County. And Paul, every time we have seen you over the last several hours, you've been experiencing some strong winds and rain. What's it like now?
Yeah, it's just as strong as last time. I mean, because this thing is moving so slow, right? 8 miles an hour, and so these winds are so sustained that you're still getting the full effect here. And part of it is where I'm at. It's this tunnel effect that channels the wind and the water down the street here on Massachusetts Avenue in downtown Lakeland, and it just blasts the water everywhere. It's like a water blaster. I mean, Massachusetts Avenue looks like a slide at Adventure Island right now, only the water's being blown uphill, and obviously you can't ride the slide, but you can ride the storm, and that's what people are doing. I will say we've seen a couple of things fly loose over the last 10 minutes, a couple of signs, a couple of street signs. We've heard some loud bangs in the background and this residential building behind me where people are living. The good news is, I don't know if you can see this, guys, but the lights are still on and people are home. That's where they live, in this one of the historical building in downtown Lakeland. I've talked to several people there that are riding out the storm there. They felt confident about that, because one thing about living downtown, you're in a concrete structure. That's good, and the power has stayed on. Now, that has not been the case everywhere. As we know, in Polk County, thousands of people are without power tonight. And so we've seen transformers explode, 2 of them on the other side of Lake Mirror here, which is in the background there. Normally that far side of the lake would be lit up. It's not, because the transformer exploded a few hours ago, and then another one when I was on the air a couple of live shots back. And I was talking to a gentleman here who's part of the crews, relief crews that are going to be into place starting tomorrow. They're here at the hotel, and he told me that he saw a generator blow up on the other side of the building where we're at now, the Terrace Hotel, kind of like a blue lightning flash. And so the wind is causing damage, and the water is obviously flying everywhere. And I've got family that live through, in Lakeland and Plant City, and they've told me about downed trees. And I would suspect that that's going to be a common thread, is the tree damage, the limbs flying off, obviously, but the trees being down themselves, either blocking residential streets altogether, or hopefully, you got to be realistic. I mean, there's probably going to be some homes that are damaged because of trees and cars and that kind of thing. But right now, not being out on the street obviously is a good idea, because you just don't know what can break loose and fly your way with these winds that are still packing a pretty powerful punch. And so that's the story right now in Lakeland, guys. And, you know, I just go back to the warning earlier that if you were in that river basin of the Peace River, you know, flooding is going to be a concern there. The wind's still going, so just hang on. I keep saying hang on, but I mean, what else can you do, right? You gotta, you've made your decision on where you're going to be. Don't go out and get through the next. I can't really call an exact time on this, but I know you guys have been talking about that back there. You know, 2 hours, and we're looking better. 3 hours tops. So just ride it out. Stay safe. I mean, at this point, that's all that matters. It's all that ever has mattered. But you know, the break of day is going to reveal what we need to work on. But right now, let's get through one really bad night in Florida and Lakeland specifically, where we are. But this has been a heck of a day, that's for sure.
Yeah, Paul. No, that's so true. They said Dennis had mentioned a couple more hours you have as you still get knocked around there. I know those winds are still pretty strong coming through. But the good news is this storm, as of the 11 o'clock update, will be out of our state by 8 a.m. in the morning. So that's some good news, that it's much quicker than we thought. Initially, we thought it was going to last till Friday, then it was going to be Thursday night. Now it looks like Thursday morning, which is really good news for the state of Florida.
Yeah, now 5 minutes to midnight, or should we say at the start of a new day. We know a lot of you are still awake here with us tonight. It's kind of hard to sleep with all that wind whistling around outside. You know, not sure what's going on out there, and you always, you know, hate that these storms come through in the dark. Hopefully the worst of it is past you here. We're staying up with you. We're not going anywhere here. Dennis is still crunching numbers over there with Jason in the Weather Center as this storm moves out of our area and off to Orlando, and then hopefully out of the state. And like we said, it's going to be somebody else's problem at that point as we clean up around here. We want to check in now with ABC Action News reporter Kylie McGivern in South Tampa.
She is off of Bayshore near Tampa General Hospital in an area that often floods, but I'm curious as to what the conditions are now as we're heading almost to midnight. Kylie?
Yes, well, it continues to be so windy. We're just hearing it pound against the window. And I just want to take a moment as we're talking about the storm moving through. You know, all of our families are here as well. And I just want to say thank you, you know, as a person, as a journalist, to Dennis, to Jason, to our whole weather team. I mean, my sister lives in Orlando. My dad, I was encouraging, please evacuate out of Tarpon Springs on the water, get to Orlando. And just to hear these calming words from our whole team of, okay, look, they are going to be okay. They're in the clear. You know, we're people as well outside of our jobs. And anyway, it was just nice to kind of breathe a little bit of sigh of relief as we think about people in other parts of our state. And as we also are talking about people having a peace of mind and what they think of next in terms of protecting their loved ones, back to Tampa General Hospital, this is an area that was in a mandatory evacuation zone. I mean, we are right near Bayshore Boulevard. No secret that this area floods on its own. So earlier today, we went over there and checked out what's called an aqua fence. And some of you guys reached out to us earlier when we mentioned this saying, I've never even heard of that. I didn't realize they did this. How incredible the effort that goes in. So there was about 30 people, 3 days, that created this whole perimeter around the whole campus of Tampa General Hospital, which we all realize is no small task. Everything that makes it such a beautiful location, the fact that you have to go over a bridge to get to it over water also makes it dangerous. So we want to bring in someone that we spoke with earlier. He's really kind of the mastermind behind making this happen. He said that this is a barrier that is meant to withstand 15 feet of those surges if we were to see that kind of flooding. Here's what he shared.
A lot of work to erect, but the result is a substantial improvement in our flood protection. And flood, as we know, is one of the biggest risks of a hurricane. And so to be able to mitigate that to the level that we have with this makes us all feel a lot better about the operation of the hospital and be able to continue to serve patients throughout a storm.
And that's not only for people who have loved ones where it is just not possible for them to leave the hospital, but also when you consider the thousands of employees over at TGH, more than 8,000. And as of earlier this evening, when we're talking about the patients, more than 850 patients. So again, we're hearing a lot of wind still, but thankfully we are just as grateful as everyone to hear that this storm is making its way through as we continue to stay safe, continue to stay off the roads when it's tough to see what those conditions are out there. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Kylie, thank you. And now we want to go to our Eric Waxler. He joins us live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County, where there has been some rain and wind. I can see behind you the trees are still shaking, so it looks like you're still in it. Eric?
Yeah, Wendy, the rain has not been really much of a factor at all here in the western part of Pasco County, especially here in Hudson Beach. Very little rain, but plenty of wind, and it's been steady for the last few hours for sure. And I was just on the second floor of the hotel we're staying in. It's amazing how you just go a little bit up in the air and how it really picks up. You could barely open the door to the hotel room there. But yeah, you see the palm trees, they tell the story. The wind is strong here, but again, people in Pasco County feeling so fortunate that the path that Ian took did not come up this way, because as we've talked about over and over, it would have been so devastating, especially here in Pasco County. They have dealt with so much flooding in years past, and who can only imagine what all that excessive rain would have done to not only a storm surge here, but all the rivers that feed into the Gulf, and we've seen them overflow and spill into the streets and just really do a number on some neighborhoods. So a lot of people feeling fortunate, although I'm sure they're still holding their breath until this is all over and they can wake up tomorrow and see if any trees are down or any other damage to their homes. But I know they're feeling fortunate. There were a lot of people out here earlier today just kind of taking it all in, and we talked with one man who's lived here a long time and is feeling pretty good about what did not happen in this area. You're very familiar with Hudson Beach here. When you look out there now, what do you see?
Oh, there's a lot of land exposed. It's extremely low right now, and it's not even low tide yet.
Yeah, and you boat in this area too, so I mean, this has got to be strange for you to see it like this, for sure.
Oh, very strange, and it's very educational because you can see where the rocks and the high points are. But it's interesting. I can't wait to see what it is at low tide.
Were you relieved to see the track of the storm kind of trend south?
Oh, absolutely. Feel sorry for the people south of us, but we've been hit in the past, so this is our chance to avoid it.
Yeah, and Melanie's doing okay. This is your dog, Melanie?
Yeah, usually she's very much afraid of storms. She's been pretty good now. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, and hopefully people are taking comfort in having their pets with them tonight as they stay indoors and out of all this mess. The pets can always comfort you, right? And that dog seemed to be doing well, and hopefully everybody's pets are doing well, and everybody will wake up tomorrow and start a new day and know that this could have been a lot worse up in this part of Florida for sure. Live on Hudson Beach in Pasco County, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. Now we want to head about 100 miles south to Sarasota.
Yeah, and ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joins us live now from a shelter there with the latest conditions out there. Mary, how's the wind holding up?
Still windy. I would say it feels like it's dying down a little bit. I say that, and then we get a gust of wind that almost blows your hat off. But overall, comparatively to what we've seen all day, it feels like it's tapering off for the folks here in Sarasota County. The rain has completely stopped at this point. That's a blessing to the folks here who've been inundated with rain all day long. That started earlier in the day. We've been here since 10 o'clock and it was raining when we got here. And the wind, it's still gusty here and there, but it seems like it's getting a lot better even from what we saw an hour ago. So that's great. I'm not going to step out of the shot for you because there's nothing to see. It's really hard to see when there's no rain, and we lost our light over there that we've been referencing all night, so you can't really see much here. But crews here in Sarasota County, emergency crews, they're going to wait for those winds to die down under 45 miles an hour, and then they can go out and start doing damage assessments, seeing what's out there. We've heard from folks that they've heard of trees down, they've seen flooding in streets, things along those lines. It's really hard to tell until you get that power back on, but also have daylight so you can see what you're dealing with here in county-wide. I know we're still dealing with massive power outages here in Sarasota County, so that's something that, crews are going to work to restore the power, get people back with power throughout the day tomorrow and as quickly as possible. But right now, at least here at the shelter, conditions seem not too bad. Things are tapering off, and of course we'll deal with whatever is the aftermath of Hurricane Ian when there's daylight tomorrow. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Mary, thank you. And we want to actually now go to some video that was just sent into our station of massive flooding in other parts of the state. This is actually in Naples. Take a look at all that water.
Yeah, it looks like a parking garage there, like a river with flowing water. You can see several cars almost underwater, and that is what they've been seeing all day long, from Naples to Marco Island to Fort Myers, which seem to really get the worst of it too. Some of the video and the pictures that you're seeing on social media resemble this throughout the entire day, and you just got some information.
Yeah, this came from the city of Punta Gorda, and they're saying that the city water system is empty. They're pumping it at a rate of over 13 million gallons per day, cannot keep up. So a boil water notice is now in effect, and at this point, there will be a fill station set up for residents at the water plant. When the damaged pipes are repaired, the system, of course, will be restarted. But Punta Gorda really, really hard hit. I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, this is in Jacksonville. This is more video that was taken. And again, you can just see the massive amounts of water and flooding along the coast there. And this is the St. John's River, which often floods and filled with water. And it's just devastating. And as the sun comes up in the morning, I'm sure we'll see so much more damage. And it will be very apparent as how big and strong and horrific this storm has really hit the folks south of us.
Yeah, and Governor DeSantis earlier today in one of his press conferences said he would not be surprised if at the end of this, we mention Ian in the same breath as we mention Michael, as we mention
Andrew, Hurricane Andrew. Yeah, that it will be one of the three. Yeah, it's been a long,
brain fog
long
all
day.
Of a sudden. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, it would be one of the top three worst hurricanes to hit this state of Florida. And we also want to mention FEMA because they are still ramping up their response to Hurricane Ian, and they're actually ready to go at it when the sun comes up tomorrow. They've established multiple search and rescue teams in Miami, and they will then send those teams out to areas hardest hit here in our state, and those teams will be ready to conduct search and rescue efforts in water and also on land.
Yeah, state officials really here promising immediate medical, financial, and other aid as soon as it is safe to move into the hardest hit areas during daylight there. FEMA says it will deploy about 600 people to search for and aid survivors there. Taking Action reporter Jackie Calloway has more details about that.
This morning, Florida's CFO Jimmy Petronas said there was an army of help on standby to start search and rescue efforts.
We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas.
And the state plans to set up local centers for those who need to file property insurance claims.
Our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims.
The Department of Economic Opportunity says it's allocated $1.4 million to help those hardest hit with everything from shelter to utility payments. And he said the state would work with local officials to identify and assist victims after the storm.
To ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments.
And you'll find more information about the state's recovery plan and resources at floridadisaster.biz. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips now with the latest on radar there, Dennis.
Jameson, I was interested a couple of minutes ago. You guys ran video in Jacksonville, right? And there was flooding in Jacksonville. And you're thinking, now, wait a minute. Why in the world are we having flooding all the way in Jacksonville when we haven't had any flooding at all around Pinellas County or in Tampa? It's the onshore flow, counterclockwise circulation, right? So the reach of the storm comes out over the water and ends up right in Jacksonville. So that is what is going on the East Coast. They are seeing flooding going on from Daytona up to Jacksonville. So even though the storm has weakened, it's still got to reach, right? And think about Irma. Irma had started to weaken as well when it moved onshore. Granted, it was still a strong storm, but my point was that drained all the water out of the bay, even though it had not been as strong. Now, my point is we still worry about that wind, because as we go through the overnight hours and we see what is an onshore flow from the East Coast, the winds come around, and then we start to worry about the possibility of water coming into the bay. The angle probably isn't all that great, which is what we want, because high tide tonight is between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., depending on the exact spot, whether you're talking about the Hillsborough Bay or Old Tampa Bay or anywhere around Pinellas County, right? But so my point is, you would expect probably winds to have to be kind of about right here for them to really drive into the bay itself. And they're certainly not going to be that way. But it might be a few spots that still could see a surge. And the reason I say that is because, as we said, the tide is one of the highest tides of the month. It's not quite the king tide. I think that's the next tide. And the king tide is just the highest astronomical tide of that month. In general terms, when you have a mean average high tide of maybe 1 foot or maybe 1.2 feet or whatever, tonight's tide at 4 a.m. is 2.7 feet. So you're already starting 1.5 feet higher than you would at a normal level. And we talk about Tropical Storm Eta from a couple of years ago, because that was a system that clearly wasn't very strong, but it came in at just the right angle to drive that water into the bay and into Johns Pass. I'm not necessarily sold that those ingredients are the same, but they're close enough that it's worth noting. And I think that's really the main reason why the Hurricane Center and the local office has not dropped the possibility of a storm surge. In fact, there's really a storm surge warning in effect from Citrus County all the way down because of the backside of this system. Yes, it is weakening, but it still covers the entire state, right? From east to west. And it's still, you can clearly see, it still has that track that could bring some of that water into the bay at high tide. I wouldn't necessarily put the chances all that high, but I do think there is that possibility. And I suspect that's why the Hurricane Center and again the local office has said, you know what, let's wait until the high tide passes. That'll be about 6 o'clock. And then the next advisory comes out at 11. And I was just telling Wendy, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep warnings in effect by the 5 a.m. advisory, but I would think by the 11 a.m. advisory, at that point you have a tropical storm moving offshore, and I would expect they would drop most of the advisories relating to our area. Still a flood warning in effect. Man, this is crazy. They've had 20 to 24 inches of rain in about an 8-hour stretch. The average amount of rain we get any given year, about 50. So that's half of our yearly rainfall in about 8 hours. So no wonder we were looking at severe flooding, flash flooding. But I have not had any reports at all from these areas talking about homes being flooded out. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, and we're hopeful that it hasn't, but you would think kind of by now, maybe we would have started hearing some reports of that being the case. I guess, again, we'll find out tomorrow, as I think we'll find out a lot of things tomorrow, especially regarding maybe the Port Charlotte area, the Naples area, the Fort Myers area, as we continue to track what was not officially, but we're getting the reports that it was a 6-foot surge in Naples and a 7-foot surge in Fort Myers. I mean, we'll see how that plays out, because the forecast was 12 to 16 feet. Just before landfall, when that storm was just about Cat 5, I mean, you can argue it was. I mean, Cat 5 is 156. This was 155. So, I mean, really. So it was borderline Cat 5. And that, once you get to a certain level, there's a criteria set for surge, and it kind of corresponds to that. So there was a 12 to 16 foot surge potential, and it sounds like we may have had 6 or 7 from Naples to Fort Myers. And even still, when you see the video of the flooding, especially some of the houses, pretty incredible for a storm that 2 days earlier wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Fort Myers. Flood warning remains in effect until, is that 1 a.m.? Yep. Yeah, until 1 a.m. And we'll see by then the rain should be subsiding somewhat. Hopefully the flooding potential will wind down, but still, there's still some decent rains out there. And Kylie mentioned this a couple of minutes ago, and our goal is to try to let people know that their loved ones are or aren't facing severe weather. And in this case, fortunately, even though Orlando is getting some heavy rain, and they're going to get some more heavy rain, they're really not facing any kind of significant dangerous rain or dangerous wind. I mean, right now the winds are down to 90 miles an hour, and that is in a very, very small spot. So I think Orlando will probably get 55, 65 mile an hour gusts, as we've had most of the night. And there have been no reports of damage outside of some trees and, you know, some bird cages, some pool enclosures and whatnot, right? So as we go through the overnight, this will continue to weaken. And by 5 o'clock, the next advisory, it's actually expected to be a tropical storm or very close to a tropical storm. So by 8 a.m., that brings it to 65 miles an hour, and then it moves offshore. And then the question is, will it redevelop and then possibly make a second landfall into the Carolinas? So that is certainly a possibility. There are the official warnings and advisories. Still hurricane warnings in effect. I think the Weather Service and the Hurricane Center is just pretty much saying, let's go status quo until this thing moves offshore, and then they can drop all of the warnings. So winds right now, currently gusting. Again, some of these are dated. There's no way I think we're seeing some of that 78 mile an hour. That was a Bradenton report a couple of hours ago. Same thing in Mayaca City. But Haines City, I buy a 60 gust. Same thing in Wauchula and Avon Park and Zephyr Hills. So again, there's some very heavy rain. There's still a lot of power outages. It's still a scary thing, because if you're stuck at 12:15 at night in a house that has no power and you're hearing that wind roar like it often does, that is enough to scare anybody. So I get it. But in terms of what we want to tell you and reassure you is, yes, it is gusty, but you're not going to see any kind of a structural damage to your home with a 60 mile an hour wind. You could have a tree down, and that is the one thing that we always have to keep our eyes on, especially after we've seen so much rain and the ground is so soft. So officially, there are still those storm warnings, storm surge warnings in effect from Citrus County all the way down to Sarasota County. But I do think if we do see any kind of a surge, probably the next high tide would be the best opportunity. I think by the one that follows that, which would be 12 hours later, so around 5 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. By then, this storm should be so far away that I don't really think it would have enough power to actually create that kind of an onshore flow. So we'll be getting some new numbers from the Euro shortly. Winds 30, 40, 50, even up to 60 miles an hour, not sustained winds, gusts, and that will be overnight and into the morning hour. A live look at radar? Sure. Let's go to Jason and see what's up.
Yeah, so we still have the very heavy rainfall setting up, especially in Polk County tonight as the center continues to move off to the east. The National Hurricane Center, they issue hourly advisories with tropical systems moving across the state. However, they said at 11 o'clock that it's become so degraded that they're not going to issue those hourly updates anymore. So the next one will come in at 2 o'clock, and like Dennis said, likely closing in on that Category 1 or a strong tropical storm. But we're looking at this all continuing to slide off to the Atlantic coast as we head into the next several. several hours, but we are still closest to the center of circulation right here in the Lakeland area. Also through Winter Haven, we're looking at Auburndale, still seeing some rain. Bartow, Frostproof, Fort Meade, some of these spots in southern portions of Polk County continue to be under that flash flood warning for a couple of more hours, and that's because we picked up 4 to 10 inches of rain in southern Polk County, and of course where you see the red, the yellow, and orange colors, which basically encompasses the entire part of the county. We're looking at those rainfall rates upwards of an inch per hour on top of some of the heavier rainfall that we have been seeing here as of late. So from Fort Meade up to Lakeland along 17, this is where we're still looking at the potential for us to see wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. I've been looking at the observations. I've been looking at the National Weather Service reports. We're not getting them as widespread as what we had been seeing earlier, of course, and that also bodes well for places farther west where we're looking at, of course, there's less of those winds as the center continues to slide off toward the east. So speaking of farther west, let's head on I-4 toward the west and notice this. In Hillsborough County, we've really started to see those yellow colors, which indicate the moderate rainfall. And where the heavier rain bands are, that's where, of course, you also see the stronger winds as well. Those are starting to really fall apart as they're trying to inch back toward the west. Look at Pinellas County. How beautiful is this of a radar site, especially compared to the forecast, what it was just 24 to 36 hours hours ago. We're really looking good here in Pinellas County. Again, watching for the surge risk as we see those winds shifting back on shore here over the next couple of hours. And in Tampa, I think we've seen expecting maybe 2 inches of rain. 2.5 inches of rain, much better than the forecast that we're showing. It could have been a lot higher here. So that flood risk, freshwater flooding, not there. Hopefully we avoid the storm surge flooding here coming up here as we go to around 4 o'clock. Of course, that when we reach high tide. So again, the most widespread heavy rain really confined to Polk County. And as we go a bit farther south, we are looking at the flash flood warning continuing. But thankfully at this time, we're not adding to the heavy rain amounts. Notice the green, the yellow, the orange colors. That indicates the light to moderate rain versus the extreme rainfall rates that we had just a couple of hours ago. And like Dennis said, between 6 to 9 hour period, we picked up half of what we would pick up in a year in some parts of the Bay Area tonight. And that, of course, would be our southernmost locations here. Central and southern Sarasota County, you guys had the worst with the wind and also the rain. Some spots picking up over 20 inches of rain. And we're really interested to see the flood threat and what the reports are showing as we go into the day tomorrow, as we get back to daylight, because this was that flash flood emergency, which is the highest verbiage when it comes from the National Weather Service as far as to let you know how extreme the flood situation is. When you get a flash flood emergency, it doesn't get any more higher up than that. And that was our big concern there. That also extended over into Highlands County. And notice we're also seeing the heaviest rainfall shifting out of Highlands County too. You know what? I'm going to go back a bit farther south again and talk about Highlands County. I had some friends that were over in, looks like a flood warning now issued over in Osceola County. as well with this going east. But I was talking about this earlier tonight, and if you missed it, I have some friends at Avon Park, and Irma wiped out their jewelry store, ended up going in. To retirement after that because they're like, you know what, let's just not try and fix this situation. And then tonight happened. Once again, the center of circulation from a powerful hurricane went right over top of the Avon Park and Sebring area. You guys had some pretty strong thunderstorms just a couple of months ago in Sebring too. I remember covering those that wiped out fences, ripped off roofs from a couple of homes and some businesses. And then, of course, you go back 5 years and we had it really bad here in the Sebring area as well. So I was really sad to see that for a lot of you there tonight. And thankfully, the worst of it certainly out of here as far as the rain goes. Wind gusts, of course, being close to the center of circulation. We're still looking at those 50-mile-per-hour gusts that Dennis showed you, but thankfully not to the extreme rain and wind rates that we were looking at here just a little while ago. All right, let's go back to the north. I keep hitting the wrong button, going to the wrong graphic. I want to show you the Nature Coast because jokingly and lovingly, we've been saying that we aren't forgetting about you, Nature Coast, and we really do love you just as much as the rest of the area. But this is the spot that has really avoided the worst of this system, with it diving back south and going from Fort Myers and then northeast from there. So light to moderate rain here, gusts over 40 miles per hour, but we haven't really seen a lot of those gusts exceed that, and not too many, maybe a handful, one or two, maybe three, that we've seen up to around that 60-mile-per-hour mark. But since then, it's really been pretty quiet for you. The coast also not seeing much more than an inch of rain, if that. So it's been really, really good to see at least some parts of Tampa Bay avoiding the system really completely compared to areas that have been farther and farther to the south. So that's where we're at right now. Dennis showed you the wind gusts. We're looking at the sustained winds, not too much different from those gusts, with the highest being in and around Winter Haven and Haines City, 52-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Wauchula still looking at 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds, with gusts slightly higher than that. So the winds at the center are still up to around the 90-mile-per-hour mark, at least with the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything remotely close to that in gusts or sustained winds. So while power outages are still possible in these areas, the strength of the system certainly nowhere near what it was about 10, 12 hours ago. So now let's talk about a little bit of good news. This system slowly moving off to the east-northeast. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, if you are going to bed here over the next couple of hours, we're done with Ian as far as strong winds, the high flood threat, the storm surge risk. By 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we could actually see some of these advisories being tapered down, more likely toward 11, as we see these winds kind of staying tough a little bit behind the system. But again, overall, we're not looking for anything substantial beyond this point now that the center is almost moving out of Polk County. So by tomorrow afternoon, check this out. we're done with this system. We got a couple of scattered clouds left over. Breezes on the order of 20 to 25 miles per hour, perhaps up to 30, but this will move offshore somewhere over toward Daytona Beach or Cape Canaveral, and then it's going to move back up, believe it or not, toward Georgia and South Carolina, where they have a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning in place right now. So that means that Ian no longer in the forecast, and in the 7-day, check this out. This is amazing. Look at what we're looking at here as we head toward the end of the week and into the weekend. Temperature struggling to get to 80. Ian is actually drawing a cold front south, and that's going to lower the humidity and keep our temperatures only into the low to mid 80s, not for just the weekend, but for the next 7 days. So as far as cleanup is concerned, the 7-day forecast doesn't get much better than this. For those of you without power for a few days or longer, at least we're not into the mid to upper 90s with those heat index values over 100 degrees. And overnight low temperatures, by the way, falling back into the 60s, and that will also help cool houses down that don't have the AC running here over the next couple of days. And one final thing to talk about, look at the rain chance. Rainy season, maybe taking a break. It's not officially over until mid to late October, but we may be getting an early start to it, and we need it after all the rain, especially again from Sarasota County east over to Highlands and Polk counties. Where are we heading next, guys?
Jason, I think you're going to toss it back to us,
Wendy,
and we're
take it
going to,
away.
yeah, and I just want to take a moment to introduce James Tully, who's gotten a little bit of sleep.
It's been
Not
a while
much.
since you and I have been on desk here.
Yes, yes, it's been, I think, a couple years.
Couple
but,
years,
welcome
yeah.
back to continuous Hurricane Ian coverage.
I guess we can officially say good morning, right? And hopefully
Yes.
it is that. All good reports from my friends in the Bay Area, Southwest Florida, a much different story. But we've got our crews still spread out, and we're going to keep bringing you looks as long as we possibly can.
That's right, we do. We have folks all over, including in Dunedin. Our Rochelle Aline actually has been shifting to different locations. She was in Tarpon, but I believe she went back to Dunedin. Rochelle, am I right about that? You're back in Dunedin now.
You are right. We've been ping-ponging all night, just kind of checking to see if there's any damage, any, down power lines. We are back in Dunedin, back at the marina. I don't know if you guys can hear it as you were coming to me, Wendy. The wind out here is literally howling. We're underneath a little bit of an overhang, and it is howling. You can see some of the boats over here just shifting in that wind. We were actually here last night as those folks who own the boats out here were tying their boats down to make sure they didn't float away during this possible storm surge and the heavy winds. We actually caught up with a man we spoke to last night. His name is Captain John. We watched him run out to the pier earlier today to see if his boat that's anchored out here on the water was still there. Thankfully, he says it's still there, and he says he's going to come back tomorrow morning, or later on this morning, I should say. It's now the next day, to check to see that the boat is still there because we're seeing such gusty winds. Another big story out here, you guys have been talking about this all night, are those power outages. As we were driving back here from Tarpon Springs, we actually happened upon a crew that was restoring power to a neighborhood that had a significant power loss. And so we're seeing those reports coming and going between Tarpon Springs and Dunedin. And we're going to be continuing to monitor the situation out here. But again, the wind and those power outages are really the big story out here at the marina. For now, in Dunedin, Rochelle Aline, ABC Action News.
Rochelle, that's nice to hear, because we've been hearing that a lot of the power outages would not be fixed until the morning because it's simply been too dangerous with miles per hour above 45 miles per hour. And so they were saying the linemen just won't go out when it's too dangerous for them to fix the power outages. So it's nice that at least maybe some folks are getting their power turned back on. Thank you, Rochelle. All right, we want to go now to Sarasota, further south. ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell joining us live. She's been at a shelter there pretty much all night long, and she's had some wind and some rain. How's it going out there now, Mary?
Well, the rain has stopped. It hasn't rained for a little bit now, which is a great thing because we've just been inundated with rain all day long since early this morning until now. It's still breezy. It's not nearly what it's been throughout the day today. We're still seeing some folks who are hunkering down here at the shelter, but I will say we're slowly seeing, and even just now, folks are starting to leave the shelter here. And that's something that we've been talking about throughout the day, where people have been leaving the shelter even during the storm. But I will say, we were chatting with people about they were wondering whether they should see a little bit windy or light goes down a little bit. But we were talking with people who were, saying, should I go? Should I stay? What does it look like? And power outages in Sarasota County wide. It's just terrible right now. Tens of thousands of people without power. We were talking with one woman who did leave the shelter. Well, she came back to the shelter. She told us that she was driving. She's with her mother, and they were hitting flooded roads. They were hitting areas that they didn't want to drive into, just walls of water, and they didn't want to drive into it, down trees, and they ended up turning around because they didn't want to walk through it, and they're staying here until it's daylight and they can safely navigate things. So that's kind of the story here in Sarasota County until it's daylight, until we can see the damage that is around us and in neighborhoods. People are still here, but the good thing is the rain has stopped and the wind is dying down a little bit, but that's the scene here from Sarasota County. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Good to wake up and see that conditions are improving out there where Mary is. Florida, though, Southwest Florida especially. My father has a home in Punta Gorda. I had a contact down there describe it as a war zone this morning, which is not good to hear. So we're going to be reeling for some catastrophic effects here, especially as day breaks, of what Hurricane Ian left behind. Already a lot of people, though, ready to spring into action, and you can actually be one of them out there.
That's right. In fact, ABC Action News reporter Sean Daly is here in studio with us with a few ways that you can help with the recovery efforts. Sean, I know you got a lot of ideas.
Oh, man, we were hearing from our viewers, and they're just fantastic out there. And they're seeing these images of the devastation and the storm's destruction, and they want to do something. They want to help. And the best way that you guys can help is with your time or money donations. And always make sure you're dealing with reputable charities. Some great local groups. Metropolitan Ministries, we love them here. They are mobilizing a relief effort, sending 15,000 hot meals and 10,000 cold meals to our southern counties. Metro Min, as we call them, they always need help, and they're really great people. Also, you've heard Governor DeSantis talk about Volunteer Florida. That nonprofit has thousands of volunteer openings to fill. They work with the Red Cross, with Salvation Army, and various local and national organizations. Whatever your skill is, they will find a role for you. And finally, the United Way has officially launched its Disaster Recovery Fund, and 100% of donations raised go to the victims of Hurricane Ian. If you'd like to donate time or money to any of these organizations, we have great resources for you on abcactionnews.com. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Some great ideas there. And now, South Tampa often floods. We've had our Kylie McGivern down there for the last 2 days, I think. And she's not far from Tampa General Hospital off of Bayshore. It's an area I know you know well as well. And Kylie, I'm curious as to, we talked about maybe by 5 a.m. is high tide is when Dennis, I think, is most concerned about storm surge there. But right now it's pretty clear, right? Or am I wrong?
Right. I mean, really, the story has been since this morning, some of those images that really, I think, made it real for people. This storm is coming. When we're talking about the early hours of today, when we first checked in with you guys, of how the water had receded out of the bay all along Bayshore, just nothing like you would typically imagine. And for people who haven't seen that, it was so striking that they then walked out into the bay. We want to be very clear. That's not what you do. It's very dangerous because you don't know when that high tide could come in. There was law enforcement, if you look at video from earlier, that was going up and down Bayshore, telling people to get out of where would typically be the water. And the reason why we bring this up now, hours later, is, as you mentioned, coming up into the early morning hours is when we will see the water come back in, from what we understand. I've been getting some questions on social media. When are we going to see that change? And thankfully, from what Dennis and our whole weather team has been telling us, it will be nothing like what we originally thought thankfully, in this area in terms of those storm surge, of these images that we're seeing come in from our friends and family further south in Florida. So just a reminder to please continue to stay safe. In terms of the flooding that could still come in, while it's not what we originally predicted, it doesn't mean that you should not make the decisions for you and your family to protect yourself. And going out, taking a selfie in an area that could be very dangerous, just please don't do it. That's what law enforcement is saying. That's what we're saying. Look at it, remember it, take a picture, but from a safe distance as we see those tides shift in the coming hours. We're live in South Tampa. Kylie McGivern, ABC Action News.
All right, Kylie, thank you so much. And no, we do not quite know the toll that Ian has taken on Florida. We do know that places in the southwest part of our state experienced devastating storm surge, among other things.
Yeah, the images we've seen today are really unbelievable. And Governor Ron DeSantis has himself mentioned earlier this evening that this will be one of the top 5 hurricanes this state has ever seen in our history. Our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders is at the Emergency Operations Center with the very latest out there.
A lot of eyes here at the EOC glued to monitors, televisions as Ian is making landfall. We did just get a press conference a little bit ago. One of the big takeaways is there are no reported fatalities at this time, but it is still early, and this is a very, very dangerous storm.
We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe.
Florida Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie there reminding those sheltering in place to stay put until the storm is over. He's also warning that emergency crews may not be able to reach you until conditions improve. Those under evac who've decided to ride the storm out, they're asked to take an online survey. That'll help state officials better understand where aid may be needed when rescue work begins. About 2.5 million Floridians were in evacuation zones, and officials believe most heeded warnings to get out. Still, when they return home, catastrophic damage from wind, rain, and storm surge is possible. The governor saying this afternoon recovery won't be quick.
This is a really, really significant storm. It will be one of the storms people always remember when they think about Southwest Florida, probably be the big one.
State officials consider this one of the largest disaster preps in state history. More than 40,000 people are on standby. That includes about 30,000 linemen. They are ready to move in as soon as it's safe and help restore power to potentially millions of people who might lose it. That is the latest out here at the state EOC. I'm Forrest Saunders reporting.
Right, Forrest, thank you. And we're actually starting to get in damage reports from the east side of the state.
It'll be good to check in over there and see what things look like. That's where we find reporter Jessica Bruno. She is from our sister station in West Palm.
There are downed trees and debris scattered throughout this Delray Beach neighborhood. Some people I spoke with tell me they were up almost 24 hours cleaning up.
All of a sudden, I'm hearing what sounds like a train. And I says, oh my God, we're getting a tornado.
Moments later, Marcia Hayot realized her ceiling was caving in.
And it just went whoosh. It took, 5-10 seconds. It had passed and did all the destruction.
The roof to her screened-in porch is gone too, and debris is scattered throughout the room.
It's been a hard night, 24 hours up. We're both sick to our stomachs.
Down the street at Les Spruce's home, it's a similar scene.
My dog literally leapt off the couch into my arms, nearly knocked me back onto the sofa, and we were scrambling to get into the closet. And then, because the whole house was shaking.
He says his roof is destroyed and there's a ton of debris piled up in his yard.
Luckily, I had impact windows, which I just put in. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have much of a house left at all.
It was like literally coming towards me.
Michael Yalagol, who also lives in Cocowood Lakes, believes he saw a tornado fly right over his home. His roof is also damaged. A crew is now working on the repairs.
It's crazy. It was like 2 minutes. And then you look around everywhere else, and it's like just like a regular storm came through.
Meantime, we want to get to our Eric Waxler now. He's been live in Hudson Beach in Pasco County all night long. So, Eric, is the wind still kicking up out there?
Yeah, it really is, Wendy. I would say this is the strongest wind that we've seen up here so far today. In fact, it just hasn't stopped, too. It is a sustained wind. But again, it's nothing compared to what other parts of the state have seen. And other than some downed branches around here, some some bushes and things knocked over. There hasn't been a whole lot of damage. Countywide, all I've heard so far is maybe a couple power lines down, but those were in some rural areas. Of course, we'll find out about more in the morning. But people in Pasco County feeling very fortunate. You can see the wind, and look here at Hudson Beach where it is very quiet right now other than the sound of the wind. The Pasco Sheriff's Office, they do have some deputies out here to make sure that people don't loiter around here, because it has been a place that people have wanted to come check out throughout the day to just get a look, because it does look right out into the Gulf of Mexico. So you had a good view of the bands, the clouds that were really low as the storm started to kick up in this area. And then we had the reverse surge where there's just no water here at Hudson Beach still. It's remained like that since we've been out here. So it was a kind of a place where people were coming and just really looking at awe, and I guess thankful too that the storm hasn't been any worse in Pasco County, because 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, it did not look that way. People feeling very fortunate. Now, if you haven't seen this yet, we wanted to show you something a little more lighthearted as well. We found a Lightning fan. His name is Philip Marks, who needs hurricane shutters when you can put an Andre Vasilevsky jersey on your front door, because as you know, he saves everything, including homes. So this fan put up the jersey on his front door and posted it, and it's going a little bit viral. I'm sure the Lightning fans out there will really enjoy seeing that, because Vazzy, he's unstoppable, and he has saved everything, including apparently this guy's house, Philip Marks. So we're having a lot of fun seeing that. A little lightheartedness on what's been a tough day for a lot of people around the state. For now, from a windy Hudson Beach, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. We want to go to Daytona Beach now. These are actually live pictures. I feel like every time we take this shot, it looks the same, which is strong winds and the rain, literally what looks like, coming down sideways.
Yeah, whipping things up pretty good there in Daytona Beach. And I think we're going to take a look at some major flooding here next, as it continues to be just an unbelievable issue in Fort Myers. Wendy showing me some pictures there while we sent things out to Eric. A viewer sent us this video of water flowing down Estero Boulevard to the north end where the bridge connects the island to Fort Myers. The Collier County Sheriff's Office says East Naples deputies completed 30 rescue missions yesterday, and it's 12:40, so that would be just yesterday encompassing that time. They are still collecting numbers from other areas. Wendy, your reflection on this? I mean, that is
the flooding has been very, very bad. We've seen second floor condos having the flood all the way up to their balconies, and we've seen entire homes underwater. Literally, you can see just the roof. So it is just devastating out in Fort Myers. And of course, as the sun rises, we'll be able to get a better idea of just how bad the damage is in that area. We want to take some other video now. I believe our photojournalist Tim Jones sent in. Again, these are strong winds. This is in Lakeland, where a lot of folks went out. Of course, Orlando also. Polk County is where a lot of folks thought that they would be safe, but the storm went right through Polk County as well. The wind, again, the rain still kicking up in that area.
We've got all hands on deck here. Manatee County crews already starting to make plans for recovery efforts. Fuel being delivered to 3 different shelters, to power stations at Braden River High School, Lee Middle School, Bayshore Elementary. Over 170,000 customers left without power. More than 200 lift stations were offline across the county due to power outages. In response, crews are going to deploy generators to get those lift stations operational again, starting with master lift stations.
And more video tonight of the mass floodings in other parts of the state. We're seeing video out of Naples. If we have that, there was a parking garage that was literally underwater. It was just looked like a river of water flowing through that garage. Several cars underwater there. I think we have, these are some numbers, I think, in Manatee County, but you already read that. These are more pictures we're seeing. And where is this, guys?
Is that
This is Fort Myers. This is still Fort Myers. And as you can see, just devastation. We know that they had really, really strong hurricane force winds and flooding and storm surge. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips is here now. Dennis, any thoughts on how quickly this storm is finally going to leave us and the aftermath that we will see once the sun comes up?
I think across the actual Bay Area, our viewing area from Citrus County down through Manatee County, I don't think we're going to see a lot. A couple of trees down in neighborhoods, that sort of thing. Kind of reminiscent in some cases of what we had with Irma, but I actually think Irma probably maybe a little more widespread damage in some spots. The biggest issue continues to be the very heavy rain. I mean, we already had 20 inches of rain in sections of Hardee County where that flood warning remains in effect. But now we have new flood warnings from Osceola and Orange County, so areas from Orlando down south. And that rain is really, really coming down, and it's going to be a while before it stops. So over the next several hours, we'll probably see another 4 to 6 inches of rain. And now those are areas that have not seen as much rain. But Polk County right now, I mean, that's just an absolute downpour. There's wind, no doubt, winds gusting between about maybe 50-ish, 55 up to 60. So it isn't really overly what I would call volatile or severe, but you don't want to be out in that. And it's certainly enough to create more power outages. And we've been updating the power outage numbers for a while. So the rains at long last are winding down in the areas that had about 21, 22 inches of rain. But unfortunately, they're ramping up across Polk County and Osceola and Orange. Now, what is left of the center of the storm is actually right about here. So we still continue to look at what I guess you could say at one point was the western eye wall. That's where most of the rain, most of the wind has been all day long, actually, ever since landfall when it went through Venice, where Mike Paluska was live there. But if you live in Polk County, I mean, it's not a nice night. You've got power outages, you have winds, which I wouldn't necessarily call overly dangerous if you're at home, because 50, 55, the bigger concern, of course, is the trees, because as wet as the ground is, and with that wind blowing pretty steady, you could and probably will see some trees down. And obviously, if one of those trees were to fall in a house, then it is certainly dangerous. The farther west you go, the winds, as Eric mentioned in his live shot, I mean, it's still blowing. And in a larger sense, we often see the backside of a storm create some additional wind right along the coast. It happened in Tropical Storm Jean back in 2004. I remember the storm had gone through, and on the backside, all of a sudden, the wind started to really come in. And we had about a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust near Fred Howard Park in Tarpon Springs. And again, that was 18 years ago, but I remember it well because when I went to work, living very close to that, when I went to work, everything was fine. When I came home and went into the kitchen and looked up at the ceiling, I saw stars, which really didn't work well because we had no sunroof in the ceiling. So we had a big old hole in the roof from that wind and rain that came in on the back side of the storm. So stressing it again, there's going to be some more wind out there. And as a matter of fact, I think Eric said in his live shot, it was actually more of a sustained wind than they had seen yet. And still, with that flash flood warning remaining in effect for another 15 minutes, that area there, we'll see if it's extended. I kind of think it won't be because we're no longer looking at heavy rain, but I do think we could see that flash flood warning extended into Polk County and certainly the Osceola, as that's really, really coming down with winds of about 45 to maybe gusting up to 60 at times. So there it is. Where's the hurricane? I mean, look at how much of a difference we're seeing now over the last 12 hours. Literally 12 hours ago, we had a monster storm, 1 mile an hour shy of Cat 5, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the west coast of Florida. And now that's all that's left right there. There's not much. The center is here. Almost all the convection or the storms are off to the east. But again, while you're not getting a ton of rain on the backside, you are still getting some wind. 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, winds down to tropical storm force. So there is the chance they could even downgrade this to a tropical storm at the 5 o'clock advisory, depending on just how much it collapses over the next 4 or 5 hours. But then as it moves back over the water, there is a chance it could redevelop before going into the Carolinas over the weekend. So in terms of locally, we still have the same warnings. None of them have been dropped. I mean, you could argue they probably should be in many areas, but I think the Hurricane Center is going to wait until this is actually offshore. And then at that point, they're more than likely to drop it. And I also think they don't want to drop things because there is still that surge possibility. I think more of a surge possibility over the next few hours than we had this afternoon. I mean, we've been saying this all along. You get a flow that blows everything out back into the Gulf, in other words, an offshore flow, there is no way you're going to get surge in our area. Now, down around Naples and Fort Myers, they had an onshore flow, and that's what added to the difficulties with the surge. But as this center passes the waters east-west, the latitude of Tampa Bay, the bay itself, the winds will begin to shift in the other direction. It's going to take a while, though. High tide's around 4 o'clock. It is a very high tide at 2.7 feet. So there is the chance we're going to see some water rise and see some issues between 4 and 6 o'clock in the usual places around Bayshore and in other areas in Pinellas County and in Hillsborough County. So that's one we'll watch closely. We'll have some reporters out there. I said this throughout the afternoon. It wouldn't be a bad idea to set your alarm just in case you do see some flooding and you need to get out. But that's only if you live immediately on the water. Otherwise, that's not an issue. Winds gusting between 40 and about 60. On any given day, a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust would be a severe thunderstorm warning. The difference is this is 60-mile-an-hour winds for several hours at a time, and that's why we've been seeing more issues with trees down and branches down and pool cages and lanais and whatnot, with winds gusting up to about 75 miles an hour, even a few higher spots. That storm surge warning remains in effect. I think if we don't see the surge between 4 and 6, my guess is they'll probably drop that warning in the early morning hours. New Euro is about to come out. Again, winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour through the day on Thursday. So there's still going to be some lingering wind, even if the storm is offshore. But I really think those numbers are going to come down pretty quickly. So as we mentioned, there's still some very, very heavy pockets of rain, and not in the same areas that we had over the last couple of hours. Let's check out Jason with the latest on that.
And the good news is that we're looking at most of the area that picked up the 20 inches of rain. They're finally starting to clear out from those widespread heavier downpours. So as we look at it right now on the radar, you can see the center moving to the north-northeast. Still what's left of the center. It's very ragged, and we are looking at it basically sitting over top of the same areas for hours and hours on end, like we did earlier today, from Nokomis and Venice through Northport, up through Wauchula and Arcadia, and even over to Frostproof, where we're seeing reports of over 10 inches of rain in Frostproof, and a lot of that fell actually just within the last couple of hours. So we'll start here in Polk County, Lakeland, Lake Wales. We're still socked in with a heavy rain. Wind gusts on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour, still in some of the stronger bands that are rolling through, but we're not looking at those hurricane force gusts like we were expecting and what we saw earlier in the day, as of course the center was a lot stronger. It still shows 90 miles per hour from the hurricane center, but that was at 11 o'clock almost 2 hours ago. It's still weakening. It may be down to 80 to 75 at the new advisory that comes out here at 2 o'clock, but overall we're not looking for those hurricane force sustained winds or gusts. We're looking mainly for tropical storm force conditions with some of these heavier rain areas. But we are picking up widespread rains along the more populated areas here along the Polk Parkway, in and around Lakeland, over to Auburndale and Winter Haven. So for whatever reason, if you had to be out tonight, you will likely encounter the ponding on the roads and even some flooded roadways, but especially in the southern part of the county, especially over Lake Wales and Frostproof. This was the area that the northern part of the eye wall rolled through, what was left of it before it really fell apart. But unfortunately, it was kind of stationary here in these areas as well. But we are beginning to see some signs of movement and back off toward the east, and that's why we've had that flood warning now issued east of Polk County. We still have it in Polk County. I'll show you that here in a second. But we are looking at the flood warnings that have been extended, like Dennis said, over to Osceola and Orange counties, the Orlando metro area, now under a flood warning as well. So I put the green polygon up here for you. You can see that flood warning does not extend beyond Frostproof and Fort Meade. We do not have a flood warning here in the northern part of Polk County, but it was really here in the southern part again when that northern eye wall was still intact. That's where it was earlier tonight, and that's where we've seen reports of over 10 inches of rain in a very, very short amount of time. So a little farther to the west, check out Tampa, St. Pete. Hardly any rain out there now. We were looking at projections earlier today that we could pick up 12 inches of rain in and around the city of Tampa, maybe 3 inches max. That's great news because, of course, we do not need the rain. We picked up so much rain just here in the month of September. I remember back in August here in Tampa, in my place, I have a retention pond in the backyard. It was completely dried up, and I couldn't believe it because it was August. Fast forward 2 weeks into September, it was completely full. and then we had a hurricane coming, and I was like, oh boy, what's going to happen here? So thankfully, we didn't get that foot of rain that was projected into the area, but we can still see some heavier rain on the east side of town over toward Brandon and Thonotosassa, Plant City, Seffner, Mango. Those yellow colors are moderate rain, and sometimes those moderate bands, when you're dealing with a tropical system, can pull down some gustier winds from aloft, pull that rain down to the surface, and pull those gusty winds down to the surface. So we still could see gusts over 50 miles per hour, but the 75 mile per hour gusts we had here in Tampa earlier, they're done. And also in St. Pete, we had 77 mile per hour wind gusts here in the city of St. Pete. Like Dennis said, perhaps some gusty winds on the backside of the system. We had earlier tonight, still as the eye was well east of Sarasota, we did get almost a 90 mile per hour wind gust, and it was well east of Sarasota at that time. But this just makes me so happy to see, and I'm really, really concerned here for southern Sarasota County. Northport, we have not escaped the flooding risks from these tropical systems for a good 5 years now. Of course, we had flood problems back with Irma, and then last year we had Hurricane Elsa, and we were one of the spots that got stuck under a band of rain that dropped 11.5 to 12.5 inches of rain right over Northport, and then it was days that we were dealing with the river flooding in Northport. Today, potentially up to 20 inches of rain falling in the city of Northport, and that's why we had that flood emergency, that flash flood emergency that was issued earlier. Notice, though, now just a little bit of light green left over. Thankfully, we're not adding to that 20-inch total that we had earlier tonight, and the winds are starting to calm down here as well. Perhaps some gusts still at around the 40 to 45 mile per hour mark. So these are those totals, and again, some spots picking up nearly 19 to 20 inches of rain. Let me see if I can plot some spots here a little further south toward the, there we go. We got 17 near Englewood, 18 near Englewood showing up, and then again right in around Northport it's showing up 18, but I did see 19 earlier in some of the spots here. So now removing all of these areas, these plots that I put on here for you, you can clearly see where the eye came on shore and where it did not produce a lot of rain, basically along and north of I-4, the exception northern Polk County picking up on the rain now, but it was really confined to areas here from Sarasota County over to eastern Polk and now western Osceola counties. That was the target for this eye wall that just developed, and it would not break down until just within the last hour or so. We're finally seeing it break down enough to where we're getting rid of those excessive rain totals, but this is going to create those flood problems for us again going into the next couple of days in these areas, as the rivers, of course, all this water has to flow into the tributaries, the creeks that eventually go into the rivers, that eventually go into the bay and the Gulf, and that takes time. So we're going to see water levels on the high side, and also we're seeing water levels on the high side along the Hillsborough River. The Hillsborough River State Park has a flood warning for that excessive rainfall that was just to the east and northeast of Tampa. The Nature Coast, we've got Eric Waxler here. He's up north, and we're looking at him talking about the winds picking up tonight. So that's some of that backside of the tropical system wind that we could see, but we're more concerned about the direction here of the wind now that we're heading toward high tide. And just to repeat what Dennis has said, we're beginning to see the winds turn. So all day today, north of I-4, north of the eye, we had the winds coming out of the east to the west. Now they're shifting more to the north. Look at St. Pete starting to get more northwesterly, and eventually we'll get this a little more toward the west or out of the west, and that's what's going to aid in the surge potential, where we could see perhaps closer to Eta levels. Of course, the last couple of days when the center was projected to be farther north, we were looking at the potential for up to 10 feet of surge. We're no longer concerned about that, of course, with the storm being well south and well east now, but as these winds come around, perhaps Eta levels, which were 2 to 4 foot, maybe 4.5 feet in some places like Gulfport and St. Pete. So that's what we're going to be looking for over the next couple of hours. That's why we're still on air for you tonight, because that surge risk is there. And of course, you could still see the sustained winds of 45 to 50 for Wauchula over to Avon Park and Haines City, where that what's left of the center is still intact enough to give us that rain risk and that wind risk here in our eastern zones. This is the outlook for tomorrow. We're talking about a much better forecast here heading out through the day. We'll still be stuck with the clouds, some scattered showers at times, but we're not looking for flooding rains. And thankfully, believe it or not, our rainy season is turning off, thanks to Hurricane Ian. It's drawing in significantly cooler and drier air, and when you see the 7-day here in a second, this is going to be something that we're really going to be excited about, especially for recovery and also for for, of course, a lot of us without power and the air conditioning. We've been into the mid-90s here through most of the month of September, and we're all barely going to get to 80 degrees here as we head into the next couple of days. But your hour by hour for tomorrow, we'll still see the gusty winds gusting as high as 35 to 40 miles per hour in the morning, dropping to 20 to 25 miles per hour into the afternoon. The shower threat, even though it shows up here all day long, it's not the all-day rain like we had today. We're just looking at a few leftover showers as the system continues to move off of the Atlantic coast and slide out over toward Daytona Beach. Eventually, it could actually reorganize a little bit before heading up to Georgia and South Carolina. We'll also see mostly cloudy skies. That's going to work with the cooler and drier air coming south to allow us to finally see temperatures not into the mid-90s and heat index values not up to 100, 115 degrees. Futurecast shows as we go from 2 o'clock into the morning, just an hour away or so, to 4 a.m. We're really seeing the system pull off toward the Atlantic side of the state. It may come offshore somewhere in and around Cape Canaveral or Daytona, and these areas have seen the winds really picking up tonight with that wind coming in off of the Atlantic. No friction, so we're seeing stronger winds out there on the Atlantic side of the coast, even though the system is a little weaker. But then as we go from 8 to noon, really starting to see that system pull out to the east. We could even see some sunshine trying to return on our southwest spots that got hit so hard today as we go to tomorrow afternoon. But with this northwesterly wind, the cooler, drier air coming in from the system from the north, and also the added cloud cover, that's really going to work to keep our temperatures down only into the low to mid 70s here as we go into the next 24 hours. Now, look at this map. I haven't showed it in a long time because we've been stuck into the low to mid 90s. This is the average map where we're going to be over the next 10 days versus cooler than average or above average. And check this out, all the way through the next 7 to 10 day forecast, we're going to be below that average high, which is 89 to 90 degrees this time of year. And we're going to get a significant break from the humidity coming up as we go into the next 7 days. So we've talked a lot about the bad news tonight. Let me end here with some better news for you. Temperatures are going to be below average, not only for the first 3 days of the 7-day forecast, but all the way through Florida's most accurate 7-day. We may get back up into the mid 80s by the middle and end of the week, but the humidity, it's going to be gone. We're not really going to notice it as we go into the next 7 days compared to how humid we've been this summer and certainly here for the month of September. That will allow overnight lows also to get a lot more comfortable, and this is great news for the power outage situation. We've been stuck with hurricanes before where we've had temperatures exceeding 90 degrees and heat index values exceeding 100 for days after hurricanes with no air conditioning help. So at least this one, at least Ian, was strong enough to get this front to come far enough south that we're going to see a huge drop in temperatures and humidity. So if you're without power for a few days, yes, your house is still going to be warm, but thankfully we're not going to be just dreading hot like it was. I was back in one of the stronger ones, Hurricane Ivan, up in the Panhandle back in 2004. And we had heat index values over 100 for a week after Ivan, and there were people without power for like 3 weeks, so no help from the air conditioning. So I'm really, really happy to report that that's the forecast moving forward. I wish we didn't have to talk about no AC and the hurricane situation, but it is what it is. And this is what we're looking at here 7-day forecast wise. Big improvements, no threat for any tropical systems here over the next 7 days. Of course, hurricane season not over for another month and a half, 2 months or so. So we're here all the way through the end of hurricane season, but at least right now, we're looking pretty good for the next 7. Rain chances also significantly lower, as you would expect, with the huge drop in humidity and a cold front passing by. So we may be turning on the dry season. Of course, officially the dry season doesn't show up for a couple of more weeks, but it looks like we're going to get an early start to it. And this is really, really important because those river levels, again, they don't need any more water added to them as they're going to be rising here over the next couple of days. So we're going to see a huge drop in those temperatures, a huge drop in the humidity, and a huge drop in those water levels. But it's going to take several more days for that to happen. But again, we're not going to be adding to that with the flooding thunderstorm rains that we've been seeing. Remember, it's just yesterday and the day before the hurricane, we had massive summer thunderstorms that were producing 4 to 8 inches of rain prior to the arrival of this storm. So it's really good to see the 7-day forecast with a much better forecast in it, and thankfully not one that has another tropical system in there. There's a new tropical depression. It's off the coast of Africa. It is not one that we're going to be worried about. And the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean are not showing development for at least another week or so. But again, we really aren't out of the woods yet, but hopefully this is the only one we have, not just for this hurricane season, but for many more to come, because this one, a record breaker. It will be one of the strongest to hit the state of Florida. It will be one of the strongest, perhaps a top 5 to hit the United States based on wind. It had winds up to 155. Remember, Michael was 160. Andrew, I believe, was 175. So we're talking about this being up to those levels of storms. And Ivan, the one I was talking about up in the Panhandle, it was 130, as bad as that one was. So this one, again, it's going to be a record breaker. And the National Hurricane Center over the next several months, they're going to do a lot of research. They're going to go down to the Fort Myers area from Miami, and they're going to figure out exactly how high the surge levels were, how strong the winds were at landfall. They're going to check all these observation points, and here in a couple of months, we'll know if this did make it to Cat 5 prior to landfall, because it was only a couple of miles per hour shy of that, or if it stays at a Category 4. But regardless, even if it's a 4, it's still going to be a record breaker for the Sunshine State. So our hearts go out to our friends down south and in Sarasota County. We love you guys, and we know you're going to get through this, and we're here for you, and we're here to help you out, and we're going to get a lot of help sent your way over the next couple of weeks here from ABC Action News. Guys, take it away.
All right, Jason. Couldn't have said it better myself. We have now completed a full shift change on desk. We'll say good morning to Dia in just a moment. I want to remind you all to download, if you haven't already, the ABC Action News app. And this is new this year. We have this QR code that you can open up your camera right now and scan, and it will connect you directly to our apps in an App Store, Google Play, and there you can find everything you need, live, active radar in your neighborhood. Also, you can watch us, maybe the most important thing, simply by scanning that code. It'll take you to a link to watch us. If you have lost power at your home and you're doing that right now, good on you. It's the best way to do it.
Absolutely. I want to show you some video now from Daytona Beach. I saw this when I was preparing to, actually this is live. I saw this morning when I was preparing to come in for the shift change. Wendy said that it really hadn't changed. It looks like it's getting a little bit better, like the wind is beginning to die down a little bit, and that's certainly good news. The Daytona Beach area has been hit pretty hard as well. Again, our thoughts just go out to everybody impacted by this storm. We went to bed, for the two of us, we went to bed earlier yesterday anticipating what was going to happen. And this is one of those storms where you'll never forget where you were. You'll never forget where you were when it came through.
You certainly won't. And just like Jason said, our hearts go out to all the people in Southwest Florida impacted by this.
You mentioned your dad.
Yeah, my dad has a house in Punta Gorda.
But he wasn't there. That's a good thing.
He wasn't there, and we're just waiting to see what daylight brings in that case. I was able to talk to a couple of neighbors of his down there, describing it to me, Dia, as a war zone at this point. We saw the catastrophic flooding and everything else. This morning, turning our attention to the Bay Area. We're in pretty good shape. Dennis saying a few minutes ago, Jason, the same thing. We've got gusts right now equivalent to a strong afternoon thunderstorm. Those last 15 minutes, this is going to last a couple of hours. We're hoping later this morning, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., that area. This is exiting our state. Conditions improve dramatically, and linemen can get out there and start repairing and getting power back to so many people that have lost it.
That is such a big deal. The number of power outages right now is staggering. Lee County, 442,000 customers don't have power. In Polk County, 148,000. Pinellas, 189,000. Pasco, 36,000. Highlands, 52,000. Manatee, 170,000. And in Sarasota, 257,000 customers without power. As James mentioned, the line crews can get out there, start restoring power today. And I think once people get the power back, they can begin to at least start to kind of, put their lives back together. At sunlight, we'll be able to see the extent of the damage. But power for so many people, that's a big thing. If you can get the power turned back on, then at least they can feel like they can kind of get started.
I think that's the first step towards normalcy, right? And you mentioned the power outage is staggering. We heard the governor say it yesterday that widespread power outages expected here. And if you look at the ratio to number of customers served and number of customers out, it is 95% in some of our counties right now. So again, hopefully you are watching us, you are staying up with us, rubbing your eyes, maybe you are waking up, whatever sleep schedule you are on, we are here for you, and we're going to continue here throughout the night and into the morning.
As we were preparing for our shift change, saw so many of our colleagues, some talking about good morning, some saying good night.
Yeah, it was kind of strange.
We're all a little discombobulated right now.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to our sports team. That's where I camped out in the sports office back there. Whatever works. We do have it's all hands on deck right here at our station.
Yeah,
so.
It is. But that's what we do. That's what we do.
We signed
are committed.
Up for it.
We keep saying that we are committed to making sure that you have information that you need to keep you and your family safe. And we've been here all night. We will be here, through the duration of this storm. I did hear Jason and Dennis saying this morning that by the time most of you wake up, the storm will have passed our area. We'll still deal with some rain and some wind, but for the most part, the threat will have passed our area. And I think it's goes without saying, it's been a long night for so many people in the Bay Area, and they're just waiting for, for sunlight at this point.
Absolutely. And a hat tip here from the desk to our crews in the field, enduring some of the worst of this storm, bringing you coverage, giving us looks all throughout the evening. Our crews also doing a shift change there. They are getting spread out all up and down the west coast of Florida, and we'll be checking in with them periodically also throughout the morning here. So we have a lot to get to. Jason, Dennis, they're still here. Greg, he'll be joining us soon. So again, a lot more to talk about. Let's keep you updated on conditions as this moves through, and we still experience a lot of rain and some heavy gusting, some sustained winds in some parts south of us here. So we want to keep you posted on that as best we possibly can, and we will.
Well, happening right now, emergency vehicles no longer responding to calls in Sarasota County. We told you that this was going to happen once those winds reached a certain speed. But again, at this point, they're just waiting to see if there's any debris or anything down in the roads, but they're not responding to emergency calls right now.
That's right. And the City Utilities Department has discontinued water service to the island of Venice at this time. The City of Venice posting this picture to Facebook here, showing us exactly how much damage Hurricane Ian has caused, and with strong winds and rain. The Venice Theater here, take a look at this shot, seeing a very forceful impact. I'm not sure if that's the theater, but that is a section of course, a section. I mean, I'm still waking up here. That is a part of Venice, and you're taking a look at just severe gusts of wind here.
Just incredible. And then earlier we showed you downtown Venice being battered by the rain, the wind, and debris that was blowing through the streets. That's one of the reasons that, first responders always tell you to stay off the streets, because, that wind can be strong and it can pick up trash bins, those big garbage bins, and just push them right down the street. And you don't want to be anywhere near that. The streets in Venice empty. That's a good sign. The Venice Theater is closed, of course, through Thursday. We'll let you know if we get any more updates on whether the theater will open on Friday. I did tell you that we got an advisory from Polk County Schools and also Hillsborough County Schools. They had been closed through Thursday, but they have now decided to close on Friday as well. Hillsborough County wanting to use those, clean those shelters. They activated 49 schools to serve as shelters, so they want that extra day to prepare those schools for the kids to come back on Monday. I suspect that's the same thing in Polk County, but again, Polk County and Hillsborough County at least closed on Friday. We'll check and see about the other school districts throughout the day, so they put out advisories.
And we still have that scrolling at the bottom of the screen too, all the closings and the updates there, so that'll come through, and it'll be updated as soon as we get new info in.
Okay, now we want to head over to Sarasota. Of course, that, our county viewing area there really took a hard hit from this storm.
Especially areas south. Let's check in with Mary O'Connell. She is joining us live from a shelter in that area. Mary, I think we checked in with you about an hour ago. You were telling us the conditions were starting to improve. You hadn't seen, you weren't experiencing much rain. You said that the wind, though, was keeping up. How are things now?
Still no rain. We haven't seen rain in I'd say over an hour now. Still some wind. You'll get hit by a couple gusts, but overall I would say it is lightening up, which is a great thing for the folks here in Sarasota County. We've had wind and rain since early this morning, earlier than 8 a.m. I mean, goodness. It's just been going on all day for the folks here. I will say the one thing that I feel like we've noticed since we've been out here is almost a temperature drop. It feels a little bit chilly out. I know it is almost 2 in the morning, but feel a little bit of a temperature drop. I won't step out of the shot here because there's not much to see because the lights behind us are out at this point. But I will tell you, we've talked to people who have been kind of coming and going from the shelter. Some people decided to stay through the storm. Some people decided they wanted to go home. We've had some people trickling out, deciding to go home. We did talk to a couple people. One woman in particular, she decided to go home, when things got a little bit better, went home, ended up coming back to the shelter because when she got to her neighborhood, she saw downed trees. She ran into a wall of water, didn't want to drive through it, didn't feel safe enough walking through it in the dark, decided to come back here with her mom so they can tackle that in the morning. Hopefully some of that water in those low-lying areas has receded by them when it's daylight out. But that's just kind of the small pieces that we're hearing from people in this area. We've had a lot of people come up to us and say, oh my gosh, do you know how this area is? Do you know how this area is? And until there's daylight, it's really hard to tell how hard this county has been hit. I know southern Sarasota County, they've been inundated, but overall, we're dealing with power outages countywide, and until that daylight hits and we can see what we're really dealing with here. I know emergency crews, once the winds die down, they're going to get out and they're going to get to work to make sure that they can, clear everything, make sure everything's safe, and get everybody back home as safely as possible. But that's kind of what we're seeing right now here. No rain, still some wind, a little bit cooler, and we're going to be continuing to follow it here. We'll be here all day tomorrow as well as the aftermath. We're covering the aftermath of what Hurricane Ian left behind. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. She said we'll be here all day tomorrow. Let's talk about it. I was talking about how we're all a little mixed up right here. They've been working so hard all throughout the night. Our crews, are just incredible. We do want to go to another hardworking crew, Rochelle Aline. She's live in Dunedin this morning. Good morning, Rochelle.
Hey, good morning, you guys. I was actually just listening to Mary's hit, and we're seeing more of the same here. It's chilly out here. The rain has stopped, but the wind, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's literally howling. We're underneath a little pavilion. It is howling, and we're at the Dunedin Marina. You can see it's really blowing the boats back here, and we've been watching folks coming out in the wee hours of the morning to check to make sure their boats are still okay. Actually, we were here last night, and we spoke to a man named Captain John who was out here securing his boats. We actually have video of him from earlier today. He ran out during the storm to make sure his boats were still there. He ran out to the pier because he has a boat that's actually anchored out on the water. He said he put an extra anchor out there. Thankfully, it is still there, but that's the story for a lot of the boat owners out here. They're coming throughout the night, and they're going to be coming again in the morning, later on in the morning, to check to make sure that their boats are okay. Again, the wind, just a big problem for a lot of these boat owners, but thankfully so far we've been here on and off all day. The boats appear to be okay, and we're going to be out here monitoring this for quite some time. And then we have another crew coming out to relieve us, and they'll be out here as well, making sure everything's okay. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. The Winter Haven Fire Department battling dangerous winds and rain yesterday, like most of the, first responders in the area.
Oh, no doubt they were not alone here. The crew came across some down power lines about an hour ago in a neighborhood, and the power lines, as you see from this video, seem to, there it is, spark some fire along a white picket fence in the neighborhood. Crews warn if anybody doubts the danger of this storm, this is just one incident of so many. The fire rescue saying that right before this happened, a trampoline flew in front of their truck. Telecommunications giant Comcast says it's opened 200,000 Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots in not just Florida, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, too.
Yeah, that move is meant to help people stay connected during Hurricane Ian, which, of course, is so important. Want to make sure that you stay connected, not just to get emergency information, but also to let family know how you're doing. That's, the main thing that most people are so concerned about, just checking in on family and friends.
Another one of those things, Dia, you don't realize how much you miss it until you don't have it. These public hotspots that Comcast is putting up are available for free to everyone, including non-Xfinity customers. So that's a nice move on their part. Roughly 90,000 of the hotspots are in Florida, while 2 million people are without electricity. A map of public Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots is available at xfinity.com/Wi-Fi.
Earlier, I saw Eric Waxler in Hudson Beach in Pasco County. The wind was blowing. He said, for the most part, that's what he was experiencing. No rain, but we want to check in with him now. Eric, is that still the case out there? Just mainly wind?
Yeah, it really is, Dee. I can't remember the last time it rained. I mean, it's been several hours, but this wind we're experiencing right now is by far the most severe wind that we've had since we've been here. It has been steady. We're talking about at least 2 hours straight with no break in the wind. In the beginning, you felt just the bands where there'd be breaks in between some big gusts, but now it has been a steady, consistent wind that you can see just by looking at the tree there. It is nonstop, and it is it's strong, but this is Jason and Dennis both explained it. I'll let them revisit it again. The backside of the storm, they said this is not uncommon to have this kind of wind back on the coast. I'm sure they'll go into more detail about that. But yeah, you're looking at Hudson Beach where they've experienced the reverse surge, which is also expected with this kind of storm, the path it took, but the water is not there, at least for about 40 feet looking out to the Gulf of Mexico here in Hudson Beach, and that made for a little bit of a tourist attraction for a good chunk of the afternoon. When we first got here, there was dozens of people that came out and were taking pictures and bringing their family out to see what was going on and to get a look at the storm as it was coming in. And then the sheriff's office came in and said, hey, this is an evacuation zone, not a place to hang out. So they kept telling everyone to leave, but then people would come back. But of course, now that it's the middle of the night, it's been pretty quiet here. But there's still occasionally people that will drive through just to see what's going on and get a little bit of taste of this storm, because when it's so dark, there's really not much that you can see. But people have still been coming here to check things out. But Pasco County residents, I'm sure, feeling very fortunate with what could have been when you see the devastation down in Fort Myers if that storm had taken a different path up here. With all the flooding that Pasco's experienced in the last decade, that was really a scary thought for a lot of people, because I've been in neighborhoods in past years during Tropical Storm Debbie. I remember several years back where, you're talking about a storm that just stood over Pasco County and dumped so much rain. And along the Anclote River, for example, it would overflow into all the neighborhoods, and people were having to be rescued by boat in some of those neighborhoods. So people had visions of that and did not want to experience that again. And it seems like that is going to be the case, other than maybe some downed trees and down power lines. It looks like Pasco is going to escape the worst of what Hurricane Ian is bringing this year. Live on Hudson Beach, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you. I want to show you this video, and then I think Dennis wants to
I was going to talk to Eric. I had a couple of questions, doing a little Q&A compared to, because Eric's been in Pasco for a long time, and he knows that area. But we'll get him back in the next time.
Okay, yeah, we'll get him back. Dennis, take a look at this right here. That's a rescue that happened in Naples. Look at that car there.
Yeah.
Lucky
don't
to get
know
that door
exactly.
open.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where where this was, or where these people were going.
Looks like
but
Naples.
It's incredible. Again, that's in Naples. That car almost underwater there. It is hard because of that pressure trying to get that door open, but that's why first responders were telling everybody to stay off the streets. I hope that people in that car, weren't trying to get to at the last minute, get to a shelter, but that's why, they tell you that you need to be where you're going by a certain period, because that water can come rushing in fast.
Yeah, and this isn't confirmed, but I've been hearing through the grapevine that Naples had a storm surge of 6 feet and Fort Myers had a storm surge of 7 feet. And some of the video that we've been seeing, especially out of Fort Myers, has been unbelievable. And the forecast for the Bay Area was 10 feet. And actually the forecast for Fort Myers was 12 to 16 feet. So I can't even fathom. 7 to me just doesn't seem reasonable based on some of the pictures that we've been seeing. And we'll get more across the area over the next 6 to 12 hours. We do want to go back to Eric Waxler. And Eric has been out in the Pasco County area for quite a while now. He lives in that area, and he's been working here at ABC Action News for quite a while as well. Eric, I'm curious if you're still out there. So I remember, and this was definitely before you were here, but I wonder if you've had a chance to talk to any folks in Pasco County, because I remember specifically back in the mid-90s, there was a tropical storm named Josephine, and it was just a tropical storm, and the water from the Gulf made it all the way to US 19, and it was waist deep. So I'm kind of curious, and the folks that you know in that area, when they see a storm coming, do they expect that water to go as far inland as it has? Usually. It clearly didn't do this go around.
Yeah, well, just in the time that I've been here, which is now about 12, 13 years, US 19 definitely has flooded, maybe not waist deep from various storms, but definitely in spots where they have to shut it down. And I can just when you said that, I can picture seeing, deputies parked on US 19 to keep people from driving because of areas where the water is just too high. So yes, it has reached US 19 more recently than even the storm you're referring to. So everything west of US 19 is in a flood zone, and people have to be so careful and are so cognizant of that. And I hope people took all the evacuation warnings seriously, although as it turned out, maybe it wasn't necessary in this part of our viewing area. But there's also areas on the other side of US 19 that have flooded consistently, and along the Anclote River, Elfers comes to mind. I believe it was Tropical Storm Debbie that I had referred to.
Yeah,
I just remember it being like, looking at Venice, where you have to go from down the streets in boats. There were people that had to be rescued from their homes, and I can remember that, where the sheriff's office had to bring in big vehicles to go in there and rescue people. And so it's a very dangerous situation, and I know people did not want to deal with that. I can only imagine with this storm especially what it would have done to certain areas like that we're talking about. It would have been devastating.
And I do remember with Debbie, the flooding that you talked about on the river lasted for weeks. I mean, it wasn't just a short-term thing. It stayed around for a long time.
Yeah, it was one of those situations. I think it's been a while, so you start to forget all the details. But yeah, I mean, it's not something that you just the rain comes and it automatically floods. It takes a little while for that water to work its way back down the river, and then for the river to crest. And yeah, it was days after. And I remember FEMA coming in there and assessing all the damage, and that was a rough time. And I think that my memory of that storm was it just hovered over us for an extended period of time and just dumped so much rain that these rivers couldn't handle it.
Yeah, we got a pretty decent high tide coming up in about 2.5, 3 hours in that area. I do think the winds will still probably be more of a northerly direction, but there is a chance you could still see some of that surge. But as you said, I mean, 36 hours ago, we had a track that was pretty much worst case scenario that was going to give anywhere from a 5 to a 10-foot surge, and it changed just like that. So in the folks that you talked to, I'm curious, was it the mindset from the beginning, it's going to miss us, it always misses us, or was it more of the thankful, man, this was a close one, we were pretty lucky, or was it both?
Yeah, I mean, you have the people that are always optimistic, and they're gonna stay in their homes and not heed all the warnings. But no, I think many people took this seriously. I know my neighborhood, people were working hours and hours putting up the storm shutters and protecting their homes. And you see, in a lot of the areas in Newport Richey, people getting sandbags. I mean, I felt so bad. I was at one of the sandbag sites a couple days ago. I guess that would have been Monday. I mean, people were waiting for 2 hours in a line of cars at Mitchell Park in Newport Richey just to get 20 sandbags to protect their home. And, it's hard work out in the heat. And I talked to a grandmother who had just retired down here from New York, and here she is filling up sandbags. And I said, sadly, welcome to Florida,
right,
because that's not what you want to have when you first retired down here. But hopefully everyone's doing well and has avoided the worst of what Hurricane Ian could have brought here.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Eric Waxler, live in Pasco County, where the winds are blowing. Doesn't look like there's much rain going on out there. Pretty light, but there is still plenty of rain going on in Polk County. As a matter of fact, a new flood warning was just issued. This is not as heavy as it was in Hardee and DeSoto County and eastern Sarasota, but I'll tell you, it is really coming down. More rain than wind. I mean, there's definitely wind, maybe sustained winds of 35 miles an hour, gusts up to 55 or 60. But you've got this whole area right here in Polk County with these warnings, and they've already seen, I'm sure, 5-6 inches of rain, maybe more than that. And because it's kind of a slow-moving system out of the picture, it's going to linger for at least a few more hours. Now, the actual storm itself is just a shell of itself. It's hardly recognizable anymore. But if anywhere from Lakeland to Fort Meade over to Bartow, back east to Lake Wales, Haines City, Davenport, Kathleen, back toward Frostproof, I mean, just a large area of moderate rain and a steady area of wind. It isn't the kind of wind that usually produces any kind of damage, although because the ground is so wet and the soil is so soft with all the rain that we've seen, that's what can allow trees to fall. And it can be some of those big oak trees that sometimes when the roots sprawl, but when you've got such soft soil after rain, and by the way, not just rain here, but there's been rain over the last couple of months in inland areas with the summer pattern that we've had that has been above average anyway. And something that's pretty amazing to think of. So the yearly rain totals range anywhere from 50 to 55 inches of rain. Areas down across Hardee and DeSoto County and eastern Sarasota, they have literally picked up half a year's rain total in about 8 hours. So that's just how much rain we're talking about. Now you go west into Hillsborough County, and where Eric was in Pasco County, there's not a lot. I mean, I called my family in Palm Harbor. They've had power the entire time. They haven't had a lot of rain. It's as though the rain kind of hit a wall around Oldsmar and eastward. I mean, there's still some wind, and I'm telling you, and Jason and I have been talking about this, The wind isn't over, and the surge threat, and you're not going to hear me hype anything. That's against my DNA in general. But at the end of the day, we have a very high tide coming up in about 3 hours. And there is the possibility that some of that water could rise because it all boils down to where this is located, the position of the area of low pressure. And by the way, if I were to step out of this picture and show you this right there and say, oh, by the way, 12 hours ago, that was pretty much a Cat 5 hurricane about to just rip into the west coast of Florida, would you say I'm crazy? Look at that. That's all that's left of it. Winds of 90, and I'm sure the Hurricane Center is being a little generous in saying that 90-mile-an-hour current wind. I doubt it is, and I think you're looking at a tropical storm by 5 a.m., and if not by 5 a.m., definitely by 11 a.m. But regardless of whether or not it's producing a lot of high winds, there's still tropical storm force winds, 35, 40, 45 across most of the state. And again, it all boils down to the location of where that is. And as you draw an east to west line, it's pretty much dead even with the bay itself, with Tampa Bay. So that means what we have had all day is offshore winds, as long as it's south. But once this goes north of the bay, the winds start to come around and you get an onshore flow. Now, it's not like Mother Nature flips a switch and then boom, the minute you pass the latitude, the winds just come in. It takes a while. They veer back out of the other direction and eventually go out of the northwest. I doubt they even make it due west, but I do believe it is going to give a better opportunity for some of that water, at least in some spots, to build up a bit. And then you throw in the fact that it's the highest tide pretty much of the month anyway. So then all of a sudden you're saying, yeah, there could be some buildup. Do I think it's going to be as noticeable as Ada? I kind of doubt it. But I'm the first to admit, predicting surge and the location of surge is a hard thing. And if you look at the Hurricane Center's page, they actually even have a surge information area that says experimental, because it is by no means an exact science. We know when an onshore flow comes in, it's going to push water in. We know when there's an offshore flow, it'll push water out. And that's why a lot of times when you get flooding in our area during a tropical system, it's because there was an onshore flow. Because think about it. If the storm is pushing water in, right? Pushing water into this area, and you're getting all this rain. Well, where's the rain going to go? It can't drain out into the Gulf because you're having an onshore flow, a pushed flow, so you get major flooding. That's what happened tonight in Hardee and DeSoto and eastern Sarasota and Charlotte County, and also Polk and Highlands for that matter. But once again, you get the center past whatever east-west line we're referring to, the winds start to veer out of a more onshore flow instead of an offshore flow, and we see a buildup of water. Now, there have been no changes in warnings whatsoever. We are still under a hurricane warning. I mean, come on. I mean, we should not be under a hurricane warning anymore. There aren't even hurricane force winds anymore, but the Hurricane Center will keep it under the better safe than sorry mantra, I suppose. But regardless, and remember, when we're talking about hurricane winds, we're not talking about gusts. We're talking about sustained winds, steady winds for 60 seconds of 75 miles an hour or higher. And that's just not going to happen, nor is it going to happen, or it hasn't over the last several hours. But at the end of the day, it's still very, very heavy rain and still some gusty winds, and it's not something you want to be out in. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that there's still a warning in effect. But I will tell you, if you look at the current wind gusts, you see, there's been a gust in Arcadia a couple hours ago at 79, but most areas are reporting winds of 30 to 40, 50, maybe even as high as 60. That was several hours ago right there, as was Bradenton. So good news. Doesn't matter if we have any warnings or not. All that really matters is that the winds are beginning to come down and doing so pretty quickly because the storm is weakening. So in the overnight, and this is the key, look at the wind field, look at the barbs, all right? Around the bay, it looks like the winds are maybe going a little bit northwest. That's about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It says 2. I actually think the model's a little bit too quick on this. But with that being said, there is a chance you could see water buildup, maybe on the east side of the bay here over by Apollo Beach in that general area. Now, I kind of doubt the winds will come in and be able to make it in this way, but you see, it's all about the direction that the wind can travel in where it's going. It's a very, very tricky forecast. But at the very least, between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, you're going to have the opportunity for a buildup of water. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal, but we will watch it because we all know there are some areas in the Bay Area that flood pretty easily, even when there's not what was a major hurricane move through the area. And then you notice by the morning, 8 o'clock, you'll have a solid northwesterly flow, and that will bring some water right in here to coastal Citrus, coastal Hernando. However, at that point, the tide begins to drop. Still, I think you're going to have water pushing in. So I do believe we will have an increase in water and an increase in some shear over to the northeast, but for some surge along those coastal areas. Do I think it's going to be enough to cause significant issues? Probably not, but it doesn't take much water to cause major problems, and I don't think there's a better example than Tropical Storm Eta a couple of years ago when it really came out of left field. I mean, I think most of us in the Bay Area, when we hear tropical storm, the first words out of our mouth are, oh, it's just a tropical storm. It's just what we do, because we fear the storms like today. Those are the ones that can really get you. So, oh, it's just a tropical storm. Well, those days, in a lot of ways, I think are just about gone, because just a tropical storm in the new age can provide some serious water rise. And a lot of times, an increase in water is way more devastating than a wind field. You might have a 75 or 80 mile an hour wind, and that might do some damage to a pool cage or bring a tree down. You get an extra 2 feet of water rise, and your first floor of your home is underwater. So this is my point. We just can't belittle or minimize the threat of water. There is still a storm surge warning in effect. I mean, and I think for that very reason, because of the direction of the winds at high tide today, if you don't get any water today, I doubt you'll see any tomorrow, because at that point, the storm is pulling away, and I think a lot of the fetch and a lot of the strength of that field out to the west probably won't have any impact on the water. So lastly, here's a look at futurecast for wind gusts. Again, through the overnight, wind gusts of 59, 60, so very windy, enough to create more power outages and to make it kind of scary if you hear the trees rustling and you wonder if you've got a tree that's kind of leaning over, if it's going to go over completely with all the rain. I mean, I get it. It makes it very nerve-wracking. But it isn't the kind of wind that you're going to see structural damage in your home, certainly not unless a tree were to fall on it. And then you notice by midday, the winds come down to about 49 to 50, but those are still tropical storm force winds. So might not be talking about hurricane force or damaging winds, but you get a steady area of about 50 mile an hour winds across the whole area. It's going to be a windy day, and there could again be some water issues before things finally begin to taper off. You know, why don't we go ahead and go over to Jason, because we've been talking a lot about the wind and the surge. But the rain still really an issue for Polk County and areas up toward Orlando, right, Jason?
Yeah, you had mentioned the new flood warning that's in effect for areas in and around Winter Haven down south to Frostproof. This is a new warning, not what we've already been seeing here tonight, but this one in addition to those warnings that we had earlier. So fast forward, zooming in here to Lakeland, Lake Wales, along 27, along 17. This is where that flash flood warning is. In fact, let's put the warning up for you so you can see it does not technically include most of Lakeland, the east side, especially on the eastern side of the Polk Parkway heading back up to Polk City. This is where we do see that flash flood warning. So over the last couple of hours, 6 to 12 inches of rain has fallen within this warned area. So, of course, that is the green polygon here. That's kind of hard to see. But you know what? Let me do this. I could show it to you a little easier as we're looking at it. There's the polygon. So this is the area encompassed in that new flash flood warning. It goes until 3:30. And again, we've had 6 to 12 inches of rain noted by the National Weather Service within this polygon. And we're also looking at an additional 1 to 3, perhaps up to 4 inches of rain as we're finally, slowly beginning to see this area of rain moving out toward the east. Some of that moisture is trying to spin back to the west, but it's not making it to the coast. So we still have the gusty winds here at the coast, but thankfully we're not adding to some of the rain totals that we picked up here earlier today, which from Pinellas County north were not that significant at all. The heaviest of the rain certainly staying inland, especially from Polk County south through Manatee and Sarasota County. So flood warning, that flash flood warning again until 3:30. A few towns here. We're talking about Lake Alfred, Winter Haven. We've also got Poinciana also included in this flood warning as it goes over into Osceola County. We've got Lake Wales, Winter Haven, Dundee. These locations also picking up a couple of more inches of rain where you see the red and yellow color showing up. This is not going to let up for at least another hour. So that's why we do expect to see 1 to perhaps 3, maybe an isolated 4-inch in addition to the 6 to 12 that has shown up. In fact, I'm going to show you here in just a second some of the rainfall totals that have been in this area. And this is on the cuff, so it's going to be a little messy here for a second. But we'll show you the rainfall totals here farther south and west, where, of course, that's where we were looking at some of the highest rain and surge potential earlier today as the eye made landfall. But this in Polk County in particular, where you see that yellow shade, that's 7+ inches of rain. So most of the county, the exception the northwestern half of it, this is where we've seen over 7 inches of rain already. And looking at some of the spots here in and around Fort Meade, 10 inches showing up, frost-proof, 12 inches. So again, that 6 to 12 inch mark with another 1 to 4 possible could put us up close to 1.5 feet in some of these areas. And that, of course, has led to the flash flooding. It's also going to lead to river flooding in this area over the next 2 to 4 days. 7 inches up toward Haines City, a little farther south and east. Areas in and around Dundee, we're up to 9 inches. And then east of frost-proof here in the more rural spots of Polk County, 11 inches of rain showing up. So that's why, again, that flash flood warning is new, and it's in addition to some of the other flash flood warnings we've had throughout the day today, and this will continue to be a concern for us here as we go through the rest of tonight. Now, where we had the flash flood warning earlier, it looks like it has come to an end here. It was set to expire around 1:30, and as I stop this motion for you here, you can see that we're no longer seeing that green box for Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County back southwest toward Manatee and Sarasota County. In fact, most of the rain has wrapped up completely here. We do have some light rain still moving through Bradenton and Ellington, also over toward the east side along 64 and 70 heading south. This is where we're looking at some light rain showing up, but certainly to the extent of that widespread eye wall rain that we had earlier today that just stalled across central and southern Sarasota County, and then the heavier rain to the north. We're not looking at that any longer. Your rain is wrapped up, and not only, I'll say this, the significant rain, the flood concerning rain, it's gone, and we're only looking at just a few scattered showers here for the next couple of days. A big chance to dry out here and allow some of these river levels that are going to go up pretty quickly here over the next 12 hours to slowly start to come back down as we see a 3 to 4 day drying stretch over the next 4 or 5 day period. That's what's going to allow these river levels to get back to normal, but it's going to take some time. So if you do live on a river and you're closer to the coast, we've got all these inland rivers that are going to start to flood here with all this rain over the last 12 hours, and it's going to slowly take its time. So places like the Alafaya, the Manatee River, the Little Manatee River, if you live on some of those areas away from where it starts to turn into the brackish saltwater, you're looking at the potential to see those water rises happening for you here slowly but surely over the next couple of days. So that's where we're at right now. And then earlier we showed you, of course, what it looked like with the rainfall totals in Polk County. Look at this, 18 inches of rain setting up just to the south and west of Nokomis. So some spots picking up nearly 20 inches of rain over the last couple of hours. And you can see how that yellow stripe kind of stayed south of I-4 and to the northwest of I-4. I'm going to move the map up here. Can you believe it? We're talking about being under a hurricane warning and a tropical storm warning, but some of these areas have not picked up more than, we'll say, maybe a half an inch. So Crystal River, you're one of the spots. 0.6, so just over a half an inch of rain. Let's talk about Spring Hill and Weeki Wachee, not even an inch here. And then down toward Newport Richey, we had some gusts earlier today up toward tropical storm force in Newport Richey. We got an inch of rain. So again, if there is any good news for parts of Tampa Bay, it's our northernmost spots where you avoided picking up the very, very heavy rainfall and the flood threat. It's just not there for you the way it is farther south. We're still, again, contending with some of those gusty tropical storm force winds that Dennis was just letting you know about a second ago. But that is all out of here for now. And the light rain continues. It's heaviest east of I-75. Some of this may try and sneak into eastern Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties, but it looks like the bulk of the heavy rain from Orlando back west to Sumter County, that's where we're looking at it here for the remainder of tonight. Now, good news. Florida's most accurate 7-day. We've got a lot of cleanup happening here, and this forecast is very similar in southwest Florida, where, of course, it was a lot worse for them as the eye wall made landfall in and around Captiva Island up toward Cayo Costa and also back over toward toward the Cape Coral area, 140-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those were recorded. Those are actually observed measurements, not estimates, in the Cape Coral area. So a ton of cleanup needs to happen over the next week. There's also a lot of recovery that's going to take place, and that flood risk is going to be very high as all that water goes into the rivers. And look at this dry forecast. And again, this is also the case for Southwest Florida. Just add a couple of degrees to the temperatures compared to the low to mid 90s that we've been seeing, and those heat index values over 100 for those that are going to be without power for an extended period of time. This is what you want to see. You don't want to see another 95-degree temperature here on the map. So while the houses will be warm, it's not going to be as bad as it could be here in Florida, where we know we could see those mid 90-degree temperatures after many of the hurricanes. So low to mid 80s for the rest of the 7-day forecast, and we're looking at rain chances less than 20% after tomorrow or today, since it's 1:45 in the morning. That's where we're going to see our drying trend, and that will help those water levels slowly start to come down over the next few days. Over to you.
Hey, Jason, I did want to ask you, high tide here is around 4:30-ish.
Correct.
What should we expect?
So that's the thing. And what Dennis was saying is that high tide is so hard to kind of figure out because of the wind direction and the topography of the coast, also the bathymetry. We're talking about the depth of the water of the continental shelf as it goes offshore. So what we're going to watch, and Dennis was telling people earlier, if you're going to go to bed and you live on the water, to set your alarm for around 3 so you can monitor what's happening with the water levels, because we're not going to get a southwest wind. We're not going to get a direct wind coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to be more of a northwesterly wind. So that may help keep those water levels down. But because we already have such elevated water levels in the Gulf of Mexico, we've had those pushing offshore all day north of I-4. Now we're going to see them coming back out of the west-northwest. That should pick up the waters just enough on top of our already abnormally higher tide, which is around 2.5 feet. You add all this together, we are thinking potentially we could see something on the order of the Eta surge, which is around 3 to 4 feet with a few 4.5-foot measurements in and around southern Pinellas County. But we don't expect it to be the 10-foot surge that was a really, really concern for us. Big concern when we were looking at that track much farther north than what it ended up making landfall today. So we don't think it's going to be extreme. We're not calling for anything like we saw, unfortunately, for our friends down south that picked up those 6 to 7-foot surges and maybe even higher. But we could see a little bit of a water rise setting up for us through about 6 o'clock into the morning. Tides start to go down after that. The winds will also lighten up throughout the rest of the day, going through today into the afternoon hours, and that will also work in our favor to keep those water levels in check.
So, Jason, just to tack on to that, you want people to set an alarm if you live near the coast here, around the bay. Or around the bay, I should say, because it's just an unpredictable thing, right? I mean, we're not exactly sure how elevated levels are going to be when the tide goes up.
And Dennis said it, he said it, that it's the hardest thing to predict when you're forecasting hurricanes and tropical systems. And we even see that in the wintertime, too, with some of our stronger cold fronts and, of course, the no-name storm. That was something incredible with record surges, too. So we just don't know exactly how the Gulf of Mexico is going to act. It's a big body of water, and then you have the atmosphere that's massive as well. All this working together with the shape of our coastline. It's very, very tricky, but we're pretty confident that it's not going to be anything excessive or extreme. That threat has definitely passed.
All right, thank you, Jason. Still so many unknowns at this point. Again, he said set the alarm. We've got a few more nervous hours, to go still, but we are making our way out of the woods here.
And we'll have a couple crews around there, Dia, too, to watch that and give you
Right.
guys a firsthand look at it.
I want to take you back to that live look at Daytona Beach. Those winds they do not seem to have died down at all. I thought they were beginning to subside, but looks like they picked up again as the storm, of course, is moving towards the Treasure Coast area.
Yeah, you see it there in the thumbnail right there in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You see the direction the storm is going, and this is kicking things up pretty good around Daytona Beach. Again, if you're just joining us here, it's about 1:45. Thursday morning, we are expecting this storm to exit the state around 8 a.m. this morning. But right now, Dia, as you can see, Daytona Beach probably experiencing some of their worst conditions so far.
Lots of power outages in that area as well, about 190,000 so far. Again, as that storm makes its way towards the Treasure Coast and the Space Coast, those numbers are expected to go up. Jason was saying the blessing in that is we know that it's going to be tough without power, but the temperatures are going to be a little bit cooler. Line crews will go out as soon as it's safe. They'll begin to start to repair power lines. That's their number one priority, but of course they want to try to keep their crews safe as well. We also got A message from the city of Fort Myers. Government officials there writing, our first responders are doing their best to assess current conditions and assist urgent life-threatening situations. We have portions of the city under 3 to 4 feet of water, and there are emergencies underway. They ask that you have patience. They're doing their best to reach all the residents in need. They do encourage you to continue to call 911 because they want to make sure that your level of emergency is documented properly. But again, they are urging everyone to just please be patient because they're trying to get to as many people as possible, but they're also dealing with 3 to 4 feet of water in that area.
Just a mess down there right now. The city also asking its residents to conserve water, talking about Fort Myers. The video you see right here is posted on the city's Facebook page. They're saying first responders currently trying to get to structure fires, extensive flooding, and other life-threatening conditions happening right now in the city of Fort Myers.
I want to move now to Lakeland as that storm moved through Polk County. I want to show you some of the damage that folks there saw. Lots of rain. We had Paul LaGrone and our photojournalist Tim Jones set up there all night long. Look there, that water just moving in sheets there. Over 128,000 customers are without power in the Lakeland area. Strong gusts of wind and tree limbs down as well.
Yeah, Paul was really feeling the effects there when we went to him about an hour and a half or so ago. And as you see, as we take a look here, the latest video sent in to us, they're getting those strong tropical storm force gusts of wind going through Lakeland. And as Dia mentioned, the power outage numbers are they're extensive, right? They're widespread. If you go to abcactionnews.com, if you still have power or you're able to access that on your phone or mobile device or what have you, all you have to do, that little search bar at the top, type in outage, and it'll take you right, and we'll get you the latest numbers there, and also how to report an outage if you haven't done so already.
Okay, we want to go to Rochelle Aline. She's live in Dunedin. She was telling us earlier that the wind had picked up there. The wind was howling. Rochelle, looks like it's still pretty windy out there.
It's pretty bad. I mean, that's really the big story out here. I want to just show you guys the scene behind me. It's blowing the trees behind us, and just before you guys came to us, it was really rocking the boats out here at the Dunedin Marina. But we heard Dennis say earlier, with these strong winds are going to come more power outages. And that's what you guys were just talking about earlier, that we're seeing, astronomical numbers. Like, we looked at the Duke Energy website, and just in the area, the immediate area around Dunedin alone, we saw about 6,000 or 7,000 outages. I want to show you guys some video. As we were driving here from Tarpon Springs, we happened upon a crew that was actually working to restore power to what looks like a local neighborhood or apartment complex that was without power. So again, with these strong winds we've been reporting on all morning, we're going to see at least some more power outages, and crews are going to be obviously mobilizing once day breaks to try to return power to people. But it looks like we're going to definitely be seeing more of those outages as this heavy wind continues. Back to you guys.
Rochelle, I want to ask you, did you lose power at all where you're stationed?
I will say the lights flickered a little bit, so we're in Dunedin, pretty close to the marina here. The lights flickered, but we're okay. But I honestly was shocked. Like I said, we hopped on the Duke Energy website, and to see the immediate area around Dunedin was shocking to see the outages, but thankfully we've been okay so far.
What was the worst of the storm like there?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you over the wind.
Yeah, I totally understand that. If you could describe what was the worst of the storm like where you were last night?
I gotta tell you guys, the rain has stopped now, and that's been pretty much a story. I heard Eric say it, I heard Mary say it earlier, but we got some heavy rain earlier today. We saw some rain and very heavy wind, so that mixture was pretty heavy to be in, and frankly, we saw people outside in that weather. Even overnight, we saw people outside kind of braving those conditions, coming out here to the marina to check on their boats, make sure their boats were tied up. So that was pretty hard to weather, was the wind and that rain combined together, but we survived. And again, we're seeing some boat owners coming out here in the wee hours of the morning again to check on their boats. They were so concerned last night with that wind, with that rain. But so far, as I've reported before, it looks like their boats are okay. We'll see again in a few hours if that remains to be true.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rochelle. Stay safe out there. A lot of folks waiting for the sun to rise to be able to get out and assess the damage and, to see how bad it was. But for the most part, that area where she was looks like it escaped, pretty serious.
Sure does.
Pretty serious damage.
Yeah, maybe another area that did too is we head over to Sarasota. Right now, we've got Mary O'Connell there. And Mary, you haven't seen rain there in quite some time. And last time we checked in, some wind, but improving.
Yeah, there's not been rain here for a couple hours, I'd say at this point. What we have definitely noticed is a temperature drop. I want to say, is a little chilly right now. It's not that bad. What's been nice for the folks here in Sarasota County is that rain and that wind, it's died down a lot. We haven't had rain in a while, and the wind is actually not nearly as gusty as we had even seen in the last hour. So that is great for the folks here, because when I tell you, when we were up early this morning, it was downpouring, and then it lasted through late yesterday evening, because it is now almost 2 in the morning the next day. It never stopped here. It was pretty relentless. But now at this point, it's a waiting game. The folks here who are still hunkering down at the shelter that we're at one of the 12 county-run shelters here in Sarasota County. We've been here all day. We'll still be here. And the folks here, it's just waiting to see what it looks like when there is daylight. We've talked to some folks who left the shelter, came back from the shelter. Now we've run into a second family that left, and they came back promptly within a half hour because they said there are flooded roads and we're not going to drive through that when it's dark out. We can't see what we're driving through. It's not worth ruining a car, and it's not worth putting anyone's lives at risk. So that's kind of the scene here. People are just waiting. We've heard of downed trees. We've heard of power lines that are down, and walls of water where people want to drive to get to their homes, and then they end up turning around and coming right back to the shelter. So thankfully, the conditions have significantly decreased here for the folks in Sarasota County, and now we wait until it's daylight and we can see what Hurricane Ian left behind. Back to you.
Mary, are there lots of people in the shelter there? Did it seem like most people decided to take cover and to get to a safer place?
So as of yesterday afternoon, there were 330 people that were staying at this shelter here, and they had them spread out between the school cafeteria, and then there are several classrooms that people were able to stay in as well. Actually, during what was a very rough part of the storm, some people were leaving, and we were like, ooh, probably don't want to do that because those are some rough conditions on the road. You wouldn't want to get in your car right now, but some people were leaving. And then as things were turning into a light rain and still really windy, people were leaving. It's been more now in this period where it's a little bit better that we have noticed people are leaving, but we still have a good amount of people who are camped out here. They've got their pillows, they've got their mattresses, they've got their blankets. Some people are snoring in there, and they're gonna stay here until there's daylight, and then they end up leaving. But we did, like I said, we've had a couple families who left, and then they turned around because they said, we can't see, power's out, we're gonna come back when we can actually see what's going on.
Some snoring here at the station too, Mary, but I won't spoil anybody. I had a quick question. I like the question that Dia asked actually a little bit earlier. Can you describe to us, it's nice to hear you're safely in the shelter and some people actually returned, didn't take any chances. Can you describe some of the worst conditions that you saw there?
Oh goodness, I would say right as the storm was making landfall, sorry, our light's flashing because we have been on at some point, so it might be because that battery on the light is dying. So it's not because the lights are flickering, it's just because we've been out here for 12 hours. But back to your question, we have had brutal wind here. We have had relentless rain here, and it went on for hours, and it didn't stop. There were points where the staff here, who are fabulous at this shelter, who have been helping the folks, be comforted while they're dealing with this storm. They didn't want people to go outside. They quote unquote locked it down to folks, just letting them know, hey, you really can't go outside right now because it's not safe for people to be wandering around. It's not safe for people to be out with their pets. We had an extreme wind warning that went out. Everybody's phones went off at the same time because it's one of those emergency alerts that went off. Everybody's phones went off at the same time, letting them know that we've got some extreme weather coming through this area. That was about yesterday afternoon as that storm was passing the west coast of Florida, and then it lasted for a very long time. And it wasn't until, I would say, 10 o'clock this evening when things started to seem like it was getting a little bit better.
Well, that's good. Glad to hear that people are deciding to stay there and wait until at least sunrise to go back to their homes, because again, as you mentioned, Mary, you never know what you're going to encounter on the road. So it's best to just stay safe and to wait at least until first responders tell you it's okay to get back on the roads again. Thank you, Mary. We'll check back in with you a little while later on.
Yeah, she painted a pretty interesting
Yeah,
picture there.
she did.
Yeah, especially as we look a little bit further south of us here in Sarasota and what they may have gone through. When light breaks, it'll be interesting to see what we're able to go out there and find. Of course, Florida, especially Southwest Florida right now, reeling from what we can only imagine are catastrophic effects now of Hurricane Ian. Already a lot of people ready to spring into action, though, and you can be one of them.
Yeah, a lot of folks can't just sit back and watch or listen to the stories of people who have lost everything and not feel like they want to help, but that's what Floridians do. ABC Action News reporter Sean Daly is in studio with us right now with a few ways that you can help with the recovery efforts. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, our viewers are just tremendous. They've been with us every step of the way, and now that they're seeing the devastating images of the storm's destruction, they want to do something. They want to help, and the best way to help for any of you is with your time or money donations. And let's always make sure you're dealing with reputable charities. You know, there's always some bad people out there after this happens, but some great local groups. Metropolitan Ministries right here in Tampa is mobilizing a relief effort, sending 15,000 hot meals and 10,000 cold meals to our southern counties. They always need good help, whether in person or if you can help financially. Also, they're letting me play with the machinery today at 2 in the morning. You've heard Governor DeSantis talk about Volunteer Florida. That nonprofit has thousands of volunteer openings to fill. All sorts of skill levels. They work with the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and various local and national organizations. They have great lists on there, too. Here's their website here. Anything you can do, any way you can help, lots of unique ways for you to help, too. And finally, hold on, I get to press more buttons here. There it is. The United Way has launched its Disaster Recovery Fund, and 100% of proceeds and donations raised go to the victims of Hurricane Ian. If you'd like to donate time or money to any of these organizations, head on over to abcactionnews.com. We have great resources for you. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. I tell you, when Sean talks about being able to donate time, that is huge. My daughters and I volunteer a lot with Feeding Tampa Bay and also the Community Food Pantry. They've been texting me all night long. You know, they're going to need lots of help. So let's go ahead and make an appointment to make sure that we can get there. I know how we're going to spend the weekend. And again, money's tight for so many people, but your time is just as valuable. A lot of these nonprofits need your help right now. So if you can, and if you have power, if you're, in the comfort of your home, if you've got that time to come out and help, I'm sure that they would love you. We'll be there. My kids and I will be out there.
Two things here. Number one, they're definitely your daughters, okay? And the texts are real. You just showed them to me. But we say this a lot. It's hard to ask for money, right?
Mm-hmm, right.
It's hard to ask for monetary
Especially
things.
right now, yeah.
And if you can't give money, give time.
Give your time.
Give your time.
As valuable.
And it's going to be needed in a lot of areas.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Want to go check in now with Chad Mills. He's been stationed in Polk County all throughout the day. He was monitoring the Peace River area. He joins us now with an update.
Well, the city of Lakeland, downtown especially, feeling the effects of Ian as we speak. I want to show you what's behind me right now. You see this street, that's Lake Mirror in the background there. But you see the rain and wind just kind of whipping down this street right here past the Terrace Hotel. Have to wipe the lens here, give you a better view of things. But you see the wind is still a factor. The rain obviously is a factor too. You see this sign here at the entrance of the hotel. It's still jiggling this morning because we are still feeling, as we speak, really strong winds here in the city of Lakeland. Driving down here today, saw a number of downed tree limbs, that sort of thing, over at Munn Park, which is kind of the central square of downtown Lakeland. A lot of aesthetic damage, limbs down, potted plants that have been knocked over in the street. The city has string lights around Munn Park. Some of those are hanging low as well. We hope to show you those a little later on, but for now, we're in Lakeland. Chad Mills, ABC Action News.
That wind out there howling in Polk County. We also have Kyle Berger. He's in Polk County as well. He's in Davenport right now.
Yeah, we understand they're getting a lot of rain. We're going to, yep, there you go. It's confirmed. Kyle Berger, tell us about it.
Yes, we are live in Davenport, about 15 to 20 miles away from the Disney World properties. But the rain just really picked up just a couple hours ago. Hurricane Ian is here. The wind, the rain, you can kind of tell behind me in the parking lot here. We're pulled up in a condo here in Davenport. We're kind of whipping around the wind and the rain. But like I said, this happened just a couple hours ago. Last night we were driving around looking for some gas. Talked to some people at gas stations. They were finally wrapping up the gas stations. And the gas pumps, they're all out of gas or they're closing, so they're getting prepared, getting everybody back home. We have a few neighbors that are still here. You can tell in the parking lot of the condo, people did not leave. They're just staying in their homes. Some of them are popping their heads out, seeing what we're doing. But other than that, they're just, we all have power, so we're all still really good here in Davenport.
Kyle, I don't know if you can hear me. Kyle, you said you did not have power? You've lost power in that area? I'm sure
oh yes, yeah, we all have power still. We're just really taking a lot of big gusts of wind now. Like we said, it's just really starting the last couple hours. We took a quick break around 11 o'clock. You can hear the wind was whipping around 11 o'clock. Now at 2 o'clock, it's just increasingly picking up as this time comes by. It took a while for the storm to get to us, but it is fully here now in Davenport.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Get to safety as those bands come by. You see that wind just blowing sideways there. The good thing is they still have power in that area. We don't know how long that's going to last, of course, because as those winds begin to pick up, we'll hear about more power outages in that area.
Looking where they are, you know, probably 50, maybe 40, 50 miles east of Lakeland there, and where the track of the storm is, although it is deteriorating a bit, they're going to be dealing with those conditions for quite a bit longer here into the morning.
Energy analysts say Hurricane Ian should not impact gas prices. That's a good thing. President Biden warned that oil and gas companies warned them not to raise prices because of the storm. Oil industry experts say Florida is not an oil-producing state and accounts for just 6,000 barrels a day. Overall daily oil production in the U.S. is about 12 million barrels. Experts say oil companies briefly shut down operations in the Gulf of Mexico, but already started to return to offshore platforms on Tuesday. That's a good sign. Consumer advocates say Hurricane Ian could impact the price of grapefruit and oranges depending on the extent of the damage. Again, we'll learn a whole lot more as the sun rises.
I think right now we're going to go to Eric Waxler. He's joining us in Pasco County to report on conditions there. Looks like you're still dealing with some wind there, Eric.
Yeah, hey James. Yeah, this is really the strongest that we've experienced so far in the many hours that we've been out here at Hudson Beach, and this has been a sustained amount of wind for the last now 3 hours or so, where it's just been constant. There has been no let up. Earlier in the late afternoon and early evening, it was the bands where there would be some gusts that would come through, but now for a good 3 hours this has just been constant. And with that, I can imagine a lot of people are going to wake up in the morning and find a lot of tree branches and hopefully not full trees that have come down, but this is fairly strong, so it could do some damage. Some screens, some patio screens might be blown out, so if you can get on the phone first thing in the morning and call those companies if you're going to need somebody to come out and replace a screen, because I remember from a previous storm when I called that the waiting list quickly fills up and you might be waiting several weeks to get those repaired. But that's the kind of damage that we're going to see in this area, which all things being considered is very fortunate, because we all know what could have happened if we had a different line with Hurricane Ian coming into this way. And people here in Pasco County feeling very fortunate. And we're here at Hudson Beach. It has been cleared out for quite some time now, but earlier tonight a lot of people were coming before sunset to just see the spectacle that it is a storm like this coming in. Yeah, and then people came out here and they basically were taking selfies. They were walking out on what is normally the water of the Gulf of Mexico that comes right up to the shore here, but it turned into another one of those reverse surges where the water had been pulled out as is normal with a storm like this, and so people were really getting a kick out of seeing it like that, just as we've seen in Tampa Bay. It's happening here at Hudson Beach, and I also saw up north in Crystal River the same thing was happening there. So it's definitely a windy evening right now, and we're getting the brunt of it, and probably maybe the worst that we're going to see before things calm down. Back to you guys.
Hey, Eric, we've got Dennis with us right now. For people who are just waking up in the Pasco County area, or really in the Bay Area, Dennis, can you kind of set the scene? What are we expecting, in the next couple of hours?
I'm curious, Eric, how far are you from the water?
Oh, we're just about 10. Well, normally where the water would be, we'd be about, 50 feet. But because of the reverse surge, probably another 50 feet before you actually get to water. And people who are familiar with this area told me that you could probably walk out a mile before you'd have any trouble standing. But the water is not far from us at all.
So you're not seeing it start to come back yet?
Honestly, where we're standing right now, it's so pitch black I can't see. I'd have to go take another look.
I think it's
But
gonna.
last time I looked, which wasn't that long ago, and that was the question some people had. Will they see? Because under high tide circumstances and just even a normal time, the water sometimes spills over the wall, and so they were wondering, is there a point in the storm where we're going to actually see it come back in, but come back in with maybe a little more gusto and a surge that could do some flooding in this area?
Probably not. I was thinking that as a chance. The high tide comes up in the next couple of hours. But I am looking at the wind in this area, and it's more of a northerly wind. Matter of fact, where you are right now, can you tell what direction the wind is coming from?
It feels like it is still coming around. Let's see. It's coming from the north.
Yep.
To the south?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So
yeah.
A northerly wind means the winds are coming around, and as it goes more northwest, which I think it will in the next hour, coming up on high tide, I do think you're going to see that water come back. Do I think it's actually going to make it over the wall? There is a chance, surprisingly, there is a chance in that area, but I don't think it's going to be anything dramatic. But as you said, the reverse tide, as you call it, that really saved a lot of things. If we didn't have that, although technically you're saying even you didn't have a ton of rain there. Right now it's pouring in Polk County. They've had 20 inches of rain in Hardee County, and you just haven't had too much, right?
I don't think it's rained here in at least 3 hours. So there was a time about 4 hours ago where we had a little bit of rain, but even then it wasn't, the sheets of rain that we've seen in other areas. So it's been dry here for a few hours, just this wind.
Well, I don't know how long you're going to be there, but I would say if you don't see rain by 4 o'clock, if you don't see water return with that surge in a couple of hours, that's probably good news for the rest of the area as well. Because based on the way the winds are, they're going to hit you first. The water would actually hit Pasco or maybe Hernando County first in terms of water coming back. So if you are out there, it'd be worth talking to and see if you see, I don't know if you can walk out and actually see how far out the water is, but I would think at high tide, there's a chance that could come up because it's a very high tide anyway, and there still is a storm surge warning. So somebody at the Hurricane Center still thinks there's a chance that you could see some water come up. Maybe not in Pasco, but honestly, I think the way the winds are shaping up, you might very well have a legitimate chance of picking up some water in the next few hours. But certainly nothing huge, just more than you've seen of late. So if you are around later on, we'll be sure to check in with you.
Yeah, we'll take another look the next time you come back to us, and it is you're looking out at pitch black in that Gulf, and it is hard to see where it actually. If it's making progress and starting to make its way back in.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Again, Eric Waxler live in Pasco County. Pretty quiet, and I have a feeling the folks in Polk County would probably trade places right now because it is really coming down. Now, the live shot that we did with Kyle, which, by the way, impressive. He was not wearing a baseball cap like everybody else has. But, there's some serious rain out there. And it's not the kind of rain that we were looking at down across Hardee and DeSoto and eastern Manatee and Sarasota County. That was matter of fact, when the flood warning came up, it came up as an emergency flood warning, and it said the status was catastrophic. So when any time the Weather Service sends out something that says catastrophic, that gets your attention, right? And that's what was going on in this area right there from around 6:30, 7 o'clock until about 9:30. Well, the rains aren't nearly as heavy right now as they were, but they're still, and by the way, this extends into Sumter County. It extends up toward Ocala. It extends up toward Daytona. And you have an onshore flow right there. And you can see it. And by the way, talking about what Eric was showing, remember when he said there was a northerly wind? You can see it. See how the wind and the rain is coming in from that direction? So as we get closer to high tide, if the winds can veer just a little bit more to the northwest, then all of a sudden areas in Pasco could begin to see some of that water return. I don't think it's going to be a dramatic thing either way, but how that could actually end up getting into the bay itself seems pretty unlikely because it's just not going to be at the right angle. It's what Jason and I were talking about earlier on, where simply put, you've got to have that air traveling in just the right direction to push the water in the right direction. Imagine if you had a surge coming in this way and it's pushed right there. There's no way it's going to make a U-turn and go back into the bay. It's a matter of where the openings are, the topography, the geography of that particular landmass. So, yes, there is still a surge warning in effect, and high tide is between 4 and 6 o'clock. I'm just not sold that the winds will have a chance to actually turn around to make it into the bay. But as I said, there could be some other spots that could see it, maybe over by Apollo Beach in that area as the winds come across and push water in on the east side of Hillsborough Bay. That's a possibility. Anywhere around coastal Pasco County, that's a possibility. Maybe even Pinellas County around Anclote, the Anclote River, that's a chance. But other than that, the big weather story right this second is all of the rain across Polk County. And you can see the little dot there showing some excessive rain, and a new flood warning was issued. Now, again, this is not one of those extreme warnings like we had earlier when we had just the numbers are mind-boggling because, like I said, usually historically for the entire year, most of the Bay Area gets, about 55 inches of rain, give or take a few inches here or there. 55 inches of rain. So half of that is 27 and a half, right? Well, there's been about 24 inches of rain in parts of DeSoto and Hardee County in the last 8 hours. So you literally have a half year's amount of rain in less than 12 hours. So it shows you just how incredibly unusual today's event was. And we were going back and look at history. Over history, there is not a lot of times that you have had a storm of this magnitude even hit Florida. You go to Michael, you go to Opal back in the mid-90s, Wilma, of course, Andrew. So you could probably say Charlie. This could easily be a top 5 storm all time for the state of Florida. And one that was expected to go in the opposite direction just 24 to 36 hours before. But if you've been watching us for the last 10 days to 2 weeks, even when this storm was way down in the Caribbean, there were a lot of the models, especially the Euro, that was hinting Charlie. And it just, we said it 10 days ago. I said, boy, this is in the same spot that Charlie started at. And then it went into the Caribbean, and it's the same spot as Charlie. And then it went into the western part of Cuba, the same place as Charlie. But then again, the track was a little more to the north. The Euro was hinting a bit more north. The GFS was Texas to Louisiana, so it was useless. And then eventually it did move north and broke into the state today, as they often do, with a little bit of a hook to the right back toward the state of Florida at the end of September and into October. So it was definitely a challenging forecast. I don't think the folks in Fort Myers really had necessarily the warning that they needed. I mean, yes, they did get 24 hours, but I think at that point in time, you kind of think to yourself, well, it's going to hit somebody else. Of course, that part of the country probably should know better than any place, because Charlie hit back in 2004, and we were standing here in 2004, and it was literally 6 hours before that storm made a turn to Punta Gorda. The Hurricane Center had it right dead smack in the middle of the bay to the convention center as a landfalling Cat 4 hurricane. That was Charlie in 2004. And 6 hours before that happened is when we had the change and it went down to the Punta Gorda area. And they were, while officially in the fan, the cone of uncertainty, I mean, nobody thought that was going to go to Punta Gorda. It turned early, and in doing so, completely caught the folks in that area by surprise. So unfortunately, this go around, we had a repeat performance, not to the degree of 6 hours, but still from Fort Myers to Naples and up to Punta Gorda, the end result was the same. Barely even a hurricane anymore. 5 o'clock, this is going to be a tropical storm. So right now, winds of 75 miles an hour. If it drops 1 mile an hour, this will be Tropical Storm Ian. It is literally collapsing on itself. So that is great news. But unfortunately, even with this, it's still showing a lot of rain right now across Polk County. But the concerns that there's going to be I just got a message on Facebook. I'm sure we just got a 100-mile-an-hour wind. Well, no, the winds are 75 miles an hour. But at night, it sounds like it, right? Because you're in there, the power can be out. You hear the roar, you hear the trees. There could be a tree fall because of all the rain, and it's scary. I mean, it will absolutely scare you and make it think that it's a lot more than it is. But the reality of it is these are winds of about 50 miles an hour. They're gusting up to maybe 60 or 65, and there's a ton of rain. It is a squally, ugly night, but really the threat of any kind of damaging weather, it's not going to happen with this, outside of the chance maybe that a tree would fall just because of so much rain of late. So officially, there are your warnings. I don't know. I think they should be dropped at 5 a.m. The Hurricane Center might not do it until 11 a.m., but I would kind of expect they're going to drop a hurricane warning if it's no longer a hurricane. And by 5 o'clock, it won't be. So maybe at 5 a.m. indeed, they will change all of these from hurricane warnings to tropical storm warnings. And that means the current wind gusts of anywhere between 40 and 60 miles an hour is what we can expect. And by the way, even though it's going to be moving away as a tropical storm, we're still going to be dealing with some tropical storm force winds a good portion of the day on Thursday. But that northwest wind is the one thing that we're concerned about. I don't know, concerned might even be a strong word, that we're keeping our eyes on for the possibility of a little bit of a water rise in the bay. And Larissa Scott is live right now. I believe she's in the Bayshore area. And at this point in time, is that where she is? Is she over? Yeah, Bayshore Boulevard. So we're obviously a little, at least keeping our eyes on the threat of any water rise. But at this point, that certainly hasn't been the case. So how's it shaping up right now, Larissa?
Hey, Dennis, as you said, yeah, the big thing here on Bayshore Boulevard continues to be, that reverse surge. And I want to give you a look at how it's looking right now. I know it's hard to see because it's dark out, but we first told you about this yesterday morning when Hurricane Ian sucked water out of the bay. And all yesterday, people kept coming down here to get a look at this. So much so the Tampa police, of course, had to patrol this area because people were walking out here. And that's dangerous because, as you've been saying, the water will return. And that's expected to happen between 4 and 6 this morning with high tide, where we may see some of that surge. So we're just going to be out here monitoring the situation to see what happens later this morning. Dennis? Yeah,
Larissa, I'll tell you, if the winds had been a little bit more to the west, I would say I do think you would see that water come back in and the surge would rise. I just don't think we're going to have maybe enough of a wind turn by high tide, because you're right, high tide is between 4 and 6. I mean, it was hard for us to see on TV. Is it still dry in the bed right there, or is the water coming back?
Yeah, if we'll turn the camera one more time. It is still dry out here. We don't see any sign of the water coming back. From what I can see here in person, it looks almost exactly the same as it was all yesterday morning and throughout the evening. So we definitely don't have any water near us right now still.
Yeah, that's just crazy to see, right? I mean, do you look out there? Does it kind of freak you out? I mean, it just looks so wrong.
Of course. It does. It's very eerie. And I think that's why we had so many people coming out here to get a look at this yesterday. I know, of course, we've been talking about it. This happened with Irma. And, this is, of course, what saved this area. They were expecting some storm surge as we were before we knew exactly what Hurricane Ian was going to do. But I mean, even out here at night, it's even extra eerie, just seeing where the water usually is, even not hearing it being out here this morning. It's definitely a weird feeling. And again, I think that's why we had so many people coming down here. But, of course, we want to remind people one more time that they should not be walking out here, that this is very dangerous. I mean, we ourselves saw so many people coming down here yesterday to get photos. So once again, if you see this, if you come out here this morning and the water still isn't here, don't come walk out here because the water will eventually return.
Yeah, how's the wind? I mean, it looks like the wind's really not a problem right there compared to what you were looking at earlier over in Pinellas.
No, not at all, actually. It was much worse yesterday, of course, overnight. The wind isn't an issue at all. We've got some rain. It's drizzling a little bit, but honestly, pretty calm conditions right now compared to what this was like just a few hours ago.
Good. Yeah, I do think, like I said, the winds are going to come around a little bit. I just don't think they're going to make it far enough to push the water back in the bay at high tide, and that's a good thing because we don't want to have any flooding. We've been fortunate in that area so far. Again, thank you, Larissa Scott, live over on Bayshore. We'll check back with her later on, see if anything changes as we get closer to the 4 or 5 o'clock hour. So again, guys, we continue to see the rain, the heavy rain across parts of Polk County. And at this point, there are those northwest winds that I talked about that may bring a little water into Pasco where Eric is. But I think by later on today, these tropical storm warnings will be, well, the hurricane warnings should be expired. Maybe they'll keep up some tropical storm warnings since Ian now only has 75-mile-an-hour winds in a very small spot. So if you're in Polk County, I know the winds are gusting. I know the rains are heavy. And if your power's out, that is a scary thing. But trust me on this, you're okay. It's not going to get any heavier. As a matter of fact, it's going to continue to weaken. Now, we got Jason Adams over in the Weather Center. And Jason, I mean, looking at the radar, it's pretty mind-boggling to see something that looks so pathetic when after, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the radar.
Thank you.
It's just mind-boggling that you look at that was so amazing in terms of how it was put together 12 hours ago, and now it's just nothing. It looks like a little blob of rain.
I waited for the 11 o'clock advisory last night for you to post it to our social media pages so I could say, okay, still at Cat 3, 120-mile-per-hour winds. I did not expect to wake up at 7:30 yesterday morning to see it at 155 mile per hour on the verge of becoming a Category 5 storm. So it was incredible to see how rapidly it intensified, and just as remarkable to see how rapidly it has weakened. And we're thankful that it has weakened because it did create a lot of headaches down to the south. The heaviest rainfall continues to be in Polk County right now. We have the flash flood warning in effect until 3:30. If you had any kind of travel plans over to Orlando or Kissimmee, those warnings have been extended until 4:30 this morning. They were set to expire, but they're continuing to see the very heavy rain here just to the east of our friends in Polk County. So where we have the heaviest rain, it's right now over Haines City. We've also got it over the Davenport area. We're looking at places down south, Dundee, Lake Wales, all included in this flash flood warning. And again, it goes until 3:30, so about another hour or so. It does include Auburndale, Bartow, Wanetta, and also Winter Haven, like I mentioned a second ago. So these locations have picked up 6 to 12 inches of rain with this, what was once the powerful eye wall. And then we saw the western edge of the eye wall while the rest of the eye completely collapsed. That western edge held together pretty significantly from Sarasota County all the way now over to the Orlando metro area. And that's the spot that's the kind of the bullseye, that zone where we picked up well over 12 inches of rain in a lot of areas. And of course, back to the southwest toward Northport in Sarasota County, we picked up over 20 inches of rain from this system as it moved through. So again, if we go a little bit farther to the east, you can see it is still kind of an organized system. We switch over to the Melbourne radar because of course it's closer to the center, and you can see what's left. This very tiny swirl here in southern Osceola County. That's all that's left from that massive 30-mile wide, 155-mile-per-hour Category 4 on the verge of becoming Category 5 eye wall. This is it. But we still have the heavy rain, of course, circulating around the system. It's also drawing in a lot of moisture from the Atlantic, which is part of the reason why Polk County has seen the rain enhanced here. And notice as we go up north, up toward Daytona and Jacksonville, this is where the storm eventually is going to move offshore. And as that happens, as we go into the next 6 hours, it may actually intensify again. The forecast is for it to maintain tropical storm status, but in the anticipation over the Gulf Stream waters, where it could potentially turn back into a hurricane, there is a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning up for the Georgia coast and South Carolina. It could be curving back up there over the next 24 hours and making a second landfall after making a landfall, of course, in southwest Florida. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. We'll come back here to home. Again, Polk County, Lakeland East is where we're seeing the heaviest rain. Notice to the west over toward Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. We've really seen it switch over to just light rain. And we've got the yellow polygon, or the green polygon, I should say, highlighted here for you. That's that new warning, the newest warning, and the only one that we currently have. That goes again until 3:30 in the morning. So another hour or so. And I don't think it will be extended further because this by 3:30 should be east, should be over to Orange and Osceola counties and in southern Lake County as well, moving away from us as that center, that what's left of it is going to continue to slide off to the east-northeast. Here back toward the west, we still have some light rain in Tampa. We still are looking at some pretty strong gusty winds at times, but those sustained winds that were 60 miles per hour earlier today with gusts up to 75 and 85 miles per hour. We're not looking at that any longer, but we could see an occasional gust trying to sneak back up over that 50 mile per hour mark. But the good news about what we're seeing here on the radar is that the flood potential here in Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, and points north, it's just not here. We've missed out on that heavy rainfall that was just to the southeast and in places where we had an emergency flood situation where we picked up those 20 inches of rain. Thankfully, the radar is much better than what it looked at that time, as we're seeing just light rain out there now. But the problem is all that water still has to collect, move into the creeks, the tributaries, and eventually into the rivers. So that means the river levels are going to rise, not fall, for at least 24 hours. We're going to see those water levels increasing in places like the Manatee River, the Alafaya River, also the Little Manatee River. These are spots that picked up those rains inland, and they have to make their way slowly back to the coast and into the bay, and that's what's going to allow those river levels to continue to climb here for us. So we're not out of the woods yet, even though the flood warnings and the flood emergencies have expired in these areas. The river flood warnings are there, and they're going to continue, and the National Weather Service will keep us posted on those over the next couple of days. Now, this yellow stripe, you can see that right here. Let me clear out some of these plots that I had with some of the rainfall totals. That was where the eye made landfall, just to the south. The north and west side of this is where the eye just continually stayed over these same areas for a 6 to 10 hour period. And within a 6 to 10 hour period, some of you picked up what you would pick up almost in half a year here in Sarasota County and also in Hardee and DeSoto counties as well. So now I'm going to plot some of these rainfall totals here for you. And again, in and around Northport, 17 to 18 inches. Earlier, it was even showing up to 20 inches. Here in eastern Manatee County, double-digit numbers for you. Near Arcadia, 15.9 showing up. And while we've been put under that flash flood warning here in eastern Polk County, you can see why. 8 to 12 inches of rain falling, and we're still adding on top of those numbers like we saw from Kyle's live shot here in the Davenport area. North of I-4, we haven't even picked up hardly an inch. To be honest, we were lucky to get an inch here in Newport Richey, but the rest of us, half an inch, 0.6 of an inch, that's been it. So certainly no flood concerns for you all. And as that yellow area is trying to sneak in from Sumter and Lake counties, it's like it gets to I-75 and then it kind of falls apart. So now we're not looking for those heavy rains to move west. These heavy rains, while they're there, eventually are going to move more northeasterly, affecting places here from, we'll say, Ocala east over toward Daytona Beach. That's where we're looking at the best rain potential setting up for us. So Dennis was talking about the surge risk. These are the sustained winds, not the gusts. So notice the sustained winds have fallen below tropical storm force for most areas, the exception being over towards Haines City. These are locations that are continuing to see the sustained winds roughly tropical storm force, but the wind direction, notice the wind barbs kind of coming in out of the west-northwest now. That's that turn that Dennis was alluding to that we're watching to see if we see any water rises happening here along the coast. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it's going to be a concern. Honestly, I'm still surprised that Tampa Bay, at least here in Tampa, the water of Old Tampa Bay is not back in yet, or Hillsborough Bay. We're still seeing those low water levels. So with that being said, as we're approaching high tide within the next 2 hours, high tide running 2 feet above normal, but we're still looking at a negative surge, or those negative numbers where we're looking at below normal numbers right now for that water level. So I think we'll be okay. but we're not going to let our guard down completely until we get past high tide and we see no surge problems. Then we'll give the all clear for you, for those of you that live along the coast. As far as this system goes, like I'd mentioned, by 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow, the bulk of it's out of here. By 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're still seeing some lingering rain in our easternmost zones, but it would be the light rain, not the heavy stuff we're seeing out there in Polk County right now. We're going to hold on to the clouds through the bulk of the day, get some sunshine to sneak in here mixed in with those clouds later into the afternoon, but those winds are going to be pretty strong throughout the day too. We're looking at those gusts still up to 30 to 40 miles per hour, perhaps beyond that in a few areas. But of course, as the system is pulling away, we're going to see some of those lower wind threats coming in the afternoon and evening. What this map doesn't show is some really good news for those of us that need to dry out, which of course are those flooding areas that we're seeing right now and what we saw earlier tonight. But we're also looking at great news in the extended outlook as far as temperatures go, because we actually are going to get a big cool down behind Ian as it moves away. We're going to go almost into our dry season, it seems like, maybe a couple of weeks early, because of course by mid-October, late October is when we really shut down those rain chances. But we may actually be seeing the start of that. Hopefully we can extend this and not go back into a bit of a rainy season, because nobody needs the rain right now. But look at the 10-day temperature trend. It doesn't even get to our average here for the next 7 to 10 days, which is 89 degrees this time of year. As we end the month of September and head into October, it's still, of course, really hot and, of course, still pretty humid. But we're actually going to get a break from that for the next 7 to 10 days. So let's talk about it in Florida's most accurate 7-day. Notice we do have that slight shower chance continuing, of course, as Ian is pulling away. But look at temperatures. Struggling to get to the 80-degree mark here for the next couple of days. And then when we get more sunshine back in here and we're no longer talking about Ian and its impacts, look at how dry we stay with a 10 to 20% chance of rain heading through next week. This is great news, again, for all those river levels that are on the rise. We're not going to be adding water to them. So while we will still see flood warnings issued for a 3 or 4 or even 5-day period as those water levels stay high, eventually they will drop and we're not going to add more excessive rain to it. Just like yesterday, prior to arrival of Ian, I had 2.5 inches of rain at my house just yesterday from those thunderstorms the day before as well. That's taking a break and maybe giving us a break going into the dry season as well. The good news about this too is if you have lost power and you're in one of those spots down south that we could see this extending beyond a week, we're not looking at the hot temperatures, not the 90 to 95 that we would typically see this time of year. And thankfully, the humidity is also going to take a break as well. So while your interior temperatures in your house, of course, will still get on the warm side with the sunshine, at least it's not going to be 105 with the heat index, and then we see it getting hotter than that. Overnight low temperatures too, that's going to be something to look at. While we're not dropping into the 40s or 50s for that true fall-like feel, this will be a little bit of a preview, a taste of it, as we see the numbers dropping into the 60s away from the coast, around 70 degrees at the water. We haven't really dropped below 80 degrees for the last 4 months, so this is going to be a nice thing and a nice something to look forward to. And again, if you do not have power for the next week, this is a much better forecast than what we could see with some of our hurricanes that once they leave, we're stuck with 90-degree temperatures. We did have that happen with Irma. If you remember our inland spots with Irma back in 2017, we were looking at 90-degree temperatures, but 3 weeks of power outages for our inland spots where the center went through with those 100-mile-per-hour winds, places like Avon Park, up to Lakeland, and then eventually over to the northwest as it turned back toward the Nature Coast. So this is a much better outlook for us after a hurricane. I was also in Hurricane Ivan back in 2004 up in the Panhandle. Same deal. We had power for we were fortunate in my parents' house where we were without power for only 3 to 4 days, but it was 95 to 100 degrees. We kept our windows boarded up even after the storm went to try and prevent as much sunlight from getting into the house as possible. So it was dark 99% of that time. But thankfully, we're going to get a little bit of a break. Mother Nature saying, okay, got the rough storm out of here. Let me give you a hand. And we'll see these temperatures staying below average all the way through the next 7 days. Now, will we get back to the average high temperatures? Probably. And the humidity will probably come back. But at least for the next 7 days, we're looking pretty good.
Hey, Jason, just hold you there for a second, if we can. Don't worry, I don't know what day it is either. But you're talking about when you say tomorrow morning, 8:30,
yes,
9:30, 10:30, you do mean today.
Yes, thank you for correcting me.
And I got to ask you something else, too. As far as encouraging signs, the weather department here, you guys have to be really encouraged at how quickly this has deteriorated and is moving out of the state, because 24, 30 hours ago, that wasn't the case. That wasn't what was forecast.
I mean, by no means was this a perfect forecast. It was a very difficult one. I will say this, 7 days ago when we started seeing the possibility of something developing, Dennis already was putting it out on their Facebook saying, we need to watch this. So he called this out 7 days ago that now we would have something to watch. Of course, we didn't know exactly where it would be, but we knew it would be into the Eastern Gulf. Also, the last couple of days with the not perfect forecast, there was the potential that this could have stalled. And the models were really hinting at that yesterday and the day before, and that's where we got these excessive rainfall totals that not just were in that confined space north of the eye wall, but across a lot of the area. So with that being said, the system is moving. It's still going at 7-8 miles per hour, which is pretty slow, which is unfortunately why we have picked up 20 inches of rain in Sarasota County. But this could have been a much more widespread area of 20-inch rainfall totals had the system not been moving. So again, definitely a little bit more encouraging with it getting out of here faster. A lot of damage has been done, and specifically, of course, for our friends in Fort Myers, Cape Coral. They've got a big, long process, a cleanup process ahead of them that's going to take several months. It's not going to take a couple of days. It's going to take some months. So some encouraging news for us, not the encouraging news for our friends down south. But again, they're going to have a lot of support from us here in Tampa Bay. This is a great community, and we know that people will come up and aid us. They did when we had our problems with Irma. So we're going to continue to help our friends out down south down there. But yes, back here at home, definitely encouraging compared to what it looked like just 24 hours ago.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. We're already hearing from our viewers wanting to know how they can help. Sean Daly told us earlier, if you can't donate money, you can always volunteer your time. That's just as valuable as money, and a lot of these nonprofits are going to need your help over the next couple of days and couple of months, really, to make sure that our neighbors to the south have what they need to pick up the pieces and start their lives again. Want to pass this along to you. We just got a boil water notice that was issued for the entire Northport Utility Services area. For at least the next 3 days, you'll need to boil your water for at least 1 minute before you drink it, cook with it, or brush your teeth with it, or even wash your dishes with it. Just want to be safe.
That's right. So continue to do that until that order is rescinded. Okay, take that seriously. And speaking of which, we do have our Jada Williams still in Sarasota. Let's take a look at conditions. Let's go to her live and see what she's seeing. Jada?
Yeah, James Dia, this is definitely not like it was yesterday morning when I joined you guys live. There's no rain falling right now, and while the wind is whipping around, it is nothing compared to yesterday morning. But here's the other difference. There's now debris on the ground. So let's take a look. I'm here at Fruitville Elementary School. You can see that there is so much debris. There's going to be a lot of cleanup. But luckily, no big limbs, nothing big, no damage here at the school. This is one of the 12 shelters that Sarasota County opened up for people looking to evacuate from Hurricane Ian. Now, about 330 people ended up coming out to this school to seek shelter, and it was probably a good thing that they did because, as you can see, there is damage, but nothing substantial. Now, since then, most of those people have decided that they want to go home, but here's what I've noticed. There are people who are coming back. They say that they still need the shelter, but for various reasons. Some people say there's a tree down in the road, so they can't even get to their house. There are down power lines, so people say that that's not a safe condition for them to drive. And then there's still flooding. So even though right here where we are inside the campus of this school is fine, there are people who are coming back and saying that on the other side in this community, there's definitely damage, and they want to stay here where it's safe until those crews can get out, clean that and fix it up. And speaking of which, those crews will be out this morning. There will be emergency routes opening up, clearing way for that, as well as those crews who are going out and assessing the damage here in Sarasota County.
Jada, the Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport sustained some heavy damage, heavy roof damage there. Considering that storm hit south of the Sarasota County area, it was aiming right for Sarasota County. What was the mood throughout the height of the storm? What was the mood from people in the shelter there?
You know, it was actually amazement. By the time that the winds were definitely picking up, you could look out the window and you could tell that this was not your regular rainstorm. There were people crowding the window. They had their phones out. They were getting videos, taking pictures of it. Now, while they said they were happy to be inside, out of it, and in a place that is a designated Cat 5 hurricane shelter, they still were amazed by it. They like the idea of just looking out of it and seeing it, because while it is scary, Mother Nature can still be something pretty cool to look at. And I definitely saw that on display with the crowds of people in this shelter getting up from their seats, their spots that they've been at all day, just to come out and watch it happen.
Jade, I'm sure that people there were communicating with family and friends outside. Were they telling you about any damage reports that they were hearing about?
Yeah, and not only were they communicating via phone, there were actually people who were stopping by. Now, this was before the worst of the storm hit Sarasota County. People stopping by to check on friends, neighbors, family members. They had shelter elsewhere, but just wanted to drop by before things kicked up and got really bad. But when it got really bad, there were also the people on their phones. They're calling their friends, their family, their loved ones, even people that I talked to who said that they were talking to their family and friends down south, some of them saying they were waiting to get in touch. Now, I haven't heard from anyone who said that they didn't get in touch with any of their family, friends, and loved ones down in South Florida, where Ian hit a lot harder. So that is good news that a lot of those people, there wasn't much concern about not being able to hear from the people that they were concerned about.
Jada, for the most part, are people going to stay there until sunlight? I know you mentioned that some people were anxious to get out. You know, they got out, realized, wait a minute, it's not safe. Are they telling you that they're going to wait until sunrise to finally get up and get back home, try to get back home?
Yeah, so the people that are here right now, they said that they want to wait until the sun up and maybe a little bit more. Some of them said, no, not chancing it. I'm going to stay here until I get the go-ahead from the county. Other people who did decide to chance it and they saw it wasn't safe, so they decided that they want to come back. All of them are saying that, you know what, it's fine here. There's shelter here. There's food, there's power, so they say they want to stay. But here's the thing, like I mentioned earlier, 330 people ended up showing up during the worst of the storm. Nowhere near 330 people here now. So the majority of the people who decided to stay at the shelter, whether they went home or they found somewhere else to go, they're not here now. The ones that are here, they're not taking any chances. Either they said they weren't taking any chances from the get-go, or they tried to, it didn't work out. They have the plans to stay here as long as necessary and until they are told that they can go back to their homes.
Jada, where you are, the location where you are is on the north side of the eye. You picked up some pretty, heavy, strong winds, heavy rain. Describe what it was like during the height of the storm.
Yeah, you could definitely hear it from any part of the school. You could hear it. And I'm going to point to this tree right here, this big tree, to see